Hey guys, good morning. Welcome back to the new stream. This is day 5, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, just excited to spend some time with the chat this morning, watching a bunch of finishers. Yeah. I'm hoping that the trash truck, I don't think it's going to get in the way of anyone, but we are all cheering for it to finish its own race, I think. I saw a lot of love in the chat for Emily, who is, I think, getting close to the finish. And I gotta say, I don't know Emily, but I think I'm also a pretty big fan because I did see that she lives in Pennsylvania. So that kind of, for me, automatically gives her an extra boost. As someone born and raised in PA, I am very much a beast coaster, as they say. So love to see a bunch of East Coast love in the chat. So I'd like to keep that going. But we also can't forget that Maya Detmer is also, it looks a little bit ahead of Emily. And so those, I think, will be the final 2 women in our top 10, which is pretty cool. Oh yeah, we got some butts love, and not in a weird way, in a Birmingham Ultra Trail Society way. I do love saying that out loud. I'm hearing that Emily also has the coolest crew, which again, from PA, well, living in PA, so I do believe that. Not that I'm biased, but I am. And we're asking for a cutoff update. I do think the next cutoff is going to be at Kelly Canyon at 9 a.m. So let me check to see what mile that is. Okay, Kelly Canyon is 206.4. So let me see who we've got close to that. All right. So getting close to Kelly Canyon, which again is the next cutoff at 8 a.m. So we have a couple hours to go. We've got Megan Walsh, Sean Gibson, a big clump of people, Jackson Wolf, David Facto, Missy Hendricks, Matt Watts, Greg Secatero, Jen Novobliski, Jennifer Smithson, John Music, I like that name, Krista Wilhelmson. Oh, yeah, we got more comments about the legalized LSD shirt. I do believe that is a Satisfy shirt, so good luck getting a hold of that one, but it is pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad to see there's still some cow emojis happening days later. I do love that. Oh, someone's talking about some more Beast Coasters. Heck yeah. Yes, AJW is a transplanted Beast Coaster. I do think he still counts, even though he lives out here. Kelly Canyon is a 104-hour cutoff. I can't do math. So I don't know if I can do the math there. We have 96 and a half hours right now, and the cutoff is at 8 a.m. But if any of you who maybe have a bit more sleep or are good with numbers can do the math there, I'll take it. I do agree, Buzz, that I think Trish does need to be like a field reporter or in the studio or something commenting next year. She is just an absolute delight. Let's see, we have someone asking about Bib 49. Let me see if I can find them. Caleb. It looks like Caleb is at 244.1. So getting there. Unfortunately for him, it is not a 250-mile race, or he'd be a lot closer, but he's still about 12 miles out, so not bad. Getting there. I would say close, but I think if he could hear that, he would probably disagree. Favorite PA race? Oh, man. I don't know. I haven't actually done a ton of races in PA because I didn't really become a runner until I moved to Alabama and then Colorado, where I am now. But I do have a lot of love for Laurel Highlands, which Troy was talking about earlier, but also Oil Creek, Eastern States. I just love an old school kind of vibe. So big fan of PA. Also, I love rocks. I'm that weirdo. I got yelled at in one of my first trail races because we were running a pretty rocky section of trail down in Tennessee, and I just kept yelling out, "I love rocks." And the people around me were not actually in as good of a mood as I was and didn't appreciate that, but I had fun. Yeah, I think it's just part of my psyche from growing up in PA, Rocksylvania. You gotta love rocks. Which I think actually, when I was talking with Rachel, the female winter course record holder earlier, yesterday, I guess, technically, we did spend a while talking about rocks, because I don't know if you guys heard how she spent a lot of her race picking up rocks off the side of the trail and sticking them in her pack, because for a 250-mile race where you have to carry like 4 liters of water and like a ton of weight in your pack, she just decided to make it harder by picking up rocks, as one does. But she showed me a picture of some of the rocks she got, and honestly, I get it. They were pretty cool. They were like, there were so many colors. They were all really interesting. So I can't say I judge her for that, although my upper body could never manage to carry all of that. What's my favorite rock? Oh man. I really like, I don't know if I'm going to say this right, so this will be labradorite. I don't know if I'm saying that right at all. But I have quite a few chunks of that in my house. I think it's really pretty, especially when it's like all polished up. Also a big fan of jasper, all the different colors of jasper. Oh, someone's doing a shout out for their mom. Incredible. Bib 210. Let's go, Ann. She's at mile 201. Again, almost there in a sense, but also just a little bit left. But we will be here for every hour of the rest of her race. I love everyone dropping their rock recommendations. This is actually the kind of intel I need. Oh, we got another PA runner. We got Erin, bib 194. Looks like she's at mile 209. Love you guys tuning in from Pittsburgh. I do feel bad because that is the wrong side of the state. I'm from the Philadelphia area, so I'm sorry for you. I don't want to start a fight in the chat, but I'm a Wawa person, and I know that you guys, I feel like Pittsburgh is more Sheets territory. It's a bummer. It's a bummer for you guys, but we all can't be born in the perfect place, I guess. Love the, why did I think this was over already? Well, 96 hours for a race. I can't imagine most would be over at this point. So I do understand that, but this is not most races, I would say. I love the comment, imagine if this race was an out and back. I have actually been suggesting to everyone I can that this becomes the Cocodona 500. And weirdly enough, that hasn't gotten a ton of pull yet. But if you guys keep encouraging that, I feel like we could make this happen. I think it would be fun. It would be downhill on the way back. So easy. Duh. Everyone, the first 250 uphill would just be the warm up, and then you bust ass back to the start. Set a PR on your way back. Negative split it. Easy. Love all the PA people in the chat. Everyone arguing about Wawa versus Sheetz again. Wawa is the answer. It's pretty great. I will say one thing for Pittsburgh. The concept of putting French fries on a sandwich is something that I strongly identify with, and I do really appreciate the innovation that you guys were doing in that sort of sandwich French fry space. I think that's pretty great. Yes, the Primanti Brothers, as someone mentioned. But cheesesteaks are pretty great too. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with Maggie Gooderall. She was on Sarah O's crew this year. She's also a pretty accomplished ultra runner in her own right. Been to Barkley a few times, casual, States, Hard Rock. Anyway, she's also from PA, and there's definitely photo evidence somewhere of her doing the Philly taco, is that what it's called? Where you take a cheesesteak and you wrap it in a giant piece of pizza and eat it like a taco. So while Pittsburgh may have the French fries in the sandwich, we are also kind of innovating in the weird food space. It looks like we have eyes right now on Kevin Russ from Portland. He's just crushing it out there. It looked like he was last at Wildcat, so now he will be heading up and over Eldon, going to Trinity Heights, and then just bopping into the finish from there. I mean, looks like, according to the tracker, he's around mile 252. So he will probably be our next finisher. If you guys have any more innovations in the weird food space, like a Primanti Brothers sandwich or a Philly taco, I would love to hear about them. So please drop those in the chat, because I am also constantly trying to innovate in that space. I think garbage food is one of my favorite things. My food pyramid, the bottom big part, is nachos. That's one of my favorite food groups, I would say. I see someone mentioning poutine. Yes, that's a good food. I don't even think that's a garbage food. That's just a good food. Anything with French fries is kind of always a yes from me. Loving the comments about getting Kevin some Chipotle. I mean, he kind of earned it. He didn't technically win, but I think he still probably deserves some Chipotle. I wonder if that is going to be his first meal post-race. I hope not, for his sake. I feel like he may get tired of Chipotle after a while. If I ran hundreds of miles up and down that segment, I would probably never want to see Chipotle ever again, but to each their own. It's definitely, as I've said before, it's a good training run for this, I would imagine. I'd like to hear his opinion on whether or not that helped prepare him for this absolute beast. Garbage food. Jellied eels. Wow, that is terrifying. Oh, hey, Jay. I hope you're gearing up for high-low in Leadville this year. That's going to be a killer double. Ooh, someone said apple pie and ketchup. See, I like those things separately, but I don't know about together. Someone asking where on the course this is. So it looks like the Skycam is somewhere around Trinity Heights, which is the last aid station on the course. Let me check what the actual mile marker is. It is at mile 253. So then from there, it's a quick, short 4 miles to the finish. It's interesting seeing everyone's strategy as they kind of come into Trinity Heights. Some people are just in and out because they want to just get themselves to that finish and not even waste any time. And some people, I think, kind of really take a moment to reset and celebrate their journey, What's another few more hours when you've already been out there for what? Almost like 97 hours at this point? Woof. Box macaroni and cheese with hot dogs. Yes, that's it. That is kind of my jam. I don't know about the suggestion of grilled cheese and peep sandwiches. That disturbs me. I do like Peeps though. Oh, so I don't know if any of you guys have tried the Precision products, like their gels and their chews. I have the texture on their gels. I will keep my thoughts to myself because it's not, I would say, PG-13. But their chews, I swear to God, the neutral chews they have, I do really like them. They have the same kind of taste and texture as a Peep, which for me, I would say is a good thing. If that's not your jam, I would say maybe avoid them. It looks like this is Kevin kind of coming in to that Trinity Heights aid station, that tent in the distance, as he's that little ant-sized dot moving. It looked like he was celebrating a bit when he saw the tent, and I totally get that. Ooh, wow. Someone said there's an aid station at BR, which I think, I'm guessing, Burning River maybe, where they had fried rice with bacon. Oh my God. That sounds amazing. I don't know if I'd be able to eat that mid-race. I tend to have problems eating real food during races, but I would crush that. I mean, now, later, anything. Someone suggested beef patty with peanut butter and mayo. Yes to the peanut butter. I don't know about the mayo. Oh, thanks, Elisa. I miss you. That's one of my, Elisa, one of my pacers when I did Western States a few years ago. Also one of my good friends besides just being a pacer. Someone says that the precision chews remind them of mochi. Yes, I agree, actually. They do have that similar texture. I find them a lot easier to chew also and like kind of get down. They don't really get stuck in your teeth. Hashtag not sponsored. I wish. Precision, hit me up. I will talk about your chews. Again, I won't discuss my opinion on the texture of the gels, but they work. They taste good. The texture is just weird. Someone says, I don't like watermelon on last week ultra. I was just crushing watermelon. Yeah, watermelon at an aid station during an ultra is one of those top tier foods. Doesn't have a lot of calories, I would say, but something about it just hits right. That and the whole pickle juice thing. Someone said they had a bacon mashed potato wrap mid-race. Yeah, absolutely. I think, see, that sounds, I'm not a nutritionist or dietitian, so like take this all with a grain of salt. I don't know shit about shit, but mashed potatoes, you got your carbs. Bacon, you got some fat and some protein. And especially for longer stuff like this, past 100 miles, which feels a little crazy, kind of insinuating that 100 miles is short because it's not. But I feel like for stuff like that, you do need the like fat and protein to kind of keep you going besides just carbs. So that sounds perfect. Looks like Kevin is in good spirits here at the Trinity Heights aid station, taking some time to get some food, some water, refueling before kind of hitting the road, heading to the finish. I do love all the people I'm seeing with the bibs on the back of their vests now. I've never actually tried that, mainly because I think I've never run a race long enough where a bib on my clothes would annoy me. I'm a short distance person. I've only done 112 miles. But I do think that makes sense for a race this distance of just sticking it on your vest. Yeah, sub 100 for Kevin, I would say, seems to be a possibility for sure. If he has, 4 miles left, we're at hour 96 and a half. I mean, he could roll himself, I think, to the finish and still cruise in under 100 miles now. Peanut butter and dill pickle sandwiches. Oof, I don't know about that. I would try it, but I don't know. Someone said Kevin is calfzilla. Yeah. I am really, there are some runners out there who have some incredible calves, and I have questions about their gym routine. Because not everyone can do that. Oh yeah, peanut butter and honey on a spoon. That's a classic combo, I think. You can't really go wrong with that one. Peanut butter, banana, and mayo. Man, I don't know about you guys with all the mayo. I like that. A lot of these combos sound good until we get to the mayo addition, and that is kind of where you lose me. Nothing against mayos. I think it's good if you want to add some moisture to whatever you're eating, but I don't know. Marathoners got all the snack tech. No, they didn't. Marathoners eat gels. And that I don't think is snack tech. Gels are fine, some of them, but I wouldn't say that's what I wake up every day craving. Oh my gosh. One time a few years ago, I think this was 2020, I was working with Goo and I had like a bunch of gels and chews, and protein powder, and they were making nut butters at the time. And anyway, I was getting really bored because I didn't have much to do. So I decided I was going to do this. I called it the Gooper Size Me challenge. I would like to say that Goo actually hated that I wanted to do this and they asked to not be associated with it. But I was going to try to only eat Goo products for a week and just see what happened. So I was eating gels, chews, their protein powder recovery mix, like Roctane drink mix, and then the waffles and nut butter that they were making. And I was like, look, I got carbs, obviously, from all the gels, and then protein from the protein powder. Oh, we've got the volunteers waving, having fun at Trinity Heights. And then I had fat for the nut butter. And so I was determined, like, oh yeah, I have all the macros. Hey guys. All the macros, and then I can get enough calories. I lasted, I think, a day and a half. And then the guy I was dating at the time was making dinner, and it smelled so good that I thought I was going to die if I didn't eat any. Because I was eating enough calories, but I was just constantly hungry. Because as it turns out, gels just aren't enough. So that's my pro tip. Don't try to subsist only off of processed sports nutrition. I don't think anyone thought it was a good idea, but I tested it out for you anyway. But yeah, so I made it a day and a half. Would not recommend. I believe I recognize one of those volunteers from the overnight on, I think, what was that? Wednesday night. She was out there, I think maybe even wrapped in that blanket, but the girl with the flannel on, I think I recognized the blanket and her having a great time overnight at Trinity Heights as our leaders were coming through. So love to see people out there for so long. I think that is just incredible commitment to helping out all of these people achieve their goals. If you guys haven't volunteered at an aid station before, I would highly recommend it, especially if you can get one kind of late in the race, like Trinity Heights. It is so much fun. It's so rewarding. Just an absolute delight. Someone asked if you've ever tried Noogs. I have not, and the chews, but a friend of mine who was in the chat earlier, I know she really likes them. I've added them to my cart before on the feed, but then I just never managed to commit and actually hit checkout. Oh, we've got eyes now on Garrett Nelson, who is looks like he's about a mile or so behind Kevin.
Just a little bit in front.
Oh, sorry, a little bit in front of Kevin. So he has already left Trinity Heights, and he is heading to the finish then. Again, just once you get out of Trinity Heights, I think it's pretty easy. It's not like that descent down from Eldon that's super rocky and technical. So they just can kind of cruise on into the finish, as well as you can cruise at mile 250 plus. I will say I have been really impressed by how well people are still moving. When I was driving over to the studio this morning, I passed a runner and his pacer as they were running down from the hospital, and they were absolutely moving, which is just pretty incredible and kind of inspires me to maybe work on running a bit more at the end of my races instead of just walking my butt there. Someone said, back in my day, we used to train on ding dong, stale pizza, and beer. I mean, people still do that. I'm very familiar with people who use, they got a pocket on their hydration vest that's specifically for pizza. So you can still do that if that speaks to you. Yeah, Brittany, I think I might have to try those Noogs at some point. I think they have like some sour flavors, right? Yeah, they have a sour apple. That is what I am interested in, is the sour ones. I feel like that flavor would kind of help wake me up a little maybe, or like reset my palate. Ooh, Slim Jims. I feel like that's something I could try in a race. I think I would have to be past like the 30-hour mark. But that would either go really bad or really well for me. There would be no in between there. Because I'm still trying to figure out what kind of real food. So far I've had success with mashed potatoes, like instant mashed potatoes and gushers. I've tried these little like rice balls before. I tried some of those for the first time at Western States, and that I would say did not sit well with me. Same with tater tots, which the tater tots was really upsetting to me because one of my nicknames with some of my friends is Tater Tot, and I am deeply, deeply upset that I couldn't eat tater tots while I was running because that just kind of felt like a betrayal from my body. But someone asked, what's the game plan for charging devices along the way? Some people go with a watch that, especially if you put it in ultra mode, I believe, ultra track, where it pings GPS less often, watches can last a couple days at this point. So, depending on how fast you're running, you might not need to charge your watch. For most of us normal humans, we probably have to charge our watches. I've charged my watch during a race before. I think depending on the watch, some of them you can charge while in the middle of an activity. I think some of them will stop the activity, so it might depend on what watch you have. I know Garmin at least makes a charger now that is kind of flat. It doesn't, I don't know if I'm going to describe this well enough, but you can kind of like slide it under the watch, just loosen it a bit and charge it as you move. I've also honestly just taken my watch off, thrown the charger on, and just stuck it in my pack for an hour or two, and then you pop it off the charger and put it back on your wrist. So those are my recommendations. Check on what kind of watch you have and if it supports charging during an activity, and then boom, power bank and a cord. Someone asked for best Garmin watch for long races. I actually use a Coros right now, so I would recommend the Coros Vertex because it has pretty incredible battery life. But if you like Garmin, I think probably what are they on, the 965 now, whatever the latest 900 line, or a Phoenix or an Instinct maybe. Also maybe kind of get one of the solar ones, because sometimes a little bit of extra juice from the solar here and there can also help extend the battery life. Would love to know a breakdown of watches on the course. I agree. I think it would be really cool to know that data. I would love to know like what watches people are using. I want to know what shoes they're using. I'll take any info. What fuel they're using, the packs, the clothes, poles, all of it. I want to know. I do like how Western States, I think, does gather a lot of that data on their runners. I think it's kind of interesting. Oh yeah, someone mentioned the Garmin Enduro. That one too. Definitely has really good battery life. Solar panel bucket hat. That's a concept. I think that might be a little heavy, but I don't know. I think that maybe that has some legs to it. We got some volunteers clapping. We might have someone coming into Trinity Heights right now, so that'll be pretty exciting. Bib 56, James Nally coming in to Trinity Heights. Again, last aid station before the finish, so I can imagine runners are pretty pumped to get here. Oh, someone mentioned the maple syrup, Embark salted maple energy. That I know that there's that one brand, Untapped. All of their gels and their drink mixes are all maple syrup based. I've used those before. I don't hate them. Oh, looks like this is James at the final aid station before the finish. I wonder if he's going to grab food, what he's going to grab. I want to know all this. We got the stats on all the aid station food earlier, and I thought that was incredible. The amount of lasagna that people are eating out there is kind of disturbing. Oh, he's waving. Man, a lot of people talking about the watch flashlight feature. I think because I'm a millennial and so I always have my phone on me, and so I would just use that flashlight, but I don't know. I think if I had that feature on my watch, I would probably use it. To be honest, I might have it on my watch. I just don't know how to use this thing very well. So I actually have no idea if that's a feature. So if someone knows if the Coros Vertex has a flashlight, please feel free to let me know. Oh, someone suggested a lightweight solar panel umbrella. I don't know about that. Again, I think it might be a little too heavy. Okay, someone asking about what DFL gets this year. Let me see if I can figure that out. I don't know off the top of my head, but we are going to find it. Ooh, that's not the button I wanted to click. God, they have too much info on these races. Crazy to say. Additional race info. Yeah, we do have a lot of people saying they like the flashlight feature. I learn something new every day. You guys are teaching me a lot. Okay, I can't find any info on what DFL gets this year, but we will try to figure that out. Someone asking if Andy Glaze has finished. Let me check. I don't think so yet, but yeah, it looks like he is at mile 231, so he should be coming into Wildcat next, which is the last aid station before the climb up and down Eldon. Someone said DFL gets cold lasagna. I mean, you guys can every runner can get cold lasagna if they'd like some. I wouldn't recommend it, but that's not something we just reserve for one person. Oh, okay, someone said the only smartwatches with a flashlight are Garmin. Okay, so that's the one big thing Garmin still has over Coros. The flashlight. Oh, watch flashlight in a trailhead bathroom at 5 a.m. Okay, now I get it. I see the use case now. Using my phone as a flashlight in an aid station or trailhead bathroom always makes me nervous that I'm going to like drop it in the pit toilet, and then that's my life right there. One of my friends once, actually, this is not running related at all, but it is phone in porta potty related. We were in New Orleans for Mardi Gras, and she dropped her phone into the porta potty on Bourbon Street, like just right into the big bucket of everything. And she did reach in and get it and wash it off. And we all told her she was not allowed to touch any. She's like, no, I washed my hands. I washed it off. It's in a little like Ziploc baggie. Like it's fine. And we did not let her come anywhere near us. We were like, you need to take about 18 showers, maybe put hand sanitizer all over you, but we do not want to be anywhere near you. I don't think it was worth it. Someone asking if there are many runners out there without a crew other than Andy. I do think there were at least a few fully unsupported, no crew, no pacers. I don't know how many of them are still out there because we don't kind of distinguish by that as a category in the results, but it is pretty impressive, those people. I mean, obviously the aid stations are pretty great, so I do think it is totally possible to get by without a crew, especially if you don't have any special nutrition that you need to have that the race might not have. If you're really good at kind of adapting to problems as you go and you're really good at that problem solving, I think you can definitely, this is a race where you could get by without a crew, without a pacer. Someone is asking about sunglasses. Oh man, one of my friends, she has, I think, no joke, maybe 100 pair of running sunglasses. To be fair, she is a journalist and a gear reviewer, so that is part of why. But she has so many, and I've gotten to try a few of hers out. I have a pair of Pit Vipers. They are the like heart-shaped lenses because I am just a girl at the end of the day, and I think they're cute. But they also have a photochromic lens, which is kind of like those transition lenses. So when there isn't a ton of sun, they lighten up and they're like this light pink so you can see everything, and then they'll darken up when the sun gets more bright. So I like those a lot for like photochromic lenses for trails are great because there's just when you're running in and out of trees and stuff, the light can change so much and then you don't have to keep taking your sunglasses on and off. So, brand agnostic, I would just say look for something photochromic is my biggest recommendation. see if I can refresh my tracker. Someone said that Emily is probably about a mile out from Trinity Heights, so I hope so. That would be cool to see her and cheer her on to her finish, as I've now decided she's one of my favorites because of my Pennsylvania bias. I think one of the more fun parts for me about races like this, or any race really, when you're kind of working through, you know, the elites have come through and now we're on to the normal people who are just like me and you and most of us. I just kind of like picking people that I don't know at all and deciding they're my new favorite runner and cheering for them like I've known them my entire life. Yeah, a lot of people talking about Gooders. I do love a pair of Gooders. I will say, I don't know how many people know about this, but I believe, at least they used to do it, where if you scratch the lenses on your Gooders, because they do kind of get scratched up when you're tossing them around, you can like send them back and they'll replace the lens, or they'll send you replacement lenses, which is pretty cool considering they're pretty cheap, pretty affordable sunglasses. The fact that they will kind of send you a new pair of lenses so you can keep using them is pretty awesome. A lot of love, quote unquote, in the chat for Garmin training status. I personally think it's a badge of honor to be labeled unproductive. So I think that's pretty fun. I like to prove Garmin wrong. You know, the race predictor, I like to prove that wrong, whether it's telling me I'm faster or slower, really in either direction. And then the training status, I'm like, you actually don't know me. Someone asking, what trail shoes are you rocking? I mean, I'd love to hear from you guys what your favorite trail shoes are. I am very much a Salomon person. I actually have the S-Lab Ultra Glide in my car right now, which I believe are the shoes that Ryan Sands was wearing when he finished. I also like the Genesis and the Thundercross, and they're coming out with a new, I think it just dropped a couple days ago, the Aeroglide 3 Gravel, which is kind of, I feel like a road to trail type shoe, like an ATR, like a Hoka Challenger. Big fan of that. I have the road version of that shoe too, and it is maybe one of my favorite shoes they've ever made. Oh yeah, the Sense Ride 5, also a really good shoe. Someone asking, there's 28 hours left. Again, I can't do math. We're almost at hour 97, and the final cutoff is 125 hours. So 28, yeah, about 28 hours left. That math, I think I did correctly. We've got some Ultras. We've got some Saucony, Norda. Hell yeah. Okay, so we've got, this is James up here. James Nally. He's kind of right there with Kevin, who we saw earlier. He left Trinity Heights, and now James is chasing him down. Looks like his pacer's really setting a good pace as they head to the finish. Oh yeah, Innovate. I have heard a lot about Innovate. I think a lot of my friends in the UK and in Europe are really big fans of Innovate. I don't think they've caught on quite as much here in the States, but I've definitely heard a lot of good things from my more international friends, especially I think for like muddy conditions. So maybe would have been good for this race, especially at the start. Oh, someone even said Asics. Yeah, I don't know much about Asics trail shoes, but they said they're stepping up their game, so maybe I need to check those out. I do like some of their road shoes, I'm not going to lie. One of the first pairs of road shoes I tried was a pair of Asics, and I really, really didn't like them, but that was, years ago at this point. But I've come around to them. Oh, someone said any size 15s. Yeah, that, I can't even conceptualize how big of a shoe that is. My deepest apologies. I have a very I'm an average height, average shoe size type person, which I think is pretty nice sometimes because I can get a lot of shoes on sale. Someone mentioning Mount to Coast. Mount to Coast does intrigue me. I like how they have you can, like the kind of two laces almost, so you can kind of get a different type of lockdown on the forefoot versus your midfoot as someone with a really weirdly shaped foot. I feel like that I could really get into that. Someone again asking about the next cutoff. So the next cutoff is going to be at 8 a.m. at Kelly Canyon, which is around mile 206. So we have about 2 hours for runners to make their way to mile 206. Oh, wow. Someone said they ran a 50K in the Nova Blast. I could see that. Oh, we've got someone finishing. It looks like this is... Okay, this is Sedona Canyon 125 finisher. Booking it to the finish. Nice work. I think there's something extra special about the people who sign up for the race that is, quote unquote, only half the distance. Scott Davis. Nice work, Scott. I feel like, thank you, if I signed up for Sedona Canyons, I would hit that 100-mile mark and really do a lot of questioning of my life choices of just like, why? But why didn't I just do 100? Like, what's wrong with 100 miles? Why did we have to do 125? But I think I do that for almost every race distance. I just did Gorge Waterfalls 100K out in Oregon with a bunch of my friends, and I definitely remember hitting the 50-mile mark and going, man, a 50-miler would have been fine. Like, why is the extra 12 miles really necessary? Like, why did I do 100K? And, then I do a 50K, and I think a marathon would have been fine. So this might just be a me problem. Okay, we've got eyes again on James as he's heading out of the finish, or the Trinity Heights towards the finish. What's the difference between 100 and 125? Well, again, not good at math, but about a 25-mile difference, which, is a fourth of the distance of 100 miles. So I feel like that makes a bit of a difference. I don't know. Maybe it's all about mental, too. If you go into it knowing it's 125 miles, but when you hit that 100-mile point, it's NBD. But again, the longest distance I've ever done is 112 miles. So anything past that, even 100 miles is still a little scary. Someone asked, how are the commentators doing? I feel great. I had my first sleep of more than 4 hours last night for the first time since Monday. So I actually feel incredible. I think you swear that's true. I wouldn't say I'm the most lucid I've ever been, but I'm awake. Someone said, I've always used road shoes on the trails because I couldn't tell the difference once the fit was dialed in. I don't know if I could do that on some trails I've run. I feel like sometimes I just really need that really grippy rubber, especially if I'm running downhill on a pretty steep grade. It makes me feel a lot safer, but I don't know. If you can wear road shoes on the trail, more power to you. Someone said Gorge Waterfalls was so fun. Yeah, it was really fun. I do think that is a super, super gorgeous race. I love the Pacific Northwest in the spring. I did Gorge this year, and last year I ran the Eugene Marathon also in Oregon in April, and it's just so pretty. Someone asking, is the 125-mile race an actual 125, or does it have the extra fun miles? Well, I think it has a couple extra fun miles. It looks like, according to the tracker, the finish is at mile 128.9. So, but this is one of those things, and I tell my friends who, aren't super into the trail world yet, they're coming from road running, I do warn them a lot that, when you sign up for a trail race, and you're out there, and your watch hits that distance of whatever the race is, and you realize you're still a couple miles from the finish, that's going to happen. That's expected. No one's out there with a measuring wheel certifying these courses for the USATF. So it's all kind of like, you got to add an ish at the end of all the mileage. And sometimes you will get lucky and it'll actually be lucky, quote unquote. It'll actually be a little shorter. I did the Leadville Silver Rush 50 miler last year, and I would say I had a pretty terrible race. I kind of forgot how to eat. So I was suffering for the last 20 miles or so. I had a great first 50K, and the last 20 miles were just absolutely terrible. But I do remember I hit the finish at mile 48 on my watch, which sometimes I think maybe if I had run a PR in the 50 or something, I would be a little bummed that it only measured at 48. But I was so happy to be done at mile 48 and not have to run 2 more miles. So, you know, it all evens out in the end. Oh, someone said their buddy used to do the imaging pass run wearing Chacos with no problem. That I do know people who run in sandals. I don't know if I would do Chacos. It depends on the Chaco. I think some of the ones with a big toe loop weirdly get uncomfortable for me after a while, but if they don't have the toe loop, maybe. But I kick rocks way too much. Someone asked, why do we all stop eating during an ultra? I mean, it's hard. It's really, really hard. I think that's why everyone who succeeds in these races, like from the front to the back of the pack, they are the people who are really good at eating. You just can't push yourself that far on no food. Although Rachel, during her interview, she did tell us how she did a 100-miler. I don't remember when, but I feel like it was sometime in the past couple of years where she just wasn't able to eat the entire race because she had a stomach bug beforehand, and that blew my mind, maybe more even than this finish, because doing 100 miles on no food might be more impressive. TV's not working. All right, we are going to cut to an ad real quick.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushion trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world, in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
Hey, I'm Steve, Cocodona Race Director. Some parts of the Cocodona course are hot, really hot. So when we were looking for our runner shirts for the Cocodona 250, we wanted something that would protect our runners from the intense Arizona sun. Our search led us to the Janchi Sun Chaser, the perfect hoodie for a desert ultra. UPF 50 that doesn't sweat off, cool to the touch and cling-free fabric even when you're sweating, scuba-style hood, integrated thumb slits. It's lightweight and super breathable. Thank you so much, Janchi. Chase the sun, but don't let the sun chase you. Happy running.
All right, we are back. I am still Claire, and now I am joined by my co-host,
Greggy. I am here. You may have seen me photobombing briefly about half an hour ago at the aid station.
Love it.
Finish line aid.
Yeah, we've just been hanging out, waiting for our next few finishers to come in.
Yeah.
I did see some conversation in the chat about a couple of people learning for the first time that Squirrel's nut butter is not actually a food product.
Oh.
Which is hilarious because I did actually have that conversation with one of my friends yesterday.
I was about to say, have I not seen someone eat some?
You
feel like
probably have.
you
I think it is
it's
technically edible.
I think it's coconut oil. So
Yeah, I think you could. I wouldn't recommend eating
coconut
it.
oil is extra calories. I put it in my coffee sometimes.
Yeah, bulletproof coffee. I don't
coffee.
know about the taste. You know, a
On its
nut butter
own, yeah.
and peanut like jelly sandwich, I don't think would have the same flavor profile, but it wouldn't kill you. I think Squirrel's nut butter. Don't quote me on that. I am not a representative of the company, but it probably wouldn't kill you.
Yeah, you can see we got Fort Tuthill there, and that is what Squirrel's Nut Butter is sponsoring that aid station. I have seen Chris in his purple fedora multiple times. I'm hoping to actually give Chris a hug at some point. Whether or not that will happen, I don't know, but we'll see. It's been an interesting enough morning already with some Trail Magic peanut butter cups while I waited for the train.
I love that.
Trail Magic breakfast for some folks. Got to say hi to Patty Curry down at Main Aid, as well as Jubilee Page is down there, race director for Javelina 100. Check that race out.
I have fond memories of getting a hug from Jubilee at my finish at Javelina.
Yeah, thank you, Jubilee, for being here. And if you want to do a race, there's a massive wait list for Javelina, but you can get yourself on that wait list for free.
And it moves. I mean, those wait lists move, especially for Javelina, and it is such a good race. That was my first 100-miler, and I recommend it to pretty much everyone.
Yeah, totally worth it. And even if you're not in, there is the 100K, there's the 30K Jackass night race. You can also volunteer. You can pace. You can crew. You can show up not knowing anybody, and I can virtually guarantee you that you will get a loop around with someone.
There's always someone looking for a pacer.
Yeah, I mean, we've even got people looking for Cocodona pacers in the Facebook group.
I think there were people in the chat looking for pacers for their runner, like yesterday or the day before.
Oh, yeah, I remember that now. So many things going together in my head. Well, it's all fresh in my mind here, pulling up the note that I made on my walk. So these are things that happened last night. I met Greg the Pacer for Simon Gerard, bib 190. I'll just check out and see where that is, wearing the Pacer shirt from Javelina, that rattlesnake.
Oh, nice.
There this year, the pink one. I was like, dude, you got that. You got a good name, too. So see if we can let me get a quick update on that. Simon, oops, Q is not a number. 190, mile 249.5. So I might actually see this guy that I met standing on a street corner last night.
Yeah.
Which sounds super shady to say.
I mean, in the ultra world, I feel like meeting a guy on a street corner is actually pretty normal.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can tell walking around Flag. There are a lot of ultra runners here.
Oh,
just
yeah.
like the hats, the clothing,
I like to play
the
that
walk.
game of like, so do we think that's a runner, or because it is pretty easy to spot people sometimes.
Yeah, and you got the Mountain Town vibes. So like generic Mountain Town dude, generic Mountain Town woman. There is a definite standard. But
Yes.
It's a little bit different, Flag versus Bozeman versus
Yeah,
Boulder.
yeah. There's like slightly
Slight
different
differences.
flavors, just like a different, same person, different font type thing.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, your Uggs go up above your ankle. Oh, you're wearing the low Uggs. Okay.
Oh, we got someone asking about cutoffs, if they have to be in the aid station or out. And I do believe you have to be leaving the aid station by the cutoff time. So for the next cutoff, which is in about 2 hours at 8 a.m. at Kelly Canyon, which is mile 206, they have to be leaving the aid station by that time.
Yeah, and big shout out to Kelly McFadden, who was the aid station captain at Kelly Canyon,
Nice.
coincidentally named.
That's kind of perfect.
Kind of perfect, yeah. And for our folks at the finish line, Deb Hamberlin gave me the eggs and bacon. So shout out to
Shout
Deb.
out to that. Those were
Thank you for being out
delicious.
there. And Deb is in Western States this year, back after a 10-year hiatus.
Wow.
So good vibes to you. We are wishing you the best. We hope you have a fantastic day as you make your way down there. We also had Jeff, Will was down there, and Patty Curry, of course, with a big smile on her face, who said it's going to be a magical day.
Absolutely. I mean, how could it not be? Day 5.
Day 5, yes.
It's Friday, people. How can you
yeah.
not
Oh,
have
wow,
a good
Friday
day?
already.
I had to
should-
check that on my
I
watch.
should,
to see
I
what
should
day it
probably
was.
pause my watch. It's still going right now.
Maybe.
And then I have an update from the course. So for anyone in the 125 and the 250, when you make that left-hand turn onto Beaver Street, there is a free little aid station going down there. Beaver Liquor has sponsored it. I'm going to put it on my
hell yeah.
Instagram. But they have a cooler full of chilled Aquafina water bottles and a nice little note. So if you want to see what that actually says, I will pop my Instagram into the chat here, and you can check that out. But, nice cold water might be a treat.
I
on
wonder, it is a liquor store. I wonder if one bottle is just like actually vodka.
Oh,
Just
that
like
would
a little
be
bit
fun.
Russian
Just as a
roulette
twist.
of like whether you pick the right bottle or not.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Ooh.
Yeah, that, and depending on the person, that could help or hurt.
And it's hard enough to go down that hill. I nearly
Yeah.
took out a light standard, almost ran into yesterday. So be
my
careful on that concrete descent.
Well, it's hard when you're running and filming at the same time.
Going backwards, trying not to hit everything.
Yeah, it's an extra level.
Yes. So much fun.
Yeah.
Wow. So like we said, day 5 of coverage, hour 97. That gives us about 28 more hours of coverage, which would take us into 10 a.m. tomorrow.
It's crazy that it feels like 28 hours is such a short amount of time now.
Yeah.
Because that's still more than a day. But, after 97 hours, I'm like, 28? That's
28,
nothing.
that's nothing.
So the race is almost over.
Nothing.
It's not. There's still so much race left.
So much race, so much time, so many people out there. If you are tracking someone, you can see we've got that link in the chat there, the trackleaders.com/Cocodona. You can check and see where people are. Where did my window go? There's my window. And you really get an idea. If you look at that main map, if you do have this open in a different browser window, you can see when runners get to Fort Tuthill, which is the aid station we've got on the screen, even though it's only probably 6 miles from where we are, it's 4 from the Airbnb. It's not 4 on the race course. You see the giant, we've got the 250 makes a nice detour to the east up and over Mount Eldon. And the 125 runners get a little bit less intense course, we shall say.
Only a little.
Going up and around.
Yeah, we've got a lot of shout outs in the chat for Josh Bruin, bib number 183. He's a longtime volunteer, I believe, running a race. So big ups to him. We love the volunteering.
Yeah, thank you everyone who's been out there in any capacity, from setup to packet pickup to aid stations to aid station at Trinity Heights, tear down, all the folks running around with live stream cameras. Who do we have? Connor that did 60 miles.
Oh my God, that was so
70?
nuts. Yeah, and then he's racing a 50 miler this weekend, I heard. So,
Dude.
that's one way to taper. I don't know if it's the best way. I was about to say I'm not a coach. Technically, I have completed a coaching certification. I do kind of coach people, but I'm not an expert. I don't know if that's the right way to taper, but different strokes for different folks, I guess.
That was not something mentioned in the U.S. Good course
Yeah,
when I check it. But
They've updated it recently.
Yeah. Looks like that. Oh, we will give a big shout out. That is our aid station captain at Trinity Heights, Jan. And I want to personally say thank you, because that's where I got the headlamp when I was following Rachel and Trekking, and ended up being out of water, out of calories, and using my phone as a light in the dark, and trying not to eat something in the parking lot.
Yeah.
So thank you.
I've lost count, I think, of the number of times I've had to, borrow a headlamp from someone or get some. Then people are just so willing to help out. I accidentally at Run, my pacer, I say accidentally, we borrowed Carl Meltzer's wife's headlamp to get me to the finish, because it was taking me so much longer than we thought it would that we didn't have a headlamp with us. And we definitely, I don't know if I would have made it without that. So shout out to her for letting us steal that headlamp. We did promise to return it. I don't know if it ever made it back to her. So if it didn't, feel free to shoot me the address if anyone has it, and we can make that happen. Someone just said new taper guidelines: run as much as possible while steadying a camera with minimal gear or warm up. And yeah, sure, that sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, totally.
That was that. I'm sure that was just his tune-up run for the 50 miler.
Yeah,
just a little bit of downtime, and then boom. Let's see.
What do we got? Yeah, Trinity Heights here. You can see the sun is coming up. It was a gorgeous sunrise here in Flagstaff at 7,000 feet through town. And as runners get to that Trinity Heights aid station, they have just climbed 100 feet.
Yeah.
3,000 something feet going up, and just as much fun going down. And it is a very technical descent. So some very happy people will be coming down.
That's a hard descent. I was talking to Jeff Browning about that, I think, yesterday. And yeah, it does sound like the way it's reversed this year, I think it makes it a lot slower.
Yes. And it is quite a slog going up the backside with all the switchbacks.
Yeah, I think I would personally much prefer to run it in the other direction. Technical uphill, and then just a nice cruise down.
Yes. Totally agree with you on that one.
Yeah, we had someone ask if the volunteer link for 2026 is up yet. I don't think it is up yet.
2026 Cocodona, no.
Yeah, but
let's take a quick look. I will drop the regular volunteer. No.
Yeah.
Goes through Black Canyon, though. So if you're looking to volunteer at Black Canyon, that is available. I bet
Black Canyon is a fun one to volunteer at.
It is a blast. It is super fun.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put the volunteer link into the chat here right now. So you'll see airviperrunning.ivolunteer.com, and you can check out the variety of races, because Airviper is not just in Arizona.
Yes.
There are Colorado events. There are
a lot of Colorado events.
East Coast events in states I'm not. New Hampshire. New Hampshire has some events. Yeah, the White Mountains.
Yep.
I think it's a White Mountain Endurance Cup, something like that as well. But yeah, check out Air Viper Running for some more information. Got a lot of races coming up. The night races in Phoenix. There actually is a race in Colorado tomorrow that is happening.
Is that Rock Hawk, or is that a different one?
Looks like it is Mountain Ridge Trail race. Rock Hawk is coming up shortly.
Okay.
When is Rock Hawk? Coming up soon. And shout out to some of the Airvip Colorado people too. I know race director Jason Gerhardt was down at the finish line yesterday.
That was his wife who finished in 4th female, right?
Yes, Shelby crushed it. Congratulations, Shelby, if you're out there listening. If not, I was actually hiding behind the finish line talking to people and got to see the finish. So that was really cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, she had a pretty great race, it looked like. Just kind of steadily climbing in the ranking to finish 4th is pretty awesome.
Yeah, and coming back after the broken foot and all those adventures from, I guess that's 2 Black Canyons ago.
Yeah,
that happened. Just big congratulations, and for anyone out there too. Like if you are injured right now, that sucks, but you
can always
there
come
is
back.
light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes.
Yes. So the Rock Hawk for Colorado Air Viper races, the Rock Hawk has been postponed to August 30th. But it is the Mountain Ridge Trail Race. I wonder if there is still race day registration on that. No registration. Hang tight.
Okay, someone asking about if there are any updates on Murray Holland, so his pacer can know. It does look like the last update was about 5 minutes ago. He was at mile 226.1. So he's definitely pretty far ahead of the cutoffs right now. The next cutoff is about mile 206 in an hour and a half. So he is, 20 miles ahead of that.
Wow, that is well done.
Mm-hmm.
Here. Oh,
that's lovely.
Is that bib number 72?
Emily Flynn.
Emily Flynn.
Who is
again
likely to be our next female finisher.
Okay.
And again, I'm biased because I love PA, but I've decided she's now on my list of top runners. We were chatting with the chat about that for a bit earlier.
Yeah. Oh, I remember talking about her yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She is on track to be our 9th female finisher.
Wow.
So that's not too shabby at all, I would say. And this is her first Cocodona, so
yeah,
it sounds like she has crewed, paced, and volunteered here for, and she did the 125 last year as prep.
Yeah, I would love to get her thoughts on the Hangover Trail as well. If she did the 125, her thoughts as well on, sunny, warm 125 and all the weather in this year's event.
It also sounds like she said that in November she did a 140-mile training run, which is pretty nuts. Yeah, and out and back on the Laurel Highlands Trail, which Troy was talking about earlier because he's doing the Laurel Highlands race, but he's only doing it one direction, and she did it out and back. So that is pretty incredible. I don't think I would have the strength to do a training run quite that long. I tap out at about 6 hours.
Good gosh, yeah, I'm trying to think of, I don't even remember.
Yeah, someone said, I don't think you're allowed to call 140 miles a training run. I agree. That's more in one run than some people do in a week, more than some people do in a month, That's pretty impressive in and of itself, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, well done. Saw a request for an update on Andrew Glaze. What we've got as of, where are we at? 6:25 a.m. Approaching Wildcat Hill.
Yep.
The Pete's Meats aid station.
Oh, man. I'm still thinking about the conversation I had with Hillary and Zach overnight discussing all the different things available at Pete's Meats, and it made me so incredibly hungry to the point where I was requesting people to slide into my DMs if they had brisket.
Yeah, nobody's
still an open invite, by the way.
Are you planning to head out there when you are done today?
I might. It depends on how tired I am. It's been an interesting sleep week. But also at the same time, all the runners out there are probably a bit more tired than I am, and they're also going to keep running. So
yeah,
I probably should as well. Someone asking if we show all the finishers. We are trying to show as many finishers as possible. Ideally all of them. So yes.
Yeah.
Someone was also asking for recommendations for films about Western states. I did see a recommendation for Unbreakable and Western Time. Unbreakable is the classic. You got Little Killian, all them. They're doing an Unbreakable 2 this year because the men's field is so insane. I would also recommend Billy Yang's Life in a Day, especially if you want to see some pretty badass female runners. That film covers 4 really incredible women. I rewatched that one a lot. So that is my recommendation for a Western States film. Just long on, have you guys shown Andy Glaze? He is currently out on the trail, so we do not have a camera on him now, but he could potentially pop up in one of our aid station static cams as he moves his way to the finish.
Yes, and I know there are drones getting ready to fly. And on that note, we'd like to say thank you to all our drone pilots, especially Mitch, who I met this morning, Mitch Queering, and I'm going to put that website in. He is doing some amazing stuff, and we've had some fantastic shots from people. Oh, this looks exciting.
Yeah, this is, I think, a redo. We had a trash truck earlier going through the finish, and now we have the recycling.
Oh, wow, and that looks like a shot from Mitch right now.
Yeah, there's Emily.
Thank
our
you,
9th
Mitch,
female,
for being out there.
absolutely
Mitch and
crushing
Rebecca.
it.
fun fact, when I was at Across the Years a couple years ago, they had the toilet truck come in, and there is no smell because they have this like peppermint scent that they put out. So we were standing around the aid station,
nice.
and all of a sudden it's like, Claire, are you chewing peppermint gum?
Why does it smell so good?
Like, oh, the sewer truck's here. Well,
it's not words that have never been said before. It smells so good from the trash truck.
Having been the guy that helps tip over the outhouses so they can get pumped, it is
so
not
brave.
that much fun. So, yeah, but shout out to Mitch there.
Yeah. We've got some shout outs in the chat for some of our back of the pack. For Liz and Robbie getting into Kelly Canyon hopefully soon, trying to beat that 8 a.m. cutoff. And absolutely, let's send all of our really good vibes to them and the rest of the back of the pack fighting their way to Kelly Canyon so they can keep moving on to the finish and flag.
Yeah, and just look at Emily.
Yeah, she's moving. I'm really loving also a lot of people dropping even more recommendations for Western States films. We've got Found on 49, Lucy's Dad, which I cannot watch because it will make me cry. Shout out Lucy Bartholomew, who's here pacing Ryan Sands, and that film follows her pacing her dad at Western States. And then we've also got an old school shout out for a movie called Race for the Soul. And that one I've actually never even heard of. So I am making a mental note because I love Western States so much. So I like to watch those movies.
Awesome. Are you going to Western States this year?
I don't know. I'd like to. Feel free to everyone tell all of the people at Aravaipa that I should come be a field commentator at Western States because it is my favorite race of all time. And I could talk about it probably for 125 hours straight.
Cool. You should go be a field commentator.
I agree. Devil's thumb. Put me in devil's thumb.
Would you do Cocodona? Can I talk you into Cocodona over the next how many hours we've got together? Oh, pause my watch.
There's a possibility. I think it's not the 250 miles that intimidates me. It's just the fact that I don't like wearing a hydration vest and like carrying things. And you have to carry so much for this race. So that is kind of the one thing that is, I'm like, I don't know. I'd like to pace her crew though. So I'm trying to convince either Zach or his girlfriend, good friend of mine, Katie, that they should do it next year, and then I can come and crew and pace, and that can really help decide for me whether or not I'd like to.
That's a good plan. Yeah, thank you, Mitch, with the John G. Sky Cam out there, and you can see how bright it's getting out here in Flag as well.
That sun's coming up real quick.
It felt hot out there up at 7,000 feet, and for our runners who are coming up and over Eldon, you're at 9,000 plus at the top of that. So very great adventure that you're having. And Emily's back to running.
Wow. She's moving
very good.
Part of me is like, I would like to do this race just to prove to myself that I can also run that good at the end of 250 miles, because I feel like I can't stop talking about how impressive that is to me, but it's really blowing my mind. Yeah, it does look like our next finisher, Garrett Nelson, is probably about half a mile out from the finish. So that is pretty exciting. And to whoever commented in the chat saying that they want me to do Tara's finish line after she wins Cocodona next year potentially, please, I would love to do that. We could talk for probably hours. That would be so much fun. She is such a hoot.
Yeah, I support that.
That would be a delight.
Producers over there, Trevor, yay, nay, getting a thumbs up.
I'm planning next year's Cocodona right now.
Hey, that's all right. If I get 2,000 followers, I'll do it.
Yeah, easy money.
Easy. Where'd my tracker go?
Well, someone said Andy Glaze is reporting that he broke his toe, but he's still moving.
Wow, we've probably got a lot of broken things.
Yeah. Oh, someone said they meant Western States, me to interview Tara at the finish of Western. I would totally do that. That would be also very fun. I'm loving these ideas.
Getting more and more excitement as we go here.
Yeah.
Who have we got? Yes.
And for someone asking, yes, that was Emily running still.
Okay.
And here we go. We got eyes on Garrett heading into the finish.
Yeah. Garrett was at Desert Solstice a couple of years ago. And that my friend Lindsay has got the beanie on, who's jogging behind him. Lindsay's had quite the health journey. Also a volunteer at lots of the Aravaipa events. I saw her at Sedona Posse Grounds earlier making food and things. So And you can see it takes a village to get folks to the finish line.
Yes.
And quick note on Garrett, he's going to be starting PA school, physician assistant school at University of Wisconsin-Madison just a couple weeks after Cocodona.
Wow.
So hopefully he enjoyed this much more than
going from
back
one
to
ultra
school.
to another. You know,
Yes.
school's a lot. I wonder which he's going to say was easier, running 250 miles or finishing PA school.
Well, now, he is a Cocodona finisher already. He did Cocodona in 2023 and then Sedona Canyons last year as we watch him come through the finish line.
Oh, good. We got
With
the
our sewer
recycling
truck
truck out of the
pumping
way.
everything out of there. Yep. Well, you got to keep stuff clean.
Yeah.
And congratulations, Garrett. Quite the finish, 97:33.
Nice
and a
work,
bit.
dude.
And let's take a quick look here.
Heck yeah, Garrett. He looks relieved.
Yeah. We
We were talking in the chat earlier about the trash truck and someone being like, oh, I'd be so mad if it ruined my finish line photos. I was like, I don't know. I think it would be kind of, for me, for how I race, it would be kind of fitting having a trash truck there.
Well, congratulations, Garrett. Looks like his second fastest time at Cocodona.
Nice. Which, again, it's considering the course is longer and more difficult this year, I think that is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that extra section of Hangover, I would love to know what he thinks of that. And it was actually Lindsay, who's in the background, that told me about Hangover years ago. So I have done that trail. I love it. I kind of want to go do it right now. Probably not going to happen with all the other stuff that's going on, but it would be an adventure to do that.
Absolutely. We've been wondering, Jeff mentioned Jeff Browning, previous finisher winner of this race, mentioned that he thinks the Eldon change, going up the what used to be the nice runnable downhill and then coming down to the technical section. He suggests that probably added about 1.5 hours to everyone's times, which I think makes everyone's finishes more impressive, but especially Dan Green and Rachel Entrekin's finishes and course records just even better.
Yeah, big congratulations to both Rachel and to Dan. So we've got our finish line cam there. Looks like we have a couple of the 125 runners getting close. Tori DeMeyer and Catherine Armstrong.
Someone said at least it's a trash truck and not a dumpster fire.
Wah, wah.
Yeah. Actually, I changed my mind about the trash truck being fitting for me. It would be more fitting that be a dumpster fire in the background of most of my finish line photos.
Yeah, fair. And would you get that as a tattoo?
Probably, yeah. One of my biggest regrets is I didn't get a javelina tattoo when I finished.
Oh.
But so I guess that means I just have to do the race
So what
again.
I'm hearing is you need to show up again this year.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
that's the lesson there.
Sign up early if you were looking for those
Yeah.
finish line tattoos. They sold out very quickly.
That does not surprise me. Someone's asking for Garrett to kiss the trash truck. I don't know if that's safe or sanitary.
But you never know.
Yeah.
I mean, I can send a message to Lindsay right now.
Like, hey,
why not, Lindsay?
Chat would like him to
Don't mind me
embrace the trash truck. Although, you'd have to walk all the way over there, and I don't know if he wants to walk anymore at this point.
Well, he is still standing and talking. He hasn't sat down.
That's true.
Food.
I think that I saw them bring him a chair, and I don't think he even sat down. Someone said your time doesn't stop until you kiss the truck. Yeah, Hard Rock House, you got to kiss the rock, and Cocodona, now you got to kiss the trash truck.
Yeah, well, the message was just sent. You can see, you can verify it. So Lindsay, check your phone if anybody can hear me at the finish line.
Yeah, someone tell Lindsay to look at her phone. This is really important.
Yeah. Wow.
Someone said that kissing the truck can't be worse than kissing a rock, and I don't know about that. I think I'd rather kiss the rock. I'm sure things have probably peed on it because it's nature, but I just feel like more things might have peed on a trash truck. Yeah, you've got to make
sure you mark your territory to assert dominance. So
I'm just saying, I have a male dog and he pees on everything, so
'tis a thing.
Mm-hmm. Someone said, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Kiss the truck. And you know what? That is actually a good argument. It'd probably be good for your immune system.
Yeah, build up.
Like I ate dirt when I was a kid, and I have a pretty good immune system now.
Dirt is fantastic. Is that no? That looks like a volunteer with the gimbal out there. Thank you, volunteers, for being here. We'll also do a shout out. That's Lindsay right there. Lindsay.
Tell him to
Oh wait,
kiss the
is she
truck.
passing on the message? Lindsay.
Please.
Lindsay. I could call. She's looking at her phone.
holding her phone.
Has she
We
looked
have
at the
a
message?
chance.
She saw it just now.
She's
showing
showing
him
him
right
the message
now.
to kiss the truck. Oh,
No,
he's
is that a
shaking his
no,
head.
Garrett? You're gonna know, Steve. Steve, will you do it? Oh, the dude's driving away.
Oh, no.
You missed your opportunity.
I'm sorry, chat. We tried.
Yeah, doing the best we can.
It sounds like he had the reasonable reaction of saying no.
I think it's even more hilarious that you could see that Lindsay pulled up the message I just sent to show him.
Oops.
Oh, well. But that's all right. We got John G sponsoring here. A big shout out to John G.
Absolutely.
They've got the Skycam that Mitchell Queering is, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is flying at Trinity Heights. We've also got Ultra Spire, Squirrel's Nut Butter with our
Which, again,
Fort
not
Tut
edible.
aid station.
Technically edible, but don't do it.
Nope. Speedland with the GS CCD, the Cocodona shoe. We've got one of those right here on the table. Table's the word for what it's sitting on. We've got NAC Energy, Tailwind, which I am drinking right now. Thank you very much. Catula and Satisfy, plus the coffee. Community Coffee Roasters. Anyways, we had some this morning, so it was delicious. Thank you.
I think coffee sponsor is probably always going to be my favorite sponsor. Although I am wearing a pair of John G shorts right now, and they are incredible. Oh my God.
Wow, so we might go to the field right now for an interview at the Trinity. We're laughing. We're not going to spoil the surprise for you, but the information we've just been passed. So we're going to go.
You guys are going to love it.
Yeah. And thank you, Mitch. Mitchell Queering again. We're going to put your link in the chat as we've got Garrett there taking some photos. Okay, and who have we got at Trinity? Is this going to be, can we talk to Mitch? Oh, okay, hold on. Who have we got here at Trinity?
I'm a volunteer here at the Trinity Heights station.
Okay, and tell us what happened.
You mean when I wasn't sleeping?
Yes.
When you weren't sleeping.
We had some interesting traffic through here last night. We had 3 policemen show up, which we didn't know were police, so I was blocking the way till they turned off their lights, and then we saw who they were. And they apparently had a report about meth being sold in the parking lot here. I don't think this church is known for that, and we weren't either, of course.
Oh, man. That would help power some runners to the finish, I guess. I don't think that's what you guys
we did
had.
offer it to them. And we had a skunk and some deer through, and a few people that we don't know where they're from just wander through. So it was an interesting stop last night.
That sounds fun. A lot going on. I feel like the overnight. Yeah. Did the skunk leave anything with you guys?
The runners were pretty far apart last night. There's a lot more coming in now. It's going to be picking up through the day here. But there were maybe 25 that came through over the night.
Nice.
Wow, that's awesome. How are you feeling today? Thank you so much for being out there.
You betcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, so our field report from Trinity Heights, the alleged meth lab.
Oh my God, they're gonna tell that story for a while. That's the new one to me.
Wow. And we're back to our finish cam with Garrett, who very clearly declined our opportunity, but the truck is still there.
Which I can't say I don't understand it, but.
Do we have any finishers who are approaching? We had those 125 finishers.
Yes, there's some 125 finishers getting close, and then I believe Kevin, Russ, and James Nally are both probably a mile or less out from the finish, depending on how recently those trackers pinged. So we've got someone coming in from the finish now. I'm guessing probably a 125.
Yeah, see if we can grab that bib number.
Look at that. Strong finish.
Well done. Congratulations. That was bib 5. 15, which is Catherine Armstrong from Arizona.
Way to go, Catherine.
Congratulations, Catherine.
Someone asked if Trish was involved with the meth at Trinity. And you know what? I wouldn't put it past her. I know she's just a lovely elderly lady for sure, but you just never know. Someone said, yeah, that's what meth dealers do. Put up big banners, flags, and lights. Well, you got to advertise your products, I guess. I don't know any meth dealers personally, so I can't really speak to that, but I don't know.
And kudos to Missy Henry out there, bib 232, cruising along at mile 209, only 45-ish miles to the finish.
Only.
A mere walk in the park.
Only. Oh, yeah, someone said it's like explaining to TSA what the powders in their Ziploc baggies are. We've all been there. One of my friends, we had just done the Berlin Marathon, and we were flying to Copenhagen to just have some like actual vacation time, and she had some of that Pillar magnesium powder in a plastic bag in her carry-on, and she got like pulled over in security by German police to explain why she had a big powder, like a big bag of powdered magnesium, because I guess it can be used in explosives. So I was just standing there with my other friends, and she's getting questioned by the German police, and we were like, hey, so maybe on our flight back to the US we put the white baggie of powder in the checked bag so we don't have to do this again. So that's my pro tip. Either leave the packaging on, or if you can, put in your check bag, because it's best to not get arrested at the airport or in general, but at the airport especially.
You want me to share my fun story of
Absolutely.
what happens? So I had a powder back in the days when powdered peanut butter had just come out, and it was packed in that like vacuum sealed coffee stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what it showed up is they shut down the entire security line, and I got in Denver International.
Oh no.
It was a Friday morning, and I was in the fast lane with all the business travelers.
Oh, no.
My bag goes in, and then they're like, okay, so there's something in here. We need to wait for the explosives expert to come and test it.
Well, security at Denver is
down.
such a disaster anyway.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And I haven't flown into Denver for probably 5 years, 6 years. I mean, this is like over a decade ago, but it is super fun to be standing there joking with the TSA guys while you're waiting for the explosives expert to show up. And there's 200 business travelers just glaring at you because I shut down their... I didn't know. I'm like, it's powdered peanut butter, dude. Like, read the instructions. Open it if you want. Try it. Sample it. It's powdered peanut butter. Yeah. Needless to say, I did not get that back, but they took photos of it, and somewhere documented at the DIA security is Greggy and the exploding peanut butter. So,
incredible.
Super fun times.
So we've got, what mile is the last runner on? And it looks like in the 250, the last runner is probably around mile 194. And the next cutoff is in about an hour and 15 minutes at 2:06. So that's Mary Deanne Davis. So I think we should all start sending her some really good vibes, as well as Wade White, who is just ahead of her at mile 196. So big ups to them right now, everybody, as they are fighting towards Kelly Canyon.
Yeah, and it looks like on that trip from Munns Park to Kelly Canyon, there is a climb, and then as you get to the last 6 miles from it, there's a little bit of a descent, possibly runnable at this point, and then just kind of level and a nice descent into that aid station. So hopefully that will help our runners get in and make that cutoff.
In and out. Someone said, I hope Jamil greets Kevin with a big bowl of Chipotle when he finishes. And I agree. I think that would be just kind of a beautiful full circle moment for them. I don't know if Kevin will want Chipotle again after almost 100 miles of running. But, you know, if you're going to commit to running a segment 1,000,000 times to try to get Chipotle, I feel like you got to like it at least a little bit, right? Someone said, welcome to the Hard Rock 250 live stream. Yeah. Now that would be nuts.
Wow.
Imagine if they did Hard Rock as an out and back, like 100 miles out and 100 miles back.
Oh, yeah.
This is my only thing I'm coming up with now. Yeah, no, I'm putting that out there into the ether and hoping it manifests.
Would you do that if it becomes one?
I don't know. I want to do a soft rock, hopefully this year with some of my friends, and that way I can figure out whether or not I even want to run Hard Rock itself. I think I'd like to, but I also feel like that's one of those races that is so special that, you know, you have to make sure you really want it before you commit to it.
Wow. Yeah, that would be an insane adventure.
Mm-hmm. Someone did the Western States 200 during COVID. That is insane. I wonder, I don't know if you know this, Andrew, did they do it like starting up at Olympic Valley and going down to Auburn and then back, or did they start in Auburn, go up and come down? Because if I could choose, I think I would start from the finish, run up to the start, and then run back down. Because that sounds, 200 miles solo doesn't sound easy, but I feel like the downhill finish would be easier than doing it the other way.
Yeah,
you know?
I would prefer a downhill finish.
And I did just get a text when I mentioned doing a soft rock. One of my friends texted me about doing that July 17th. So
wow.
I will be booked and busy doing soft rock. So everyone cross your fingers that we managed to get that done, because I think that would be super fun.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got someone in the chat saying Tug Bourne, bib number 155, is leaving Kelly Canyon right now. And he is well ahead of that 8 a.m. cutoff. So heck yeah, let's keep going.
Okay, so I got an update about Tug yesterday. My buddy Tony DNF'd the race, but he met Tug and said, you got to talk about this guy.
Well, it looks like we have a relative of his in the chat. They have the same last name, maybe his wife, maybe a relative. So we'd love to talk him up right now.
Yeah, give us some info here as I'm frantically searching.
It does sound like the Western States 200 was Auburn to Olympic Valley and back, which, yeah, that seems like the way to do it if you're going to be that insane.
Yeah. Oh, and if someone is looking for a hard rock qualifier, yeah.
Oh, we've got Brock Everhart coming into Trinity Heights right now from Ohio. Midwest shout out.
Yeah, aid station Captain Jan in the background there. Thank you, whoever's got the.
Oh wow, this is the mom of Tug. He's 17 years old.
He is 17 years old. Okay,
wow.
He ran with my buddy Tony. I know that there's some big life updates. This is incredible to see.
Yeah, wow, 17 years old. That's awesome.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I definitely know that at 17 I was nowhere near physically, mentally, emotionally, any of it strong enough to do this. So he's doing something pretty amazing right now. You must be very, very proud to be his mom.
I can see the sun is coming up, so we can also see how cold it would have been summiting Eldon in the overnight.
Oh,
it was
goodness.
A crispy drive. I could not feel my hands by the time I walked here.
I was talking about that with Jeff yesterday when we were on, because we were discussing the weather, and he was talking about how it gets really, really cold up there, and especially if there's any wind, you have to really, especially if you're running in the mid back of the pack and you're not moving super fast going up there, you do have to have all of the layers on, or you will get way, way, way too cold.
Yeah, definitely. Just going up and down that little bit. With the cameras, having the heavy backpack was actually helpful because it kept me warm.
Oh, yeah. I could see that. We've got someone in the chat saying they ran with Tug twice at Brazos Bend. So it sounds like he's been doing this if he's done Brazos twice, that sounds like he's been doing this for a while. So again, that's pretty awesome. Back on the finish line cam. Looks like we might have Kevin and James coming in pretty soon, and there might be another 125 coming in.
Holy hell, I'm looking at Tug on Ultra Sign Up right now. He's got a last person standing, but he's got 1, 2, 200-mile finishes, 100-mile DNF, 1, 2, 3 50-milers at 17.
Wow.
Started at 16. Way to go. That's looks like
incredible.
His second ever ultra was a 100-mile attempt. So go
big
or go home.
Why not? Absolutely. We've got a couple questions asking who the oldest runner is. I don't know off the top of my head.
That is a great question. I also don't know.
Yeah, I know last year we did have a 17-year-old Brody Chisholm finish. His mom and he and his brother ran the race this year. Him and his brother both DNF, but I believe his mom finished.
Jenny was getting close to the finish when I was there last night talking with the crew.
Yeah, he was the youngest finisher last year at 17, and I imagine Tug might be the youngest this year. We've got some people in the chat saying They saw a 74-year-old woman out there as well as a 72-year-old man, which when I am in my 70s, I want to be at least have the ability to do something like this. I think that is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, just keep doing it. Stay active, do everything.
We have word from Tug's mom that he ran Rocky Raccoon last year, and the mud was just as bad as this mud, and he absolutely crushed that. So it seems like he was well prepared for the conditions this year at Cocodona. So incredible work by Tug.
Who'd have thought mud training would be the perfect thing you needed for?
I don't want to do mud training. I draw the line somewhere. I'll heat train reluctantly, but I don't know if I ever want to mud train. So more power to those that can. You're braver than me. Oh, we've got someone in the chat who completed their first marathon today.
Hey, congratulations already today.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. I guess it
depends on what time zone you're in.
It's almost 10 a.m. On the East Coast.
I know. I keep thinking, it's so early in the morning.
It's not even 7 o'clock here yet.
But yeah, congrats, Nick.
And for a quick race note, too, we've got the Flagstaff Crest race will be starting today from Fort Tut. So there'll be a lot of activity at that Squirrels Nut Butter Adventure Lube station.
That is going to start in about 7 minutes. I believe the start is 7 a.m. Oh, wow. Also, I love Tug's mom just absolutely pumping him up in this chat. He ran a sub 1800 miler at Brazos, which...
Good God.
That is a stout time. No matter what your age is, but I would kill to run a sub 1800 miler. So if Tug has any training tips, feel free to throw them my way. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, what's actually next for you?
I don't have any races really coming up until September. I'm doing a 24-hour, and then I'm thinking about trying to do across the years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's one of my big dream races. I love fixed time loops, so I want to do across the years and also 6 days in the Dome at some point. That is my jam. So, but I'm thinking about maybe doing the 48 or the 72.
Oh, cool. Might see you down there.
Across the years. We'll see. Depends on how the 24-hour goes.
Yeah. Good, wise decision.
Yeah. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But yeah, Tug's mom asking if anyone is out there on the course, and they see him, please cheer him on. We want him to know that we are all so proud of him as he's working his way to this finish line.
And you can see the crew there in the background. The village it takes.
Oh, yeah.
To help get people to the finish line here.
There's that quote of if you want to run fast, go alone. If you want to run far, go together. So I feel like that especially applies to things like this. Although I think if you want to run fast here, you also need to go together.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got a shout out for Gary Breadstick Smith. Where does that... I can imagine where that name comes from, actually. Running the 125. Let's check and see where Gary is right now. Mile 108. So within a marathon of the finish.
Easy money. Just a marathon. Less than.
And it's sunny. It's warm. It looks like that is just a bit outside of the Sinclair Wash aid station of the 125. En route to the Woody Mountain aid station. And after that, there'll be a tunnel under I-40. That sounds exciting. And then over and around in a loop to the northwest of Flag. Kind of looks like you follow a river or an urban. Is that the urban path?
I think I accidentally ran on part of that course my first day here. So it's pretty nice. I've been accidentally running on all sorts of different courses. I was on the Flagstaff Crest course yesterday. I was on a bit of the 250 course when I got up by Fort Tut Hill by accident. So, and it was all beautiful.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward when I'm done this morning to heading out to Buffalo Park. And I've been up Eldon a couple times.
Yeah.
I might do that again. I might go to check out some of the other Buffalo Park trails. And
I was also thinking about running there today. Seems like, a good atmosphere.
Yeah, there's going to be people out there. We got drones out there. You can high-five some runners. See, there might be some other folks, tents, chairs, and things. It is a Friday. It's also graduation weekend here in Flag for NAU. So there is a lot going on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of random stuff on the side of the road today too. I saw an iPhone and a pair of glasses.
That's a
don't know what's
bummer.
happening here, and I was like, I don't even know what to do with this. It's too early in the morning, and I got places to be and people that, or however that statement works. Okay, and for our Colorado viewers or anybody who might be in the Denver area tomorrow, there is a Aravaipa Colorado race, and there is race day registration. I've just had confirmation from Kirsten with Aravaipa Colorado. So
you know how rare that is nowadays to be able to rock up to a race and sign up day of? That is, I would take advantage of that. Anyone in the Colorado Denver area, like me, not currently, but if I was home.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get that race done. I'm just going to pull it up again right quick. And okay, so as I mentioned, my buddy Tony, who unfortunately DNF'd the race, spent a lot of miles with Tug. So messages from my buddy Tony to Tug's mom while you're listening. Tug is incredible. Tony met both him and his dad, such kind, dedicated humans. They were so gracious, and you need to order recovery roll stat.
Oh, we've got eyes on Kevin as he's making his way to the finish. He seems like, according to the tracker, he's like, half a mile out, and he's
Half a mile out, okay. So
getting in there. You see he's in town, so he's got to be pretty close.
Yeah. Now, where's the closest Chipotle?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look that up right now on my phone.
And he wants to, DoorDash some Chipotle to the finish line for Kevin right now.
Okay, so
Get
from
about
where we
18
are,
burritos sent to him.
Okay, so here we go. So the Chipotle is kind of by our Airbnb. So if someone's out there driving and you're coming from the south side of Flag, it is right off Milton Road. You could stop and grab some Chipotle and then deliver it to the finish line. I'm sure Kevin's going to have some photos taken. Maybe there's an interview.
He needs
Hopefully
a photo taken
Jamil's
with
down
Chipotle
there.
is what he needs. Oh, someone's in the chat is watching to help them clear out some doubt before Cruel Jewel next week. And that is an absolute baller race in the Southeast. That is very, very difficult, and I am absolutely 100% sure, Val, that you are going to crush it. Yeah, everyone get the burritos in the chat for Kevin, our Chipotle hero.
Yeah. Oh, we got Christian from the Netherlands. Oh, I hope I said that right. Thank you very much. We appreciate all the international support, all 1,500 of you. We got 197 likes so far.
Wow.
Thank you, everybody. Okay,
Smash
there's
that
Scott
thumbs up.
Rokas, photographer. And is that Kevin?
I think it might be.
Closer and closer. Oh,
We
we're
got
up to almost
severe
200
lack
likes
of
now.
Chipotle.
We can pass 200. Can we pass it during this finish? 198.
There we go.
And there it goes. Congratulations,
Nice
Kevin.
work. 98 hours. That is incredible. I wonder which he thinks was harder. Oh, now we've got James
James Nally.
right behind Kevin, coming on in, making his way to the finish line with his crew, his pacer.
Yeah, some quick info on James. He's finished Bigfoot, Tahoe, and Moab.
Nice. Oh, all right. Here's the
Start of our Flagstaff
crest.
Yeah. Now,
Everybody's-
do we have squirrels nut butter? Is Chris out there somewhere? Does anyone
Look
see
for a
the purple
hat.
fedora?
Yeah.
What a beautiful day to be doing
Oh my God,
a
I know.
race, to be out on the course there. Shout out to Speedland. You can see the Speedland arch. And also to everyone who did setup for that race, because there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things went from somewhere to somewhere else very quickly. So all the Aravaipa staff and volunteers are doing that.
Incredible work. Someone's saying we need a special edition burrito buckle for Kevin, and I agree.
There could
really
be something
agree.
special for Kevin at the finish. I don't know.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and oh wait, check this out. So our runner here, James Nally, has captained aid stations at Cocodona for 3 years.
Wow.
So he was one of the 7 Catula Cocodona scholarship recipients.
Nice.
He's most excited to do Walnut Canyon to Eldon to the finish.
Going on the downhill for,
Still moving fantastic. Got his crew with him there. Running down Beaver Street before he makes a left turn onto Birch.
Someone's wondering also, Kevin thinks Chipotle Challenger Cocodona was easier. I am really honestly curious about that.
Yeah,
So
I'll have to find out.
I hope we get the answer eventually. Maybe once he's had time to collect his thoughts. We got someone in the chat again onto the oldest runner discussion. They say it looks like perhaps Paul James Johnson, bib 249, might be the oldest man at 68, and then Stephanie Irving, bib 159, is 63. So that's longevity. That's what that is.
250. That's a big difference. 257. I think that's what we had the first year was a 257.
Yeah, he's got more than that on his watch.
I think I felt like 300. Yeah, 40,000 feet.
We're clear.
Oh, is that all?
Okay.
Right where the blue thing is, take it right.
Yep.
You can hug it if you want, James.
Question in the chat about tracking the Flagstaff crest runners. I'm talking so great today. I need more coffee.
Days. Question mark.
Yeah, I'll drop a link. The live.airviperrunning.com website. Oh, actually, no, there's no tracking. Just got information. Scratch that. I was incorrect. But, yeah, so, you can just do your best and wish everyone great news. Goodbye. Back to our finish.
And we have a question about what the cutoff is at Fort Tuthill, and that cutoff is going to be at 12:45 p.m. today. So we've still got quite a few hours.
5 hours. Yeah. That's an easy math one based on the position of the hands on my watch. Hey, and there we go. Great finish. Spike those poles.
Absolutely.
98.04 and change.
Look how happy he looks.
Oh, yeah. This is just so wonderful to see.
Yeah.
This is a huge endeavor. 255 miles.
That's so crazy.
Black Canyon City to Flagstaff. Well done.
It felt long just driving from like that distance to get here. The whole time I was like, oh my God. Can't imagine. I can. I don't know if I want to. I feel like if you stop for too long to just actually think about the distance, you're never going to be able to do it. It's that whole run the mile you're in 1 mile at a time. If you think about 250, you're going to have a breakdown, or at least I would. Paul Ludwig in the chat, I love happiness. I do too. That's why I love the finish line at stuff like this, especially once you get to the mid and back of the pack. I just feel like it just has the best vibes in the world.
Yeah, you've got the party pace going on, and families coming out,
and people who are just so happy to be there and so proud.
Yeah,
and it makes me happy.
Patty Curry sighting in the background now with a blue beanie, or toque as some people would call it. Big cheers and kudos to Patty, taking care of all those aid stations, all the dietary restrictions, all of the food. We had all those stats.
I still can't get over
I
stats.
did not ask about a lasagna update. There were 8 lasagnas remaining when we chatted yesterday.
I need a lasagna update.
Who do I know that might be able to get us a lasagna update?
We've got some people asking about how many miles it is from the top of Eldon to the finish. And it looks like the top of Eldon is around 248-ish. So less than 10 miles, if my math is right.
That
Maybe
would be
8-ish?
My math brain agrees with that.
Yeah,
because
really bad at math. But.
Well, let's just figure it. Going backwards, so it's from Trinity Heights to the finish is 3.9, and then about 4.5. So 3.9 plus 4.5 is that 9.4?
It's around 8 or 9.
8.4. Yeah, so it's yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
And
I can't
that might
add.
be less than that climb up
Yeah.
Eldon on the other side.
But is
Fueled
it
by Pete's
faster?
Meats.
Eh,
Yeah, I don't know. It was hard. It was a slog.
Yeah.
It was a muddy. I'm actually curious. Is it still the muddy? Muddy. Well, it wasn't that bad when I went up, and hopefully it's dried out.
I would
That
imagine
snow-
it's been able to dry out at least somewhat recently. So we should have, in a few miles, we've got some time, but our next finisher is probably going to be Emily, who will be 9th overall for women. So very pumped about that again.
Yeah.
From Pennsylvania. So I have to give her major props because that is maybe the best state.
Was Emily our
country.
Rocksylvania?
Yes.
That's what I'm remembering. Okay. Originally from Kentucky, which will always be home, but interesting. Arizona and Pennsylvania are pretty close in her mind in terms of rocks.
Yeah.
I would imagine different types of rocks.
Yes.
Not the sharp, stabby ones here.
Yeah.
More like slick, wet, rounded ones and tree
Yeah.
roots.
I mean, we've
back
got some
then.
pointy rocks. There's some big boulder fields, especially with like Heiner and out by Laurel Highlands that are quite sharp, quite large. But yeah, things tend to have been worn down a bit more by erosion. You know, you compare the Appalachian Mountains to the Rocky Mountains, a little bit more erosion going on. They're a bit older.
Just a little bit.
Yes. Some in the chat saying PA rocks are awful. I mean, define awful. I think rocks are fun. But yeah, if you don't like rocks, you might not like PA trails. Yes, some more Yay Geology shout outs. We're big rock fans here. So
Yeah, we had Rachel picking up rocks and carrying rocks for 250 miles. Like,
I respect it. Someone said they just watched that Lucy's Dad film because it got recommended and now they're crying. Yeah, I'm sorry. I did try to warn you. That's why, again, I said I can't really watch that one because it'll make me cry. Yeah, now we got someone in the chat naming all the good rock races in PA, which
well, we were talking about Rock Hawk in Colorado too.
Yeah. Rock Hawk, I mean, it's not PA
super
level rock, you know.
No.
Rocks and mud, try World's End. Absolutely. And you get the double whammy of everyone's favorite parts of the trail. Oh, we got eyes on Trinity Heights now.
Bib number 79. That is going to be Brennan St. Brain.
Yep.
23-year-old, Wichita, Kansas.
Got another Midwesterner representing.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty sleep deprived too.
Yeah. Another fairly young person in the field, 23 years old, just like Cody Poskin. I love all of the younger people doing these races now. I think that's super cool.
Ooh, looks like you just got a pocket quesadilla.
Classic.
Yeah, and that's Jan, and I saw Brett there earlier. If you're listening, thank you for all your help and your information. And Troy and I were out there on Sunday, Wednesday.
It all blends
Must be
together.
Wednesday because today's Friday. Yeah. Yeah, Brett's Meth Lab, I guess that might be.
They're going to have to rename Trinity Heights. I did see someone in the chat saying Trinity Heights, like high. H-I-G. Yeah, I was like, oh, incredible. Oh, yeah, someone found the name of the Boulder race in PA, the Boulder Field 100.
Oh,
A couple rocks, I'm sure. Yeah, 3.9 miles from Trinity Heights to the finish.
That is a great sign to see.
Oh, someone mentioned the Rut as the rockiest course they've ever run. That, I mean, yeah, that's a sky running race. It's, the fact that we have something like that in the U.S. is pretty nuts. That one is gnarly. But You can get a tattoo if you finish.
Yeah.
So
have you done that race?
I have not. I would really like to. Up in my neck of the woods, sort of.
Yeah.
Colorado to what, Montana?
Colorado,
It's not far. You got to go through Wyoming.
Yeah, Wyoming's gorgeous.
It is.
I
lived in Cheyenne, Wyoming for a
Oh,
year.
you did? Mm-hmm. I was in Laramie for a while.
Oh, nice. Yeah, kind of right next door to each other.
Yeah. Worst stretch of road I've ever driven in the winter between
I-80.
Laramie and Cheyenne.
Yeah.
I-80, yeah.
I drove once from Cheyenne to Salt Lake on 80 in the winter, and it was maybe the time I have feared most for my life. Like there was, because the wind and the snow, like the semis were being blown off the road, and I was like, I'm going to get a truck just blown into my car.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, it is awful. Same thing in a full whiteout. I tailgated a truck at 80 miles an hour because that was the only way I could see anything.
Yeah, because it's blocking all the snow.
Yeah, you're blocking the snow, you're blocking the wind. I can't see. Fingers crossed. I made it.
Terrifying.
But I was so done by the time I got to Laramie.
So we got someone asking if the Flagstaff Crest has started, and yes, that started about 15-ish minutes ago. We did have a camera on the start for a bit, and yeah, we will give you guys more coverage when we are able to on that one. And then I also had a question about if there's any word on a lady friend for Cody Poskin, as we were trying to set up a bit of a dating app experience for him, because as he mentioned in his runner survey, he's 23 years old, has never had a serious girlfriend, and would like one. So, we're still waiting to see if anyone has been sliding into his DMs now that he has made it known he is available.
We need to connect him with Shelby, because Shelby did that ultra dating app. Yes, because actually, let's go on that right now and see who's there. I know I met Mercedes earlier. Mm-hmm. She was one of the people. I think
one of my friends, Sarah, was also on that list.
Yeah, I was on that list. Ultra sign up. Okay, I'm just looking for that. We'll give you a rundown on all the single runners who played along. That was April the 1st, was it?
Yeah, because I was thinking April Fool's thing. Although I think if they did actually make that, it would have an audience.
Oh, they totally would have an audience. I mean, like missed connections at ultras, all the other things is,
That's why I've joked about like wearing something on my bib that just says I'm single. Haven't done it yet, but...
Who do we know that's out there in printing that can like print us one of these nice John G. Tech tees?
Well, but it's also because I'm like,
single.
I don't know if me in the middle of an ultra is kind of the best version, I don't know if that's really putting my best foot forward.
Yeah. There's something to be said though, like if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve
if
me
you
at my
can't handle
best,
me at mile 75, you don't deserve me at my finish line, I guess.
My hair will I puke. All right, it's probably going to happen at some point. Why not
really
happen at the start?
Trauma bonding. That is, every time I've had a pacer, I feel like, I'm like, I don't think you understand. Like, this is going to create a relationship that you're going to see me do some pretty wild things. Although, the last time I had a pacer, she did take a video of me peeing on the side of the trail, which I did then post on Instagram. So everyone got to see that one.
Everybody got to see that.
Yeah.
Hooray. Okay, we have the app. I've got it up right here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if y'all want to check out the Ultra Sign Up.
On Instagram.
On Instagram. Looks like it was a partnership with Aid Station Fireball.
Of course.
So what have we got? Matt Runs Trails. Matt 36 in Washington. We've got Mercedes. Take a look at that photo.
Foot pic.
Yep. The Slim Sadie on Instagram.
Oh, we got Zach Marion in the chat calling out that Connor, the videographer who ran 60, 70 miles, is also single and looking. So... Ladies, again, slide into his DMs.
Yeah, do we have Connor's Instagram?
Zach, can you put Connor's Instagram in the chat?
I know it was popping up on the screen, but I don't remember that.
I got it.
Okay.
Oh, Trevor, dude, you're awesome. Thank you. We've got Bree with a View, 33 in Utah. Diara in Colorado. Colorado_Trielite 25. I have seen that account many times. I know a good friend of Heidi Allen with her Vipa. We've got Mary Mess X, Mary 36 in California. We've got Kelsey, age 31, Arizona, killing kilometers Kells with a Z. Wait, do you say Z or Z? I always get my stuff.
Yeah, I just say Z.
Eric, 32 from California. Sweetie Eccles. Sweet Yeckles. Something like that. Chris Andrews, 25. Chris Andrews, _. Anyways, Maybe I can figure out how to just drop this into the chat. But aid station for Alba on Ultra sign up. That was on April the 1st. Travis PE Hike, 35 in Colorado. Anyways, lots of people. I'm on there. Play along.
Yeah. I'm requesting DM slides for brisket. And I mean that in the food sense, not in any other way.
Are you getting anything?
I haven't yet, but I live in hope.
Someone out there has got to be bringing us something. Hey, there, my phone buzzed. Universe agrees. So, ooh, 1 new follower. Hooray. That gives us 668 of 2,000.
We're getting there.
Making our way. Back to Wildcat Hill now. Check that chicken hat out. That is awesome in the background. Volunteer if you can hear me. Where did you get your hat? I wonder if those are available on Amazon. Wonder if we could...
Probably.
Oh, Amazon probably doesn't ship same day to Flag. If we're in Phoenix,
I doubt
we could probably have it
Phoenix
in like 2
maybe,
hours.
but I don't know about here. I have, when I ran Javelina, which was my first 100 miler, my parents and my sister came out to crew me, and they had matching hats like that, but they were all Pokemon. And they also had Pokemon onesies. And they made a sign with Pikachu on it for me.
Is this on your Instagram? I'm going to look at this right now.
It might be. It was from a couple of years ago. I think I ran in 2019. But I still have, I believe, one of the hats, which is
one of the hats.
It was either Charmander or Pikachu.
Oh.
So I highly recommend getting fun hats.
Scrolling through your Instagram. A couple years back, man, it's going to take me a while.
Yeah.
Nice hair.
Thank you.
Look at all the hair changes.
Yes, I've been trying to cut back because I dye my hair a lot and I bleach it, so I just totally destroyed it. And then I shaved my head 2 years ago to kind of fix that problem, and I've been growing it out and trying to do a little less so I don't fry it again immediately.
Okay. Still looking here, Trinity Heights, Wildcat Hill. You can see at some point there was a fire up there to keep runners warm because it would have got chilly
really nice
out there overnight.
I feel like a fire like that is kind of dangerous though, because then you don't want to get up and leave.
Yes, true. Oh, here we go. Well, there's a Javelina photo of you.
Yeah, you might have to go back to the actual. Yeah, I used those pics for a while, but we've got some people in the chat going, "Go Becca Skolnick." It looks like Becca is around mile 215. So the next aid station she'll be getting into is Walnut Canyon at 231. So she's moving along.
Oops, someone wave at us. Nope, didn't get a wave. Called it too late. Oh, Andrew Glaze, somewhere around a mile from Wildcat Hill. And do we have a Pete's Meats cam?
That's what I really want.
Pete's Meats, folks. Julian, Pete, if you're out there, come wave at the camera.
It looks like we're probably going to get quite a few people coming into this aid station soon, Wildcat Hill. So hopefully we'll see some familiar faces for people in the chat.
Yeah, again, and as they're approaching that Wildcat Hill aid station, 15.2 plus sheep, and that's about 19 miles to the finish with your Mount Eldon climb.
Nothing to it. Easy.
Look at
climbing
that.
Up and down Eldon.
Sleeveless in shorts at 7:20 a.m.
It must be warming up out there.
Must be warm, yeah. Let's get a weather report for Flag here right now. Wonderground. Feels like 52 with a high of 72 today. Finally, higher and warmer tomorrow.
Yeah.
My words are working great. I'm gonna have some Coke.
Yeah. 72 today. That'd be toasty.
That'd be toasty, yeah. It's gonna be warm when I run.
Yeah, I know. I'm a little worried about my afternoon. It's heat training, right?
It is totally heat training.
Not at all heat adapted right now. Oh, so we got an update on the hat because we have a woman in the chat that's her dad, and she says that he got them at a garage sale about 10 years ago. So awesome. Good luck sourcing your own on that one, but they're pretty good hats.
Something might be happening based on the
whenever you see a camera pointing,
that generally implies
there might be people about to be coming in.
Movement. Yeah, looks like Justin Fall is somewhere near the aid station. Oh, did I do a refresh? Let's do a refresh here.
Loving all the hype in the chat for Emily. She's getting there. Hopefully she can book it on that downhill pass when she gets to the hospital, and she goes right by us in the studio.
Okay, we've got a few people that haven't stopped yet. Is that Hannah?
Rolling right through.
Wow, we have both runners rolled right through. I wasn't even able to grab bib numbers.
They are on a mission. They want to be done, which I
Get
respect.
me out of here.
Got asking if Kevin Russ is finished. Yes, Kevin Russ finished at around, what was it? Maybe, yeah, someone said 98 hours, so about half an hour ago.
Yeah, we've got our Kelly Canyon Cutoff imminent in 30 minutes. Oh, and here we have Michael Kirshen from Denver.
Whoop, whoop.
Rolling through. Do you know him?
Nope. But I just got to give some ups to Denver.
Yeah, Denver's just a small city of... I'm not even going to
super
estimate how
tiny
many
city.
people more.
I don't know. This circle of like trail ultra people in Denver and Boulder, it is pretty small. You get to know people pretty well.
Okay, I was looking at Kelly Canyon because you've got that cutoff coming up in
about half an hour.
30 minutes.
Oh, that's such a good chicken hat. We got close up on the chicken hat.
Wow,
here.
thank you,
That's
chicken
really
hat.
good.
Perfect spot.
Big fan of that
wasn't
one.
Pete's Meats going to be bringing some type of chicken today? Or am I just making things up and hallucinating
Manifesting things.
Manifest. Hey, do you want to see the tarot card that I just pulled?
Absolutely.
We got the Magician.
Okay.
So one of the most
Major Arcana.
inspiring cards. Yeah, Major Arcana, creative power, manifestation, create whatever you want in your life. What do you want today, Claire?
Brisket. As I've been talking, I am really on a one-track mind. I think that's what I'm going to have to do when I'm done today. Put my run off, do that first.
Oh, you could go get brisket and then have the experience of going up Eldon from the north.
Yeah.
Go through Sandy Seep and wave at us.
Yeah.
Might be some cams up around there.
Just pop myself in, run back down.
Yeah. So our back of the Packers, who have 30 minutes to get to Kelly Canyon, we have Elizabeth Russ, Robbie Cheney, George Lind, David Toms.
Someone said the only thing missing from this race is more costume runners. Yeah, I think it would be awesome and insane if we kind of had like a javelina vibe here of everyone running in costume.
Yeah.
I think that would make it miles more difficult, but...
Yeah. Well, I'm curious to see as we start to see some Flagstaff Crest runners coming in, are any of them in costume? You know, we saw Lindsay Dwyer's crew had the matching Team Lindsay in basketball jerseys or something like that.
The green jerseys.
Yeah, and then I've seen a number of dudes in the same hat, but I don't know enough about who's got what hat.
Did you see Kevin Goldberg and his pacer finishing? They were wearing matching owl masks.
Oh, right, the owl masks.
Which
yes,
was also
that was
very
last
good.
night.
Yeah.
And there was hooting coming from the background.
Yes, that was truly delightful. I apologize to Minnesota Tom in the chat who said he's been thinking about that brisket and mac and cheese burrito since yesterday. I'm sorry. Look, if I'm going to crave food and be really hungry, I'm bringing you all on this journey with me, whether you like it or not.
You're welcome.
It's important to fuel.
No, we got the Ultimate Warrior back again. Thank you for being in the chat. And what have we got here for numbers? As we're approaching 7:30 Arizona time, 1,600 odd people. We've got over 2,000 new subscribers to Mountain Outpost.
Love that. I think if you're a new subscriber, you should go back and watch some of Jamil and Skylar's videos from years ago. I recommend, I forget what race it was they were doing. It might have been like Quad Dipsy, where they were eating all sorts of Thanksgiving foods. Oh, yeah. We just had Andy coming through Wildcat, but it looks like he did not even need to stop. Yeah. He is just very focused on getting up and over Eldon and making his way to Flagstaff.
Yeah, a mere 3,300 foot climb, almost 3,400 feet.
Nothing at this point. I mean, that's just a drop in the bucket.
If you are just joining us on day 5, almost up on hour 100.
I'm excited to hit 100. I think that's going to be very fun.
Yeah, weather's been the story. We're now in the sunshine, but we had some cool wet conditions and a blistering pace to start off. And
I
then
think
hail,
these runners
snow.
experienced every weather condition possible. We had snow, we had hail, we had mud, we had rain, we had sun, everything you could want or not want.
Yeah, yeah. Chance of hypothermia and chance of hyperthermia in the same day, just from the weather, not even from anything else going on.
Getting sunburn as you're hypothermic.
Yeah, and big kudos to our men's and women's champion. We had Rachel and Trekken with a course record and Dan Green with a course record.
Yeah, they both absolutely just destroyed those records on a course that is longer and harder than in previous years.
Yeah, and we got a C. Johnson Books. Thank you for the donation. We appreciate it. Thank you for being here, spending part of your day with us.
We got a question about whether Alan is going to make our Deaf Runner. It seems she pinged at 2:06, which is the aid station where the next cutoff is in about 30 minutes. So she is, as long as she leaves that aid station in the next 30 minutes, she is definitely still ahead of the cutoffs.
Okay, I got an update from the field. Just as that question came in, thank you, Heidi, for this. I just saw the message now. Aylin Davis, the Air Viper staff member who is deaf, just made it to Kelly Canyon, but this message is about 13 minutes old.
Okay, so she's definitely ahead of that cutoff.
Yeah, and fun fact, when she gets to the finish, she'll be the first deaf person to finish Cocodona.
It's pretty incredible.
We'll be rooting for her. On the 125 side, we had a number of runners who were getting close to the finish line as well. Let's go take a look at who they are. So many things happening during this. We got bib 557 is Ross Astle, A-S-T-L-E. Somewhere around 1.5 miles from the finish, so around 20, 30 minutes maybe. Angie Hawley looks to be about 2.5 miles out. Chad Walrod, a little bit behind.
There's going to be a race between Ron and Emily to the finish. They're both about maybe 1 mile out.
Yeah, it looks like they're on the right along the river now as they go by a little pond, come through some streets, and then looks like they just have a couple turns on the pavement.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's Andy, I believe. I'm only been.
Yeah, that looked like
I
the
see the jorts, yeah, and I kind of like, oh, I know who that is.
Yeah, lots of bundled up people as it's slowly getting warmer here at Flag at 7,000 feet of elevation.
I wonder the temperature difference when you're in the shade in that tent versus out in the sun, because I feel like that does make quite a bit of. Oh, here we go. We got eyes on Emily Flynn as she heads into the finish. Absolutely crushing it, wrapping up that 9th female spot overall.
Yeah, she might have just run by that Beaver Liquor aid station that was mentioned earlier. I should actually put a photo of that up right now. Great work, Emily.
She is just absolutely moving on her way to that finish line. She is running so strong on her way. I do bet that 140-mile training run definitely helped.
Yeah.
I think the mental strength to do a run like that as a training run sets you up pretty well to do something like this.
Oh, thank you, David Wilkinson, for the donation with the message to bring it home, Emily. Emily, bring it home, Emily. 9th female overall, or 9th female coming in of the 250 race.
Just absolutely cruising. I do love how it looks like she's just chatting away as they go. Yeah, absolutely. Rock Sylvania represent. Is there a rock emoji? If there is,
isn't there a mount?
Yeah.
The mount,
Pump out
a
those rock
mountain's basically
emojis.
a rock.
She's Rock Sylvania, absolutely. Yeah. We don't need to cut to the finish line because we are actually live watching her run to the finish line. So
yeah, thank you for joining us here. Greggy Varigan along with
Claire Farrow.
As we enter, getting close to hour 99 of coverage for the Cocodona 250. Oh, hey, there's some rocks in the chat
There we go with
now.
the rocks emojis. Oh, I like the rock on hand sign too for a rock. That's pretty good. Very creative. I like it, guys. Got some in the chat saying last year Emily said she was going to go for it, and now look at her finishing 9th woman. Love that. Looking good. Look like she's smiling. Someone said there's going to be a rock-sized void in my life when this race is over. Same. There's going to be a 250-mile-sized void in my life when this race is over.
All right, and there we are back to the finish line at Heritage Square. Nice and early this Friday morning, 7:35 in Arizona.
I appreciate them moving that hose out of the way. We don't need anyone tripping.
Face plant onto the
Oh my God, there's a video of it. I just ran the Boston Marathon a couple weeks ago, and I managed to trip on the timing mat as I was crossing the finish line. So there's this video of me seeing my friend, getting really excited, and then almost just eating shit immediately. It's deeply embarrassing. And I recovered. I managed not to actually break my face, but that was rough. I would say my reflexes are not great after 26 miles. Yeah, I love to see the Pennsylvania representation here. I don't have it with me, but I have my Run PA hat that I proudly wear all over Colorado because, you got to represent.
This video?
No, that was from the indoor marathon.
Oh, okay. Hang on here. Okay, yeah, thank you everyone for joining us. With a quick shout out to our sponsors. You can see we got the John G, I'm going to call them inflatable blue things at the finish line. Cocodona Adventure Weights. We got Mountain Outpost and Air Viper running. John G with some great clothes, and they're also sponsoring the Skycam, so the drone shots we're getting from some of our drone operators. Looking fantastic out there. We've got Ultraspired packs.
And waist lights.
I'm
such a big fan of the waist lights.
Yeah, I was just on the website. There's a Dan Green special on the website. You can get the kit that he had.
And so I think they are also running a promo of maybe 20% off or so in honor of Dan Green for the next couple of days. So,
okay.
If you've been looking at something from Ultraspire, this is not a bad time to get it.
Yeah, go and check that out on their website, ultraspire.com. We've also got Squirrels Not Butter sponsoring our Foot Hut Hill aid station. Satisfy. Wow, yeah, you almost did.
Yeah, totally almost ate shit.
That was a good recovery on that video there. To cut back, Satisfy Catula Tailwind. I'm actually drinking Tailwind right now. Thank you very much.
Oh, what flavor?
It is the Naked.
Okay, yeah. That's a good one. If you have some flavor. Yeah. We've got Emily, it looks like, coming round in the corner into the finish now. Incredible.
Congratulations, ninth female.
Way to go, Emily. Rocksylvania Crusher. Love all the cheers in the chat from all the fans of Emily after seeing her finish.
Yeah, people acquiring a following as this event and the coverage progresses. You really get to learn more about some of the people.
She's got a bunch of fans here.
For sure. Looks like our next 250 finisher, Brock Everhart, is beyond Trinity and on the way, looks like still in that Buffalo Park section. And then we've got Ron, Chad, Eric, Angie, Michael, Justin, Hillary, Colton, Drew, and Sarah are approaching. Looks like they're all within 3 miles of the finish now for the 125. A few more. We've got Kelsey, Brandon, Chris. Looks like there's a lot of people. Seems like they're just kind of paralleling. They're making their big west turn before they head north. So we'll have them here in the next, probably around an hour, I would think.
We got a question in the chat. Where to find the cutoff times for the remaining aid stations? They are in the 2025 runner crew pacer guide. But right now, the next one is in about 20 minutes at Kelly Canyon. And then after that will be Fort Tuthill at 12:45 p.m.
Yeah, we're back to Trinity Heights. We've got Wyatt Barrett, Yosemite Valley, California.
He looks to be in good spirits, smiling, chatting it up.
They 4 miles, less than 4 miles to the finish line.
Nothing to it. Easy. Not that anything's easy at mile, 253 or whatever.
Yeah, Trinity Heights Meth Lab.
I mean, that would it could push you to the finish pretty quickly. Who needs coffee, right?
Yeah. Well, how fun would it be to fly on the wall when that was going down last night?
I would have loved
cops.
to be there. That would be so funny.
And who made the call? Like a well-lit thing. There's people milling about. Anyways, I don't follow how that worked, but they're.
I guess if you don't really know what an ultra is, you could be like, what is happening here?
And there are all these people kind of sleepwalking, staggering through the dark at night.
Yeah. I definitely could understand having some questions. We got some questions about Jack Pennington, who is a friend of Dan Green's. It seems like he is about 7 miles from Wildcat, so might be seeing him. Oh, we've got Simon coming into Trinity Heights. I know we had a lot of people in the chat wondering about him, so here he is, looking good, running in.
Yeah, and it was his pacer Greg, is the random dude in the
nice
Javelina pacer shirt that I met last night walking back.
Got to take some layers off now that it's been getting a little toasty.
Oh, yeah. I imagine you're boiling coming
Oh, my God. Yeah, wearing a puffy right now, I would be sweating.
Looking good, Simon.
We've got Justin asking what happened.
And fun on the chat right now?
Last night at Trinity Heights, this aid station,
Are you on the chat?
the cops showed up.
Yes.
3 police officers
tell them I'll
showed up
finish
to
at
the
like
aid station and said they had gotten calls that it was a meth lab.
What is it? 8:50.
So there's that. Obviously, it's not, and there were no issues, but it's a fun little story, I guess, for the volunteers to take back with them.
Do you have any food or snacks?
Simon, he's a man on a mission right now. He knows exactly what he needs to get done at this aid station so he can head on to the finish.
All right. Yeah, good job.
Nice job, guys. Finish it out.
What's that bib number?
I believe that was Wyatt, who we saw
Wyatt.
earlier.
Oh,
Looks
yes,
like
that's
he's
right.
heading
Wyatt
out,
was there.
making his 3.9-mile journey down to Flagstaff.
Yeah, and it looks like at that pace he'll crack 100 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's our next, I guess that's our next,
So the next big milestone.
yeah, thank you, milestone, that's the word. Oh, wow, and Simon's off.
Yeah, That was an efficient aid station stop.
Boom, boom, boom.
And
go.
it looks like he's going pacerless. So, he took care of all that by himself. Just knew exactly what to do. In and out.
Seriously? Yeah.
And here we are back at Fort Tuthill. This was the start of the Flagstaff Crest this morning at 7 a.m. They've been going for about 45 minutes. We got our big sponsor, Squirrel's Nut Butter. And Chris Thornley somewhere out there milling about. Check out those cool cow hats in the background. Maybe they're part of the Cowgill Collective. Not sure. You can see a lot of Pacers there. Just missed the bib number of that run in the blue hat, but kudos to you for making it this far. Fort Tuthill aid station in the 250. Fort Tuthill is at mile number 214. So runners have a little over 40 miles to the finish from here. And those runners who are doing the 250 from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon, this is the no pacing section. This is the Mexican owl section. Mexican spotted owl, my mistake. So, they're on their own, but hey, the sun is shining. It is warming up. It is going to be toasty here in Flag today. Nice to see the sun shining in that beautiful blue sky. Make sure to put your sun hoodie on. If you sunscreen, because that sun is going to feel warm as you're at 7,000 feet and then climbing up and over Mount Eldon, over 9,000 feet. Runners who are heading out on this pacerless section, there's a little bit of navigation. It's got some dirt roads. There is a junction, and you end up going under the I-17, and then eventually come to Walnut Canyon. And if there's Craig in the background. Hey, Craig. If you were following a couple days ago, Walnut Canyon is where it got super muddy. There was a stuck vehicle. There was all kinds of things. We watched Dan Green somehow keep his white socks white through that muddy section.
I wish they had asked about that in his interview. Maybe someone else can ask him that later.
Yeah, and I don't remember now if it was his pacer or right. There was someone who had a pacer that nearly went down in the mud when we had the drone, but did not see any carnage there, so that was good. We got bib 613 I just saw, so let's find out. That is Dana Eisenhower. No, that's another pacer.
Someone said they should give an award to the finisher with the cleanest socks. I think that would be a fun one.
I could support that, yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be this muddy next year, but...
No.
Aw, bib number 217 is celebrating this 10-year wedding anniversary, and his wife is going to pace him to the finish.
Aw.
So, love that. Yeah,
Happy
someone
anniversary.
said they're looking for warm weather gear, and I mean, I would say just ice. Ice is the best warm weather gear, as much ice as you can have on your body. But also, I just got that Janji sun shirt, and I been kind of a long sleeve hater, but I think that one's gonna be a staple. Okay, we got Brock Everhart finishing the 250 here, representing from Ohio, absolutely crushing it.
Congratulations, Brock.
Nice work, dude.
98.46.
Finish line kiss. There we go.
Yeah, finish line photos too. Just saw a quick question. Registration for Cocodona 2026 is on May the 20th. So you got 11 shopping days left to
coming up.
Make some questionable life decisions.
Yeah, 11
perhaps.
days to convince yourself or talk yourself out of it if you've gotten a little too excited about this live stream and are ready to sign up right now. Maybe take a couple days to think about it and then sign up.
Yeah. I'm sure that'll be announced on the Instagram. There'll be plenty of notice for that, plenty of interest for that. Interest just keeps growing and growing.
Yes. Do not sleep on that registration because I think it will fill up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I would do. Man, do you think it'll sell out the first day?
It might. I
It
set
would
an
not
alarm,
surprise me.
just to be safe, maybe.
Yeah, no, I would do it as well. I remember getting, oh my gosh, Javelina, watching that go from, in the 100-miler, this is 2 years ago now, but doing a lap at across the years, the New Year's lap, and watching it go from 0 to like 700 people in just 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And a lot of people very, very ready to sign up for races when they open.
Yeah. Someone said that they can't decide between Cocodona or Sedona Canyons, and it's a hard choice. Oh, yeah. So update on that finisher. We do think that it may have actually been Ron Astle from the 125, not Brock. So wait, Brock's still coming, but that may have been Ron Astle finishing the Sedona Canyons 125.
Ooh, I'm going to check for an update for Xander Chase. We did the interview with the Wonder Project yesterday. If he gets 2,500 likes, he'll do Cocodona 26.
Yeah.
Also, congratulations, seventh place male in the Mingus Traverse.
Nice work, nice work. Someone's asking if anyone's run Desert Rats. I have not run Desert Rats, but a bunch of my friends have, and I have heard really good things. So if you're looking into that, would recommend.
For a quick update, Wander Project needs another 800 followers.
Okay, easy. 800 more followers for the Wander Project, and Xander will run Cocodona next year. So everyone get on that before May 20th so he can sign up.
I just became number 1,700.
Perfect.
So exactly 800 people.
Yep. Someone said they're thinking about doing Cocodona in 2027 as a college graduation gift to themselves.
Oh,
and I am fully in support of that. If you have the endurance to finish college, you have the endurance to run a 250-mile race, I think.
Yeah, and you're going to get a whole life experience doing that.
Mm-hmm. You're going to learn a lot about yourself, almost as much as you learned in college, depending on your degree, I guess. I got Paul in the chat saying his favorite thing to do is to be at the finish line to congratulate the runners who don't have a lot of people there to support them. I am so with you. I do love just picking someone who might be there by themselves, no crew, no pacer, no finish line celebration, and just kind of being like, I'm going to become this person's biggest fan and make them feel very important right now. We've got also a question asking if you have to qualify to enter in Cocodona in any way, and I don't believe so.
There was no lottery.
Yeah.
At the same time, it is a huge endeavor, so
Yes.
you need to be training. Couch Cocodona could work with enough of time and a plan.
Yeah.
And cutting back at Trinity Heights, we've got Jason Midlock coming through here. Bib number 87.
Mm-hmm. Another Midwesterner representing.
Yeah, getting the full Arizona experience of absolutely everything. Spines to pines. It's like just topping up with water. Got the sun hoodie on.
Classic.
Yeah, have you worn your Jonji sun hoodie yet?
I haven't worn it out on a run yet because I've mostly been running in the morning, but I did try it on and I was pleasantly surprised. It's so light.
Yeah, the thumb holes are quite nice. And the hood worked
I
great.
love a thumb hole.
It did help keep me warm descending Eldon. And it dried pretty fast.
Oh, we've got Simon, who is currently heading on his way to the finish, in the chat saying that he is gunning for that sub 100 finish. So
hey, go Simon.
He has a little bit over an hour left.
Yeah, go Simon. I met your pacer Greg last night.
Oh, here we go. Now we have
There's
Brock as he's heading his way to the finish.
Yeah, Brock is a strength and endurance coach in Ohio.
Okay. Anyone in Ohio in the chat, feel free to hit him up. Looks like he might know a thing or two if he's finishing 250 miles.
An amazing company.
First 100 mile in 2022,
Yeah.
600 mile finishes in 6 attempts.
Wow.
And he's done the Grand Canyon R3 twice.
Nice.
I see he's got his wife and his daughter out here with him as well. And hey, here we go. This is someone else who got motivated by watching the live stream.
This could be you next year.
It totally could be. Me or you?
The general you of everyone
public.
in the chat watching.
It could also
or
be
also
me.
you.
It
Yeah.
could also be me. Oh, holy cow. So Brock is more than double his previous race long. The furthest he's run is 108, and that was by accident. So it looks like he had some bonus miles in a 100-miler.
Brutal.
Yeah, if you're interested in coaching, if you're in Ohio, the Instagram for Brock is Build Pursuits.
Yeah, check him out. Oh, it looks like his pacer has the same jorts that Andy Glaze has, which I also have. Again, I highly recommend the jorts. They're more comfortable than real jorts, I would say.
Do you have the matching? What is it? The red checkered shirt?
No, I don't. I only have the shorts from Bo. I have a couple of their sports bras though. So.
Oh, I have heard they're quite comfortable.
They are, and they're I have one that has donuts on it. I have one that is like kind of psychedelic and has like screaming cat faces on it. That one's a big hit, I would say. I also have the matching shorts.
Yeah, you can see it's a beautiful sunny day in downtown Flagstaff, Arizona, right by the municipal court in the background.
Love that. It looks like we got an update on some of our back of the pack runners as we're closing in on that 8 a.m. cutoff. It looks like Liz and Robbie, who people have been following, have both made it there and are likely to get out before that cutoff in 6 minutes. So
yeah, I got to Kelly Canyon.
They're moving.
Right, that looks like we're coming up to our left-hand turn here.
I recognize that skeleton and dog over there. They're quite close to that finish line.
Watch for traffic. Isn't it funny the stuff that you recognize? I don't live in Flag, but I know exactly how to walk from here to the Airbnb now based off of landmarks.
Yep. Someone asking if there's a finish line. Yes, we will probably switch the finish line camera when Brock gets there.
Make that turn into the alley by the big blue John G inflatable. Shout out to John G as our sponsor. As we're here, he's gonna make 99. He's gonna be under 99 hours. Congratulations. Got Simon pushing hard. Simon can do it.
Yes.
You can do it, dude. Are you still in the chat? Probably not, because he's.
I hope he's focused.
Probably focused
he
on
wants
running.
that sub 100.
Thank you, everyone who's joining us here as we are approaching hour 99 of Cocodona coverage. We'll be here through the final cutoff tomorrow at 10 a.m.
All right, here we go. Brock's coming in for that finish.
Got the family with him there. All right. Congratulations, Brock.
He looks pretty pumped.
Yeah, that was awesome to see.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like we've got some of Brock's athletes in the chat.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Shouting them out as their running coach.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some of you out here next year at Cocodona.
Yeah, he's experienced now at this course. He could help you absolutely crush it, I'm sure. Yeah, someone calling him out for achieving the sub 100. He didn't just go sub 100. He went sub 99. even better.
Oh, we got a True Heart Brown is running the Flagstaff Crest today. Thank you for that update. A quick shout out too to our sponsors, John G. Oh, this is another finisher. Is that the 125? Well, looks like it. I just missed the bib number. Looks like we're going to have Angie Hawley of the 125 approaching the finish. Looks like somewhere around half a mile, so that is an imminent finish. And we've got Chad Walrod somewhere around a mile as well. Eric Bibb 630. Michael Bibb 577, all within a couple miles of the finish here. So we should have a pretty steady stream of 125 finishers. And going back to Trinity Heights, oh, is that another finisher in the background there? There is a family coming through.
Looks like a runner.
Definitely a runner like. All right, congratulations.
Nice work, nice work.
$588.
Or it could be $630.
Okay. Sedona. Okay, so 630 would be Eric. Eric from Arizona. Hapoja. Congratulations. And 588, Chad Walrod in the Sedona Canyons 125. Congratulations. Mm-hmm. Huge achievement. Finish in the sunshine. Breakfast time. Get some bacon and eggs at the finish line.
I can
aid
confirm
station.
that bacon and eggs is pretty good.
Yes, it was delicious. Thank you. Who's out there right now? Patty Curry is out there. Deb Hamberlin, good luck in your Western States. Back in after 10 years. Jeff and Will, thank you for being there this morning. Plus all our live stream camera people volunteering out there. We got Mitch out in the field. Mitch Queering, flying the drone. Trinity in Buffalo. We appreciate all of y'all who are there here helping us out. Words are coming very easily right now. How are you doing today?
It's been a long week, you know.
I'm going to have another chug of Coke right here.
That's not a bad idea.
As we crack the 99-hour mark of Cocodona live stream.
Less than an hour until we hit that big 100 triple digits.
Big 100, yeah. And I'm rooting for Simon. Simon, you can do it. Mm-hmm. How many runners do you think are listening to us on the live stream right now as they're going?
I can't decide if I want it to be a lot or if I want them to just be so focused, like it maybe help them, distract them a little.
Yeah. And as a question to anyone listening and watching, there are any runners live in the chat right now?
Yeah. Besides, I know we had
Simon.
We
have had a few popping up.
We definitely had Kevin Goldberg for a while.
Hey, you live stream and I'll live stream too. And then when we were messaging Garrett Nelson's crew, Lindsay, you could see
It's so funny. I think we also just had a mention in the chat that someone wished Callie was still in the race, and I think we did actually just see her walk in front of that finish line cam. So she may not be in the race anymore, but she is out at the finish cheering.
Around. Yeah, Callie and Scott have been at the finish pretty consistently. Anytime I've gone down in passing to and from the Airbnb, they've both been there and got a high five from Scott. And run faster.
Yep, there she is.
Nice heart sunglasses. Is that the leopard print sunglasses?
Yeah, those are I have those same sunglasses, but they're black.
Who did I see? There was a woman named Jill yesterday from the 250, I think, that had tie-dyed heart sunglasses.
Ooh, tie-dye is nice.
That is all I remember. That is the
Yeah.
end of my story. I was getting a burger at the finish line. Back of the pack. Oh yeah, the floated blimp. That's right. We had the blimp fund for a while, the cow fund for a while.
Ooh. These things are important.
Oh, there we go. Got the family with the little signs down there.
Love it.
Can't quite read them. I would imagine something to the effect of "Proud of you, Dad."
Yeah, I would hope. Oh, we've got a runner out there, Bib 203. It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday,
To John Henderson.
Oh, and
What a way to celebrate your birthday.
Wow, 203. Where is John right now? Mile 236. So
It's just outside of Wildcat.
20 miles just out of Wildcat. We will be seeing you finish in around sunset.
A few short hours.
Yeah, before sunset. Hopefully, get some good finish line golden hour photos. Maybe. What a great way to entertain yourself for your birthday.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what I'd be doing on my birthday. I do birthday miles every year, but this would be a few more miles than my age, I think, 250. I'm not quite that old yet. And someone asking if Kevin Russ finished. Yes, he did finish earlier this morning. Unfortunately, no one DoorDashed any Chipotle to the finish line for him, but we can let that slide.
Yeah. Would you be 250 fortnights old?
Oh, God. I don't know. I don't really know how long a fortnight is, and I also can't do the math.
2 weeks, 14 days. So you'd be more than that. Okay, we got a finisher. Looking for the bib number. Looks like the 125. It looks like a blue bib 533.
Oh, that might be 433.
433.
Angie.
Angie, congratulations,
Hawley.
Angie.
Oh my God, someone said birthday beer miles. Beer mile, that would kill me.
Good God.
Have you ever heard of the bicentennial? Speaking of beer miles.
No.
So the bicentennial is where you have a week. And within the week, you have to run 100 miles and also drink 100 beers. And you can split it up any way you'd like. And they do keep track of the record for like the fastest person who can run 100 miles and drink 100 beers. So if anyone out there, no, God, no. But I know some people who have like attempted it. I think I could do I know I could do the running pretty easily. I've run 100+ mile weeks in training before. But 100 beers would kill me. Again, there's like different strategies that go into it, whether you kind of front load the beer or front load the miles or try to keep it pretty even.
Are there rules around the alcohol content of the beer? Like,
yes,
could you go
it has
to a state
to be
with
like a
3-2,
certain percentage.
So you couldn't go to a 3-2 state and do something,
there
or like
are
any
like
beers aren't going to count.
Restrictions that like it has to be at least
separate categories for like double IPAs versus what Michelob Ultras.
It's a really interesting challenge.
Wow. I learn something new every day.
Yeah, so yeah.
That's the first new thing today.
If anyone out there that interests them, you can Google bicentennial and that'll come up.
The second new thing that just came to me is the pancakes are being cooked at the aid station finish line as I was coming. So you would be able to make a breakfast taco as you were with the pancake, bacon, and egg. There was a bottle of maple syrup being opened, but I was like, no time for love, Dr. Jones. I got to be on camera soon. So
I had a burger once that had an egg, a hash brown, bacon, and syrup on it. And it was really good.
Wow.
Someone asked, did the Flagstaff Crest race start? Yep, it started about an hour ago at 7 a.m. So we don't have any live tracking on that one, but they are definitely out there running.
A beautiful day to run, too.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely gorgeous day.
Shout out to Catherine, the new Aravaipa aid station member. She was there yesterday and got me a very delicious burger when I was there. Catherine and Sherry, so very much appreciate the help and the food. We're back to Trinity Heights. Brett, what's up, dude? Wave at the camera. Brett,
say hi.
Wave at the camera. That's aid station Captain Jan to the right. That's how I got a headlamp, so I could continue my mission on Wednesday. Up and down Eldon,
Oh, we do have a link to Flagstaff Crest tracking in the chat now if anyone is interested.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Ryan Wolf is currently has come through the bow and arrow aid station 5422, followed closely less than 30 seconds back is True Heart Brown. So that is a pretty good speed. Good Lord, 621 average pace through that.
Wow. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Respectfully disgusting.
At 7,000 feet. I know that's what I feel like doing right now.
God.
If you
Absolutely
doubled
not.
that and carried the 9.
Nope, nope, nope.
Yeah, for that Flagstaff Crest race, looks like there's aid stations. Mile 8.6 is bow and arrow, and then they're going to hit Sinclair Wash at mile 14, where they've got hot dogs.
Ooh.
Groovy. The Woody Mountain aid station is just a hair under mile 23. FAC aid station 27.5, and then mile 39 at the finish line in Heritage Square.
Someone said they think Dan Green could crush the bicentennial. It's very possible. I think maybe he should try that out, especially if we can get that Chorus sponsorship. I feel like that's something they could get behind, and that would be really fun. Someone asked, how old do you have to be a volunteer?
That's a great question.
No. We can try to figure that out, maybe.
And there we are at the base of Eldon. We got our drone up, and you can see how that shade is growing. The sunshine is going off. Warming up here in Flag, going to be up to the 70s for right now is what I can see.
Yeah, it's going to be toasty out there.
All right, I have an update on that volunteering. Must be age 16 or older.
All right.
And I'll just drop a link into the chat there. There's the mountain you're climbing. If you can kind of make out on the top of your screen, there's a couple little dots on the top of that mountain. Eventually you get to the radio towers and the lookout tower up there. So that's about it's 3,300 feet of climbing between the Trinity. No, you go to Trinity Heights. You go from Wildcat Hill to Trinity Heights aid station. So you'll be climbing up on the right side of the frame. Now coming from the back, so if you're doing the race, you'd be coming directly toward the drone that's flying up there. And then the descent, it's kind of hard to explain with the limited words that are going through my head right now, but you descend down the center, we'll call it, to the left, and then you'll see in towards the town of Flagstaff. And then you kind of go to the right and eventually make your way downtown to Heritage Square to the finish line. Look, we got Chris Haas is on the Eldon descent right now. Hopefully he's doing great. It is a technical.
Yeah, that's a hard descent, especially 250 miles into a race.
Yeah. Yeah, it is steep. It is rocky.
That's one of those ones where, you look at the elevation profile and you're like, oh, yeah, I can make up some time here. But the reality...
No.
You gotta take your time there.
If you went the other way, you could make up some time.
Yes.
You definitely could make up some time. That is a long climb up the backside, but with all the sunshine, we're hoping that the snow is melted and the mud is gone. Mm-hmm. Fingers crossed for all our runners who are out there that will take on that climb today. Back at the Fort Todd Hill aid station, mile 214.3 of the 250. And it is mile 100 for the 125.
And this is also our next cutoff at 12:45 p.m. today. So we've got some time.
Got some time.
All these runners are well ahead of that.
Well ahead of schedule. Yeah, Fort Tutt is a pretty big aid station. They've got the sleep station there.
Mm-hmm.
Squirrels is sponsoring it. Got lots of food. Ooh, we could see what the food offering is.
Well, we've got someone in the chat wanting to start an argument about what the best cushion trail shoe is. What do you think? What's your favorite?
Whatever fits you the best.
Yeah.
That is my legit answer.
Well, that's not. You can't start an argument like that. We got to do some hot takes today.
Well, I wear Ultra, so
okay.
We got Speedlands, our sponsor. I do have Speedlands, and their grip in the mud.
Yeah.
I have the blue ones. Forget the name and model of them, but we've got the red Cameron Hanes ones here right now.
Yeah,
so.
which he was wearing.
He was wearing
pretty much the entire race.
The boa fit is really good. I really like that, especially getting later on in Ultra when your hands stop functioning.
Yeah,
properly.
it is
the
so
boa
much
is
easier.
Super useful.
Got some
Thanks for dancing, volunteer. You know, the Hoka Tectons have got a lot of love out here. The Nike Zagamas have got a lot of love.
Although, I don't know, I heard Rachel say she tried those Tectons for a bit of the race for the built-in gator, but it just does not fit her ankle right.
There was some fun footage of her trying to get that on and some great audio.
Yeah, I could see that happening. I'm a Solomon girl, so I've been rocking the S-Lab Ultra Glide recently because that one has some really nice cushioning. Which again, and Ryan Sands wore it and he got second, so therefore that's all I need is the shoe.
Yeah, see a lot of love for Hokas. They fit. I cannot get my foot into a Hoka. I've tried multiple times at Javelina, and the furthest I've made it is about 20 paces from the try, and I'm like, nope. But
it's good that there are like brands like Ultra and Topo that make those wider shoes.
Yeah, and if you are in those, what I've noticed over years is my foot shape has changed enough that there aren't a lot of options for me now, which is fine. I love what I've got, but just things to consider. Give the stuff a try. Check out your local run store.
Yeah. I have really, really narrow feet, so every time I've actually tried, I can't wear Ultras at all because my foot moves around. I can't get them locked down. So that's why I'm more of a Solomon person, because they tend to run a bit narrower.
Yeah, to each their own. Try them all out. Oh, we got some fans in Pullman, Washington State University. Good day.
Yeah, we've got a couple other people with wide feet standing Ultra in the chat. I get it.
Yeah. Tara Dower's big sponsorship.
This is...
All right, Trinity Heights. Who have we got that might be nearby?
I think we've
Looks
got
like a stormy
heading in.
Stormy,
and then
somewhere
a
less than a mile.
big group behind them. We got a bunch of people kind of all clustered together.
Oh gosh, yeah, wowzer.
About
who have we got? There's Caleb Bibb 49 is out there. Rachel Bibb 6. Maya Detmer. Now this would be between women. This is for the women's 10th position. So we got Maya.
So we've got a little bit of a battle there for that number 10 spot.
Yeah, looks like. Oh, there we go. My tracker refreshed. Maya's got a little bit on Rachel. That could be another one that comes down to.
Although it does
pretty close in the finish. Looks like Maya is almost down with that Eldon Lookout Junction. Also descending Eldon right now. We got a sign that I can't quite read.
It does look like we have Alexa Hasman ahead of out of Trinity.
The mountains
already.
are calling and I must also go. I might climb Eldon later today. Right, you said Allison Powell. Who else is there? Josh Fruin, Kevin Bott, and looks like Chris Haas has just started the descent down Eldon. So kudos to all of y'all. Getting close to the finish line.
Someone asking for shoe recommendations if they have a really narrow forefoot. Well, like I said, I have pretty narrow feet, and that's why I kind of really like Solomon's. Trying to think. Some people think Hoka runs fairly narrow, as we were saying. I would just recommend going to a running store, trying a bunch of shoes on. Another option, if you have problems with your forefoot sliding around, would maybe be those Mount to Coast shoes, because they have a really interesting lacing system where you can kind of independently tighten up the midfoot and the forefoot. So maybe check those out. I haven't tried them, but I've seen them on my friends' feet.
Yeah, all right. We got somebody coming in to Trinity Aid. Let's see the cowbells going. Who do we have?
We can place bets. I'm guessing it's Stormy.
Stormy.
That's my educated guess there.
Yeah. And then you really see if you zoom, if you're on the track leaders website for the live tracking on the map there, if you zoom in enough, you can see that intersecting trail network. So there, it is very well marked, but there is a lot of stuff going on. And not even a stop, just going to roll straight through the aid station. Flag on the backpack. That's an awesome cowboy hat. And running through.
Wow.
Wow.
Booking it.
Wow.
Someone asked if anyone has tried for this race to do about 70 miles a day for the first 3 days and then 40. And then you could get sleep every night. And I have heard that there are people whose strategy is to do around 50-ish miles a day and then go to a hotel and sleep at night. And I was actually, when I was on with Jeff, we were talking about whether or not that's actually a viable strategy to even try to win, just like kind of bust out a really hard 50 miles or so and then take a longer break and really get refreshed and hammer it out again. And I was like, well, you should obviously just try that next year, because I am curious. I think that could definitely help.
I was sleeping. Is Jeff doing the race next year?
I think he said he's planning on doing it next year.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that'll be really neat to see who signs up. And
he's got some unfinished business, it seems, after last year.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was out here crewing and pacing.
Yes,
and then you had some athletes in the race. So, and he said he learned a lot about, that he can use in the race just from crewing and pacing that he hadn't even learned as a runner. So I think that is definitely going to help him next year.
Yeah, I know when I was I was with Bryce Brooks at the time, and we went down to the Eldon Lookout Trailhead that day, and Jeff was there and had been scouting and watching and stuff. So I think he's got a good. I'm very excited to see him in next year's race.
Absolutely. We've got word in the chat too that Alexa Hasman is past Trinity Heights, so she's probably going to be our 10th female finisher.
Oh wow!
Bib 141. Less than 4 miles out. According to the tracker, she's less than 3 miles out of the finish. So she's cruising. But right now we are waiting at the finish on Michael and Brennan, Wyatt, and Simon. And they are all, I would imagine, gunning for that sub 100-hour finish time. They have about 40 minutes until we hit that 100-hour mark.
Yeah, and on the 125 side, too, we're going to have a few finishers coming in as well. We've got another Michael, bib 577. Oh, the 555 bib is getting close. Justin Bennett, Colton Elmer, Hillary Vanderstrom, Kelsey Robinson, Drew Combs, Chris Barnes, Sarah Simmons, Brian Bondi, and Ronnie Bondi. All those runners are all about 4 miles or less to the finish. So
heck yeah.
Sometime the next hour and a half for finishing the 125.
125, because 100 miles isn't enough.
No, just do another marathon at elevation.
Oh man, every time I finish a 100-miler, I think if you told me after that I would have to run about another marathon, I would not. I would just absolutely not. Yeah. For those asking about Andy Glaze, he is currently working his way up and over Eldon, heading into Trinity Heights. So, send him some good vibes. That descent, again, as we've been saying, is gnarly.
Yes, both the ascent and the descent. People are going to love them. Thanks, Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we got another question about what squirrel's nut butter is. As we have discussed, it is not food. You may think that from the name nut butter. We all know and love peanut butter, almond butter, all the nuts, but this is not that kind of nut. You can eat it, but I would really prefer you don't. Please do not sue me. I do not represent the brand, but it wouldn't kill you, but maybe don't.
I was fixing to say, if Chris is out there, I will taste test it live on air. Chris, bring your purple fedora. Come say hi.
Gross. We would definitely have to get video of that.
I will see if I can arrange it right now. Pardon me for a minute while I send some messages.
Never going to get asked back. Why were you eating Body Glide on air?
Don't eat the glue. Wow. So if you are just joining us, we are approaching hour 100 of Cocodona coverage. We have had quite the race. We are celebrating everyone in the middle of the pack and the back of the pack as our DFL in contention runners are approaching that cutoff at Fort Tut at 12:45. Oh, and we got breaking news from the field. Would you like to share this breaking news due to our conversations earlier in the day?
Yes. So, as some of you may remember when we had our interview with the Trinity Heights aid station volunteers about their overnight experience with the cops being called on the suggested meth lab, the aid station staff has decided that for next year, they really want to embrace that and make an entire meth lab themed aid station dressed up Breaking Bad style. So I think they should have some rock candy, like blue rock candy.
Yeah.
Give that out to runners. I think that would be absolutely incredible.
We might be able to get some people some 250 runners to dress up, or at least put on a costume when you get there and run the final little bit in.
Everyone puts like a lab coat on.
Yeah, maybe we could get someone, either a cop or a off-duty officer to dress up as a cop.
Yes.
Cocodona or Coconino Cowboys could show up as the Wild West. We could do all kinds of fun things with this.
This would be great.
We could maybe even get the denim cowboy to come back on, if anyone remembers from a couple years ago.
Yeah, we've got a lot of people already asking if they can volunteer at the meth lab aid station. So,
wow, that is going to be the most popular aid station.
Hey guys, if you want to be in the meth lab next year, hop on when that volunteer registration opens, because I have a feeling that one might be popular.
Most popular. It's in flag too, so you're here to see that finish line. It's one of the ones that's set up later as the race comes this way. So check that out. Just go to the volunteer tab on airviperrunning.com.
I think we also had a question about whether or not Alexa was going to be the 10th, because some of the women's results updated, and it looked like Mary finished in 10th, but that, if you look at her tracker, it looks like it malfunctioned a bit, so I don't know about that.
Still a phenomenal performance regardless of what position. Oh, and we've got a finisher coming in to view here. Who do we have? Great way to cross the finish line.
Absolutely.
Looks like, Michael. Finished mile 256.5. Michael Kirshen, congratulations.
Love to see another Denver runner crushing it out there.
Do you know him?
Absolutely not. I know everyone. I like to pretend to.
And here we go again. What inspired you to participate in this race? Was blown away with the live stream. So signed up in 2023.
Yes. I expect to see everyone in the live stream on that website May 20th signing up for next year.
And 99.26 would be his finish.
Not too shabby.
Yep, second best finish
Sub
at Cocodona,
100.
sub 100, yeah. And he would have seen a different course as well in 2023. Wow, he's also got a just over 20-hour javelina finish back in 2021.
Nice work, nice work.
And he's a high lonesome finisher. Wow.
Oh,
nice. Quite the resume.
High-low is a tough race. It's very, very high up, as you can imagine from the name, and Just absolutely takes no prisoners.
There's a 4th overall at Bryce Canyon Ultras 2018 too. So yeah, quite the resume. And we've got another finisher rolling through here.
This might be Simon. Maybe? No?
No, it's a blue bib.
Maybe 125.
So that's a 125.
Maybe Michael.
Oh, wow, yeah, there's a whole conglomeration of bibs down there right now.
Yeah. Someone said they're not showering until Simon finishes. I hope you aren't that stinky, but I support this. Okay, so whoever said they can't sign up for next year because they're not even running right now, fine. Fix your hip, and then maybe 2027, 2028, eventually.
Yeah,
we'll get you there.
It's a full year away.
You've got time.
Plenty of time.
As we said before, Shelby, who finished 4th for the women, broke her foot at Black Canyon 2024, and then came and finished Cocodona this year. So, you can do it.
Yeah. I mean, biking is a good way to cross-train. There's lots of cross-training opportunities.
Biking, elliptical, pool running. I have a friend who does an absolutely unhinged amount of pool running when he was injured. He was pool running like 9 hours a week.
Oh, pool running is hard.
Yes.
Hard. It's also a great way to get your mobility in with some resistance for any of the issues you're having.
I just feel like it's more mental training, I think, for me.
Oh gosh, yeah.
It would be so boring. Yes, for those asking, Alexa will most likely be our last of the top 10 for the women, rounding out that top 10 with the number 10 spot. How many times can I say the word 10?
10.
Someone said pool running sounds as useful as pool yoga. It is actually a really good cross-training way for running. It's just most people don't do it because it is just so horrendously boring. Paul, and saying that you have to pee but you're not moving until Simon finishes. Now that not showering is acceptable, but I feel like don't give yourself a UTI. That's a bummer. Just watch it on your phone. Bring it in with you. We have some questions about the 125 winner. We have had quite a few people come through for the 125. For the men, the winner was Nick Allen, and then for the women, the winner was Andrea White. So the 125ers have been crushing it. Oh, someone asked if Rachel came to the studio for an interview. She did. That was yesterday. I believe the interview was sometime around 4 p.m. I don't know which hour of the stream that was, but she did come in for an interview, and it was so fun. Highly recommend going back and watching that one. She's really great. Oh, that was Simon.
That was Simon. Congratulations, Simon.
So pumped up for his finish. Wow, he just
flew
through. Yeah. Someone said Simon's not answering his text. Guess he's busy. Yeah. Yes, he was. He was very focused on just sprinting to that finish line.
Is he gonna come back into the chat and chat with us now?
He crushed that sub 100-hour goal. It's only 99 and a half hours. So
Oh, we got Alexa's running for charity in remembrance of her mother who recently passed.
Aw.
So that's great to see, because isn't Mother's Day this weekend?
I think it is. Yeah, I think that's the 11th, Sunday.
Wow.
Oh, yes, Paul, you're free to pee now. Now that Simon is finished. Oh, someone's wearing a wedding dress? White dress with a veil? I wonder if this is the
Interesting.
couple celebrating their anniversary.
Oh, that's
I don't know
right.
what's
Good
going
memory.
on here, but I'm so intrigued.
Yeah. Do we have anybody at Wildcat Hill hear us and tell us what's going on? Any volunteers in the background, maybe?
I mean, you did say you wanted people in costume.
Yeah, we did say
So,
that. This is our first
might be the
really good
closest
costume.
we get.
Got some garlics in the chat.
Huh.
Okay.
I don't get
I
the
think
garlic.
that's a garlic bulb.
I understand the fleur-de-lis for Simon, but I don't understand the garlic.
Keeping the vampires away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm into it. I personally love garlic. I have a T-shirt that just has a clove of garlic on the front that I wear quite often. Yeah, someone asking if she ran in the wedding dress the whole way. It looks way too
It's way
clean.
too white.
Yeah,
Way too white.
There's no way.
Hard no.
But I do have questions.
Yeah. This is the reason I do not wear white.
Yeah. Oh, someone's saying Rachel's interview is in stream 11 around minute 44. So I actually might write that down because I want to go rewatch it after. I was there. I was experiencing it, but I would like to also watch it.
We've got an ordained minister in the chat. And fun fact, I am one as well. I went to a website. I still have that in my email. I forget what it was called, but
my dad is also ordained because he married one of my cousins. Well, he performed the wedding ceremony. He's now married my cousin.
Well, I remember my friend Emily in Oregon is ordained, and I don't know. No, it was friends of hers, but I watched it was like they climb up the mountain and they did it on the top of the mountain. So that was super, and then it was live streamed.
That's incredible.
That was super cool. So Emily Ketty, well done.
Someone said, I think John G's getting into bridal fashions. Okay, well, I don't know if they are, but thought Oiselle actually at one point made like wedding running clothes. They made like a dress that had shorts in it, a white dress that you could run in for people who do their wedding day 5Ks and stuff. So like you joke, but that is actually a thing that a brand did at one point.
Wow.
Someone said, turn around, Simon, go for the Cocodona double. Yes, manifesting the Cocodouble, whether anyone wants it or not.
Yeah, and we're back at our finish line. I want to do a thank you again. I got some breakfast there today. So bacon and eggs. Thank you to Deb Hamberlin, who'll be running Western States in a few short weeks. As well, Patty Curry gave me a nice big smile and said it's going to be a wonderful day. We had Jubilee Page, Javelina 100 race director, was somewhere behind this camera earlier today doing some announcing. Who else was down there? Will and Jeff were the aid station volunteers just showing up. I met Catherine from Aravaipa staff. Lots of great people who are out here doing great things. Got all our media people. Thank you to Trevor and Zach L. and Jordan for being behind the screens here all week. This has been a fun time to be celebrating and supporting all the runners. We got tons and tons of volunteers out on the course, all over the course. Crews, pacers. Big thank you to everyone who's come out in support and everyone who is supporting all the different sponsors we've got for this race. It takes a village to put on an event. So thank you to Speedland, Knack, John G, Ultraspire, Catula, Tailwind, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Satisfy. Is this a finisher we've got coming through here? I see a lot of clapping. Yes, we'll grab a bib number as soon as we can. Been... Yeah, a few people. We're hanging tight till we can verify who that was. There are a few people from the Sedona Canyons 125 are within a mile. So potentially that was Justin Bennett, bib 555. And well, thank you for joining us on Day 5, Hour 99 of coverage. I am Greggy Varrigan here with my co-host
Claire Farrow.
Or I guess I'm your co-host, as it were.
Whatever it is,
we're
co-hosting.
I guess co-hosting, it's not plural or...
I'm your co-host, but you're my co-host.
Exactly. And we've got the cactus with us here. The cactus has a knack hat on now. That's new since I was here.
I've really only been focusing on the legalized LSD shirt.
Yeah,
I do really like
cool.
that.
Satisfy's got some goodies in here.
Yes. They have that newspaper over there. A buddy of mine is actually in it.
Oh, no way.
So I saw him posting that on Instagram yesterday, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to look through it and find your picture.
Do it. Let's find it right now.
Okay, let me grab it.
I was going to say, I had one of the ones from Bumblebee Ranch for Black Canyon, and I've got the sticker from that.
This is a real newspaper. It's quite large.
It's a very large newspaper. Oh, there's a horoscope in there, too. What's your star sign?
Running horoscope. I am an Aquarius.
Hey, yeah.
Oh my God, gang. Okay, let me read the Aquarius
And
one.
over behind the screen, what's your horoscope?
Do you know? Do you know your horoscope? No. Oh, okay. Well, we're both Aquariuses. And it says, it gives us a song,
awesome.
which our song is Spellbound by Susie and the Banshees. And it says, pretty sure this song is about witchcraft or possibly demonic possession, which is funny, Aquarius, because this month you'll be possessed by the spirit of Steve Prefontaine. The curse will only be lifted when you locate 12 of his baby teeth and bury them with Lemmy. I actually would love to be possessed by the spirit of Pre. That would be really good for me, actually. Big fan of him. As he said famously, I believe, the best pace is a suicide pace, and today is a good day to die. And that one stuck with me.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, they've got an article on Henry Rollins.
Have you read the book How Bad Do You Want It by Matt Fitzgerald?
Yes, I have.
There is a you know that there's a great section about Prefontaine in that book. And that's a great book to read too if you were working on your mental game or anything. I'm going to drop that into the chat. And I also have to say thank you to Air Viper staff member Heidi Allen for suggesting that book to me. So thanks, Heidi. I know you're out there somewhere.
He has quite a few good books.
Oh, and apparently it was Maya Detmer's birthday. The start of the race. So happy birthday, Maya. Should have that finish coming up.
Again, this is a gnarly way to celebrate a birthday.
Wow.
In a really cool way. I mean, built different. Oh. This is my buddy in the Satisfy paper. Herms.
Wow.
Real cool dude. Very popular on Instagram and TikTok.
Oh.
At Herm Runs.
At Herm Runs. Cool. Hey, Melissa, you're also an Aquarius. Heck yeah.
Gang.
Best sign there is. Aquarii are awesome.
Not biased, but biased.
Mm-hmm. Wow, we got someone else coming into the finish right now. That's, 79. So this is Brennan St. Vrain coming through. Getting the sub 100 hour finish. Congratulations.
With plenty of time to spare. I think he was one of the younger ones in the race. I think he was 23. So again,
wow.
I was not doing this 23. I actually ran my first ultra when I was 23, but that was a mere 59 miles, not 250.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, we've got a shout out in the chat to members of the Native Women running crew, Tish and Missy, both over 220 miles on their way to Flagstaff. Pretty incredible.
On their way to Flag, yeah. So
I'm a big fan of that Instagram account, Native Women Running. Everyone throw them a follow. They're doing some incredible work out there.
Yeah, and mile 220 would put them somewhere between Fort Tut and Walnut Canyon in the no pacer section. So we're hoping that mud has dried out somewhat for them.
Yes, I am imagining the conditions are a bit better today.
That stuck vehicle being gone.
Yeah, that'll help.
All kinds of weather stuff has been the story of the race. And, we're at the finishers now who probably have been rained on, hailed on, snowed on, sleeted on, through the mud, through the sun, being baked in Sedona, all kinds of fun things.
I feel like, people say the whole 100 miler is like life in a day, I feel like this, especially edition of this race, has really been every weather condition in a race,
totally.
Like you can experience everything in life in this race.
Totally. And now we've got sunshine, clear skies, some snow at the 12,600 foot Humphreys Peak, the highest point of Arizona, is in the background here. It was really cool to see some of the shots as runners were entering Fort Tut Hill yesterday.
I think all the runners are just happy they only have to run up Eldon and not any of the other higher peaks.
Yeah, it's just Eldon.
Well, how bad could it be? It's
only
not like 12,000 feet.
higher than Humphreys. Or, no, lower than
Lower,
Humphreys.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, one day I would like to do, what is it? There is an ultra I have seen down our FKT route maybe. I am in no way in any danger of breaking that.
Yeah.
But you go, you can start in the Grand Canyon, you go up, come up the trail, cross the trail, and then go up Humphreys and down, or you can go the other way. There is a name for it. If anybody knows, you can tell my brain is becoming mush. But that sounds super fun. So if you know what that is, drop it in the chat here.
Yeah, everyone in the chat cheering for Alexa Hasman as she's getting closer and closer to this finish line, wrapping up her position as number 10 for the women.
Yeah, and we're approaching 500 likes on this broadcast too.
Ooh. Will we reach that before 100 hours? I'm hoping.
Ooh, that's a great question.
We
need 50 more likes. We can do it.
The top 10 for the women
minutes.
up here on the screen. So Alexa is going to be our 10th.
Our 10th, yeah.
Most likely.
And, just that incredible performance by Rachel, almost a 16-hour gap on Lindsay in second.
Incredible.
Mind-boggling. And Rachel was in contention. She was not that far behind Edhart.
Yeah, she almost made the overall podium, which is, again, really incredible.
Oh, here we go. We have a finisher.
So this is Alexa coming in, our 10th woman finishing the race, running in with, I imagine, her children, which is, I hope, very special for her.
Aw. It'd be great to see some of the photos. Yeah, we got Howie Stern out there, Scott Lopez out there, Anastasia Wild.
Some of the best photographers in the game for this stuff.
Yeah, and that will be a big question. When photos are ready, that will be announced, as you can imagine.
We got Simon in the chat saying, crazy finish for him, and now it's time for a nap. So, yeah, get out of the chat. Go take a nap, dude.
That might not have been Alexa.
Oh, boy.
Sedona.
Okay. We're trying to figure out if that was Alexa or Hillary from the 125. So if anyone knows
there's
her,
another
confirm that.
finisher coming in here.
Okay, we've got another woman.
Yeah, there's a blue bib 3 something, I think.
So that was definitely. Okay, so we were right. So Hillary first, I'm sorry, it was Alexa first, and then.
So that was just Hillary in the 125 miler finishing.
Yeah, Hillary Vanderstream. I recognize the name from the Air Viper volunteering sign up. Congratulations.
Simon said he had way more time than he realized for that sub 100-hour finish. Yeah, he had like 30 more minutes. So next time he's going to walk it in. I don't know.
Oh, dude,
I don't know. That was a pretty impressive run in.
You never know.
That tells you you've got a little bit more left. Oh, yeah. There's our buddy from the Wander Project.
Hey, Xander.
Yeah, because Alexa was one of the charity runners.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's Xander. Where'd
out
the
there
hat go?
cheering
The
her
hat's
on.
Still over there. Oh yeah, everyone's got their cameras up, getting the photos. Yeah, I got a lot of support and love for Alexa in the chat. Emily Ketty from Oregon says, go Alexa.
all top 10 women
Go
under
to that
100
finish.
hours.
Yeah. This is awesome. Now, do we have anyone else who is close to that 100-hour cutoff?
I think
Alexa's
we
bib
have
is there. We've
Wyatt.
got Wyatt Barrett.
He might.
Looks like
he
there's
might
time.
make it.
The tracker, actually, that could be another imminent finish here. And Jason Midlock, potentially, coming out of Buffalo Park. We'll see. Jason, if you can hear us, or Jason, if your crew can hear us. Yeah, you got 12, less than 12 and a little bit minutes here. And 204. Who is 204?
Dmytro Sokolovsky.
Okay. Oh, we got Stormy Hild as well, who ran through the aid station, did not even stop.
No time. Maybe he wants that sub 100.
No
real
time
bad.
for love, Dr. Jones. All right, we will keep an eye on that. On the 125, we got a number of bibs getting close here too. Hillary got a finish. We got Colton, bib 647. Chris Barnes, bib 505. Kelsey Robinson, bib 520. Brandon Veltman, 549. 645, Ronnie Bondi. 624, Ryan Catalan. And 480, Brian Bondi.
Just checking in on Flagstaff Crest. We still have Trueheart in second. About a minute back from Ryan Wolf. They've both hit that second aid station point in the Flagstaff Crest.
I can see it's starting to get busier down in the square as we approach 9 o'clock Arizona time in downtown Flag on graduation weekend.
If you're local, maybe go grab a cup of coffee, head over to the finish. It looks like a pretty
head
fun
down and
place
cheer,
to be
or
right
how
now.
about on the course? When I was out there chasing runners yesterday, it was really cool to see there were a number. Lindsay Dwyer, there were a number of women who came out from what they were doing. There's a number of clinics and stuff you pass, and I was like, oh, we can see on the tracker, so we came out. So that was really, really cool to see. Looks like we got somebody in the background there coming in.
Oh, wow. That was a jump.
Awesome.
That was very, I mean, running 250 miles, whatever, is impressive. But that jump at the end of it, possibly even more so. So nice work, Wyatt Barrett.
Wyatt Barrett, bib 37. Congratulations. Broken Arrow's got that ring the bell. There's a pull-up going to happen on the stanchion here.
They look pretty happy over there.
Oh, I found my note from last night about covering my body with temporary tattoos as sunscreen.
Yep, if you don't want to wear a sun shirt, temporary tattoos also work.
I bet you get some pretty rad ones on Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
For things.
And probably a big multi-pack.
Oh, all right. So if anyone needs an idea for their next race, summertime is coming up. If you're not sure about getting your own tattoo, just get a temp one, bake it in, and see how you like it.
Well, the danger with the temp ones, too, is then you see it and you're like, oh, I kind of like that. And then you're like, I kind of want to get that permanently. So, use with care.
Mm-hmm. I can still see Xander in the background in that purple Wander Project bucket hat. That's they were at 1,700 likes. Oh, breaking news. Emily, I just saw your message. This is Emily Ketty, who did an incredible 2 million plus vertical feet last year.
Oh my God.
Emily will do Cocodona with me if I get enough likes. Thanks, Emily.
Everyone go follow Greg on
this
Instagram.
99.51. I'll put that in there. Like I said, if I get 2,000, that's a giant leap from where I am, but I'll do Cocodona. Why not?
I think we can make this happen.
We can totally make this happen. There's 25 hours and 7 minutes and 40 seconds left for that to happen.
Yeah.
It can totally
Nothing to
do
it.
its thing. Like to shout out all the people we've got out in the field right now too. I know David Usling is out there and has had a camera, been all over the course, done a fantastic job. Mitch Queering is out there as well. Michael something McTeer. We got lots of great people out there in the field. So thank you to everyone who has taken time out. Thanks to our live stream producers, co-hosts. We had some great people here. Corinne
really
was here.
incredible
Tara was
co-hosts.
here.
Hillary Yang.
Thank you. Yes, like, about to say other people I forget already. Yeah, Hillary Yang was great. That field coverage of day 1 and day 2 was fantastic.
She did an incredible job,
being up at Crown King, being all around, talking to the crews. I don't think anyone will forget Tara and the cow.
No, or her taste testing. The aid station food, also classic.
Yeah, cinnamon roll pancakes with bacon on top and all kinds of fun things.
Which, man, I really would love to eat that right now.
Now, is that Erica and Steve that may have just walked through the finish line there? Race director Steve Adderholt potentially got a sighting.
Got a runner coming in.
I think it's Dimitro.
Oh, man, he looks pumped.
Wow.
That was an enthusiastic finish.
Well done.
Not 100% sure because his tracker last pinged 26 minutes ago. So it's kind of hard to predict.
Oh, we've got someone asking 2,000 likes where? 2,000 followers.
2,000 followers on Instagram. Look how well my brain is working.
Yeah.
That's like more than 3 times what it currently is.
Words are hard. But yeah, if Greg gets 2,000 followers on Instagram, he will run Cocodona.
And I'll do my best to get a camera and other stuff too. And as I say that, I realize those camera packs are heavy, but whatever.
Yeah.
It's an adventure. There's 125 hours.
We had a question of how many people have finished. And according to the tracker, we have 114 finishers. So.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to all of the almost 2,000 people who are on this live stream with us right now, Friday morning. 9 o'clock here, so
working really hard.
I'm going to say, if my math is correct this time, it's about noon on the East Coast. I know I screwed it up the last time because I've got I live on Mountain Time.
Same.
I've got this in Pacific, and there's enough conversions going on.
I don't even know what day it is, much less what time it is somewhere else.
Yeah. Oh, we got a shout out to Dr. Fall making his way up Eldon. Andy Glaze, yes, is still out there.
Oh, we've also got a question of how many people started. So we had, it looks like 544. I don't know if that's with all the races. But it looks, according to the tracker, there are 305 runners out on the course right now, and 114 have finished. And that might be between the 250 and the 125.
Yeah. The chat wants to know how many followers for you to do Cocodona 2025.
A lot.
A lot. You think you could?
I want to get Zach or one of my friends to do it, and then I'll come crew and pace them, and then I will decide if there is a bargain I'm willing to accept.
Your friend Zach?
Yes.
What is Zach's Instagram?
Oh, well, Zach Marion.
Zach Marion.
Yeah.
Is he going to do it? Oh.
Yeah, he was talking about it when he was really sleep deprived. So I'm trying to kind of manifest that into reality. Because we were trying to figure out what's more tiring and exhausting, like running 250 miles or producing the live stream for 250 miles. And he thinks the live stream is harder. So I think we have to, do both to see what it is.
All right, we got another finisher coming in here. It looks to be a blue bib, which would be the 250. 204. Who is that?
That is Dimitro.
204. Congratulations.
Nice
Got the Arizona
work, dude.
Diamondbacks hat on. Yeah.
There we go.
Big hugs at the finish. We've got another runner coming through here as well.
I think this might be a 125.
125 or yeah, if the, who might that be? Congratulations, shoot the arrow, and
Nice. Nice work.
Yeah, there's a few people in here. We don't want to give any.
I do wonder if we have a lot of, we're going to see some big numbers coming up as we have 2.5 minutes left for that 100 hour mark.
Yeah, and who is close? Okay, Wyatt finished. We got Jason and Stormy. Because, yeah, Cocodona 250 adventure awaits. Thank you, Air Viper Running and Mountain Outpost, for all of this live stream coverage. We are live with you through 10 o'clock tomorrow. If you want to spend your Friday night with me, I will be here from 11 p.m. until 6 a.m. talking to the camera there and hanging out actually by myself, I think.
Oh, well, it sounded like Troy actually had quite a bit of fun doing that. So
yeah, I mean, I've done it before. It's what you make of it. There's
and
stuff
you're never
to talk
really
about.
alone.
No, there's people in the
chat with you.
And that'll be neat to see because we've got people where, we're not at the pros, we're not the elites, we're at the everyday people, as Joe Corsiano would say, everyday ultra runners. So, I would imagine there will be plenty of friends and family to chat with, or I'll entertain myself by talking to myself.
That also works.
All right, we're down to our last minute. Can I get the Jeopardy?
Are we going to get anyone before that 100-hour mark? I keep wanting to say 100-mile mark, and that is absolutely not what it is.
So some of the people who are close, well, I got 40 seconds. Anyone out there, if you happen to be listening to on the live stream, 40 seconds to crack that 100-hour mark.
Do we think there will be? We got a runner coming in.
Somebody, go. 30 seconds.
I hope this is a 250.
30 seconds.
They're cruising. Oh, my goodness.
Wowza.
Wow.
Had to make sure to get it. That is...
Yes.
I remember seeing the pack, and I do not remember now who that was.
Cannot.
119? Was that it? 119. Stormy. That would be Stormy.
Nice work.
Congratulations, Stormy. Love the
Dipping
cowboy
right
hat.
under 100 hours.
Way to go.
That is incredible.
99.59.
I love that. It's so funny how motivating some of those arbitrary times are.
Yeah. Hey, some fun facts. Stormy's children are named Denver and Aspen. Got the Colorado connection going there.
I love Denver.
And he got inspired to do this by pacing a friend last year for several sections.
Nice.
There's also wife and crew chief Samantha.
I wonder if the friend he paced also paced him this year.
That would be a good
Nice
question.
little full circle, because I know that Rachel, said that she has to come help crew and pace her crew chief next year.
Crew chief Jake, my new friend Jake from our adventure up and down the mountain.
Yeah, you guys are both going to be running this
kicking
year.
rocks and trying to not step on axe blades and fun things.
Oh, for the person in the chat saying Simon should be finishing soon. He has finished already. He had an incredible kind of sprint finish trying to get in under 100 hours and managed to get in around 99 and a half. So if you go back in the stream around then, you will see him.
And welcome to our 100.
Oh, we also got a question. What time is the cutoff tomorrow? That is 10 a.m. tomorrow, 125 hours.
Yes, and that's 10 a.m. Arizona time, which at this time of year is really, really confusing
it's Pacific time.
Yes.
Just say Pacific time.
Arizona does not do daylight savings. Personal opinion, daylight savings is dumb. Just keep the time where it is. So Arizona's doing the right thing.
And we also had a question, when is registration open? That is May 20th. So soon.
Soon. So. Yes. Oh, and we've got some updates on the garlic in the chat as we got a runner coming in. Thank you, Daniel Alaneras, for you. Thank you for the donation. And congratulations to Bib 81?
87.
87?
I think that's Jason Midlock.
Jason Midlock, congratulations. A hair
Nice
over 100
work.
hours.
100 hours.
Give a quick Quick top 5 of the 250 and the 250 women, setting a new course record. Rachel Entricken. Lindsay Dwyer in second, Sarah Ostaszewski in third, Shelby Farrell in fourth. That was last night, or no, just before twilight last night.
Yep.
And Melissa Brown in fifth. On the men's side, Dan Green with a new course record and miraculously white socks.
That really, what's more incredible, the socks or the course record? I don't know.
Ryan Sands in second, phenomenal job coming from South Africa. Edar Ramirez in third, Harry Sabertez, who set such a fast pace at the start of the race, clawed back to fourth, and Finn Melanson making a lot of moves towards the end of the race. Got his way into fifth. He tried to drop his
pacer at the end, which was pretty wild.
Wow. Yeah, congratulations to not just them, but to everyone who's finished, everyone who's still out on the course, and everyone who, you know, if it wasn't your time, you DNF'd, you got out here, you put the time in. You deserve to be celebrated. We support you.
Yes. We did get a question in the chat whether Maya Detmer, bib 10, has finished. And according to the last update from the tracker, she might be our next finisher. But
that does not look like Maya
soon.
there. Who have we got? That could be a...
That might be
125
Kelsey Robinson. Yeah, Kelsey Robinson in the 125.
All right. We've got a whole group of 125 runners within 2 miles now. Looks like don't want to presume, but possibly Bondi brothers, Brian and Ronnie. They got the same last name with the same spelling, and they're pretty close to each other. So possibly. We've also got Adrian Catalan, moving pretty good.
We did have a question of whether we have a Cocoa Monster finisher yet. So someone who's done the Arizona Monster and Cocodona. I don't know. I know we had quite a few runners in the race.
Yes.
Who are doing both, but I'm not sure who the first finisher might be.
I have to look this up and get the results. I met someone who was a pacer yesterday that was also a monster finisher, and I am totally blanking on the name, but I talked to you at the finish line aid. I was eating a burger, he was getting a burger, but I cannot for the life of me remember the name now.
Oh, we also got a question about where DJ Fox is. DJ Fox finished 6th, so he has been done for quite a while now. The days have all blurred together, so I couldn't tell you when that was, but yeah, he was 6th overall. There you go.
All right, that looks like Zach Marion at the finish line. Hi, Zach.
That is. That's our boy, Zach. He will be running this race next year, whether he wants to or not. I've decided. He suggested it first, to be fair. I'm just not going to let him forget it.
He said it would be easier than
Yes. Yeah, he said it would be easier than working it. And I think he has to put his money where his mouth is.
Yeah. We got Patty Curry sighting in the background there. The finish line aid station. Thank you to Patty for doing that. Why don't we give the stats from all the food that we had yesterday? Who do I know that's in the field that can give us a lasagna update if those 8 boxes of lasagnas were eaten or not? Yeah. Breaking news: 668 followers.
Okay, we're getting there.
We'll see what happens. What was I looking up? Oh, right. Who could get us a lasagna update?
Yeah.
Don't know, but anyway, so those big black and yellow storage bins that you might see at Costco or Home Depot or Lowe's or Sam's Club or other stores that sell storage devices, 214 of them were packed just for food and food cooking supplies for this adventure. 79 sleeves of burgers, 71 sleeves of vegan burgers, 61 lasagnas, of which the last update we got yesterday, it was before 9 a.m. when I talked to Hannah. 53 of them had been eaten. There was 1,800 eggs, and I know I probably had 3 this morning. You probably had 3 this morning. Trevor probably had 3 this morning. So
they were great.
Collectively, we took out 9 out of 1,800 of them. And then there were the 4-packs of bacon that Costco sells. So Costco size bacon, 69 of those. Yeah. I don't think we finished a full one on our own.
No.
And we're still on the hunt for someone to deliver Pete's Meats. So if anyone's out there going to Wildcat Hill,
again,
Pete's Meats would be great.
Looking for a brisket hookup over here.
Brisket hookup, yeah. You can, I guess, connect us on Instagram.
Yeah, as I put in the chat earlier, slide into my DMs if you have brisket.
And on that note, there we go to Wildcat Hill. And where is the Pete's Meats truck? I see an open Sprinter van door in the back. We talked to someone here earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we talked to Julian and someone else yesterday about Pete's Meats. So
it's
thanks,
all
Julian.
Blurring together.
Yes, it's all blurring together. I do vividly remember Julian giving me a burger at Jackass Junction of Javelina this year. That was delicious. That really brought me back to life.
We had someone asking how big of a climb it is up Eldon.
The climb up Eldon. The aid from the Wildcat Hill aid station to the next aid station at Trinity Heights is 15 miles and just under 3,400 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's Julian in the background. Did you hear me, Julian? No.
I'm still.
No, you can't hear me.
It's the chicken hat for me.
I'm going to go on my Strava and see what my Strava says.
Oh, yeah.
If I can get the segment. Oh, hey, look, I got a gold medal for going up and down the hill on Beaver Creek so many times. One of them had to be a gold medal.
Are you the local legend now?
No. Oh, maybe. I've gone
Probably
up.
pretty close.
I've walked here every day from the Airbnb, so it very well could be. What am I doing? Okay. Let's see what Strava says for that segment. A year ago I was pacing the Sedona Canyons 125.
I do like that feature on Strava now where it shows you like your activity from a year ago. Sometimes it makes me feel good. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I actually didn't want to remember that one.
No, I don't want that. Okay, so looking at what the phone Strava says.
So the Bondies who you mentioned, who both have the last names, they are father and son. The son is 16 years old.
Dude.
So
congratulations.
Yeah,
we had
that's father-son bonding right there.
Wow, yeah. And we had Tug on earlier with 17-year-old.
Yep.
Why do I have no segment? Oh, I got to click that button. Definitely did not set those records, Strava. Eldon Lookout Road Climb. Eldon Lookout Road Climb. Oh, right. That was the front. Okay. Okay, the Eldon Downhill Strava segment is a vertical drop of 1,745 feet, and that is from the turnoff from the Pipeline Trail, I believe is the name, junction to go up Eldon. The Newhart Trail, that would be the ascent. So that is 1,400 feet up. Where does that segment actually start? And that segment starts from a junction. So that's the best stats I'm getting off of Strava right now. Didn't do too shabby on that, trying to catch up to Rachel.
Yeah, I would imagine.
All right, did you have 5:18? That is Sarah Simmons as the finisher. Fun fact, Sarah was my run coach last year. That's who I was pacing in the 125 last year. So big congratulations to Sarah. Looks like her family's there with her. And
we've got a question in the chat if Andy Glaze has made it to Trinity Heights. Not quite yet, but he is on his way there. He's still working his way up and over and down Eldon.
Yeah, and I got a report here in my messages. Sarah, who just finished the race, said the 125ers really lucked out with the weather. The race was great. Volunteers and aid stations rocked as always, and she liked the day 2 route changes from last year. So I know last year they went out to the east, and then came back. So Thanks again to all our volunteers, all our staff members who are out there, all of our sponsors. As we are back at Trinity Heights, who have we got? There's a dog.
Oh.
Is that Maya?
Nice. Bib 10, Maya Detmer, hitting the last aid station, about to be making her way to the finish.
A mere walk through Buffalo Park.
Yeah.
Or slow jog, shuffle pace, whatever it's going to be. Question from the chat.
It looks like she's wearing a Run Steep Get High hat.
That is correct. Looks to be in good spirits. That looked like a smile on her face. Maya's, anytime I've seen her anywhere, is that a smile on her face?
Yeah, I mean, how can you not with that? Look at that dog.
Yeah,
I'd be smiling too.
Yeah, and she's also been behind the mic at various different things. So thank you, Maya. Air Viper Racing Team member as well.
Yeah, asking about the youngest runners. We did have, someone brought up the Chisholms. They did have 2 Chisholm brothers, I believe 17, 18 years old, running this year, but they did DNF and then supported their mom, Jenny, as she finished, I believe, yesterday.
Yes, yeah, Jenny was on the descent from Eldon when I was at the finish line. And
but we do have Tug, who's still out there.
Tug is still out there, yeah.
Who is, I believe they said 17.
Yes. Yes, Tug ran with my buddy Tony for quite a while. And Susan...
There we go. Maya's looking pretty happy.
Maya leaving Trinity Heights. Go Maya, go Air Viper Racing Team. I think that's our dancing volunteer who was standing up there clapping.
Having a good old time.
Yeah, and you're really seeing the terrain up here in Flagstaff, elevation 7,000 feet. You can see those big bull pines, or ponderosa pines, as it were. Oh, we got the dog cam going on.
That would be me. Yeah. And there's someone else holding a dog.
Holding a dog. Is that...
You see, this would be bad because I would not be leaving the aid station right now if I was a runner. If there were dogs there? No. Just makes me miss my dog. How far to the finish line from Trinity Heights? A little bit less than 4 miles from Trinity Heights to the finish line. So.
Yeah, just the one climb, which will not be as muddy as it was on Wednesday night. So that'll be nice. For an update on the potential taste test happening here, there are some adventure lubes down at the finish line, some adventure packets. So we'll have to see if we can get one of those.
I see we have the deaf cattle dog in the chat shouting out the doggies. Love a good dog. Oh, and they do look really good. There they go. Running off. I miss my dog.
All right, and we're going to have a short
ad break real soon.
Oh, got you here. Yeah, a short ad break real soon coming up. Got a bunch of people approaching the finish line.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runner.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing. Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20%.
Registration for 2026. We'll open registration for the 2026 event 8 a.m. Pacific time on May 20th. That gives plenty of time for the people who ran this year, volunteered this year, to jump on the morning of May 20th and register. We'll have information on a payment plan that will be available until the race sells out. And then also come out and volunteer with us and earn race credits to be applied for future registration. So we do need volunteers still, so come out and volunteer, be part of the race, and then you can get a discount on your entry for 2026. So that May 20th date will be registration for all race distances: the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, Mingus Traverse, Flagstaff Crest, and maybe one more depending on the Forest Service. We'll see you then.
All right, we are back here for hour 100 of Cocodona 2025 coverage. Your glorious hosts, in no way sleep deprived at all, in no way over-caffeinated at all. I'm Greggy.
I'm Claire.
Thank you for joining us. And we just had a photobomb from Ruth Stewart in the background. Hi, Ruth. Saw that.
We're always watching.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us here. During that ad break, we had a quick pop-in from one of our amazing photographers and drone pilots who's been out there, David Yausling. Going to drop his Instagram in the chat here if you want to follow him. Some amazing work he's done throughout this 250-mile, 125-hour
The last
adventure.
100 hours.
Yeah, the last 100 hours.
Oh, wow. We got another fun fact about Tug in the chat. He leaves for the Air Force Academy in less than a month. So, pretty incredible.
Good luck to him. And we also got a shout out for Aylin Davis. Aylin is still doing great. I know that I was told there's an Instagram reel. I haven't found it yet that was put up because Aylin is a deaf runner. So
I think I did see that one.
You did see that? Okay. I was trying to find it.
That came on my feed.
Have not successfully done that yet, but when Aylin finishes, she'll be the first deaf finisher of Cocodona. Also, fun fact, she's part of Air Vipa staff, does some of the course marking at different things I have seen. I'd like to thank everyone who's part of this. We've got Mountain Outpost, which we are set up here at the studio in Flag. Air Viper Running, obviously. Squirrels Nut Butter and Adventure Lube. John G, Ultraspire, Knack. Satisfy, Fain Ranch. The couches at Fain Ranch. Speedland. Tailwind.
Cooperative Coffee.
Cooperative Coffee Roasters, yes. That got me going at, I think, 4 o'clock this morning. I was doing yoga in the middle of the Airbnb, and you're probably like, what is going on here? Coffee maker rolling. Catula. Catula's our other big sponsor. Thank you for everyone who has been part of this. Got another finisher coming in here. Get a
nice work.
Who's that going to be? Way to go.
It's like a 125.
125, 8.
645.
645.
Ronnie Bondi, maybe. Which is part of the father-son
That would be the correct
team.
number, yeah. Did we miss the other Bondi?
It does look like his son was ahead of him.
Brian. We may have missed Brian's finish. Oh, 624. Who's 624? Adrian. Adrian, congratulations. Bib 624. Volunteers doing the finish line photos. Shout out to all the volunteers down there at the finish. We got Jeff, Will, and Deb. Deb's a fixture at these races and is going to be doing Western States. So good luck, Deb.
Oh, we have a question if there is a Fort Tuthill cutoff. Yes, there is. It is at 12:45 today, so a little bit over 3 hours from now will be the cutoff at Fort Tuthill.
Thanks for doing math.
And I can only do a little bit of math. That was an easy one.
Yeah, that's a very easy one right now. What else can we fill you in on? The weather has been the story of this past 100 hours with cold and wet and kind of gloomy and kind of precipitation-y conditions for a lot of the pack. Some muddy conditions, snowy conditions, and now it cleared up yesterday, and we are on day 2 of sunshine here at 7,000 feet in Flagstaff in northern Arizona, not too far from the Grand Canyon. Sure, there'll be a few side trips from crews there at least.
Oh,
if
yeah.
not the
I definitely
runners.
saw at least, I think Mercedes was in the Grand Canyon pre-race.
Yes, yes. Mercedes and Liam were there.
Wow, someone in the chat, their wife, Erin, bib number 537, running Sedona Canyons, is currently at mile 116 of her first ever race longer than 100K. So
Wow.
Which, a lot of people go for 100, but it takes extra strength, I think, to go for 125 for that first 100-mile plus.
Congratulations.
I've been personally checking in on a friend of mine who's running the 125, and she is at 117.5 the last time I checked. So.
And who's that?
My friend Leia from Lakewood. We did a 12-hour Running Up for Air, which is a charity event that benefits clean air initiatives in Colorado and Utah. They have a couple different events. We did the one in Staunton. So we did the 12-hour there, and then we did a 24-hour together in November in Fort Collins. So she has been absolutely crushing leading up to this race.
117
so
is
pretty pumped for her.
Is a huge thing. So we will see here in the next couple hours.
Yeah, I'm kind of got my fingers crossed that she gets to cross before I am done today, so I can see that. Or I could go down to the finish.
Or you could go down to the finish, yeah. Hope it looks close.
Just pop out.
And is this? No, this is a bicycle. Yes, a bicycle in the background.
They're moving a little too fast to be walking.
Fast, yeah. Yeah, Flag is a pretty bike-friendly town from the looks of it, all the bike lanes. I haven't seen too many actual bikes, but there's lots of bike lanes.
Well, there's also the nicest bike path I've ever been on, that down by the Flagstaff Crest and like down by Fort Tuthill. Oh my goodness. Seriously, I was the whole time. I was like, this is so beautiful. Dirt, flat, super gorgeous, big trees. Recommend. Yes, the Strava Running Up for Air Challenge, I do believe, is for the same organization that puts on the Rufa events. And we have someone asking if we think this was the hardest 250 due to the weather. I don't know, because I did hear from a lot of people who ran the race and who are very experienced with the race, like Jeff Browning, saying that the weather both helped and hurt, and it kind of canceled out. You know, the mud did slow people down, but the cool weather at the start did also help people run faster because they didn't have to carry as much water. They didn't have to deal with the heat, so it might have just kind of nulled itself out there.
Yeah, the few people I chatted with that had completed or paced it, it seemed like there was a leaning towards a hot year over a wet year.
Yeah. No, Jeff said he would rather do a hot year.
What have we got? The Final Frontier.
Goodness.
Oh, they've changed it. They're turning it into the lab. Yeah, if you're just joining us, we did have a chat early today. It was very early, sometime around 6 a.m.
The runner's high.
When, we got the runner's high going on. So there was an incident last night where the aid station at Trinity Heights was reported to be a meth lab and investigated by police. So we are rolling with this, and that is going to be the theme of the aid station for next year, the Trinity Heights meth lab.
I love how much they're embracing it.
In the parking lot of the church.
Yeah, which I think makes it even better.
So, anything can happen in an ultra, as we are learning here.
It's always the things you never expect.
That was not on my bingo card for the month.
I don't think it was on anyone's. I do like themed aid stations, though. I think that's so fun. I think it was a friend of mine was volunteering at the High-Low last year. And the theme for that aid station was like ETs, extraterrestrials, aliens, all themed like that. So that was really fun.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that would be good. I'm trying to think if there's any. I haven't been part of a themed aid station. I know Black Canyon, Hidden Treasure Mine, they were pirates. And yeah, I'm more of it see just photos from different races and people are doing different things.
It's so fun. There was, at Run Rabbit Run, I can't remember, I think it was Billy's Rabbit Hole. They also, their whole aid station was themed, and it was kind of like, I couldn't really remember what the exact theme was, but seemed a little girl power themed. Everyone there was wearing the Here for the Women's Race shirt. They were playing Chapel Roan. There was a lot of like pink sparkles, glitter, unicorns. So it was pretty amazing seeing a bunch of dudes in like Here for the Women's Race shirts singing Chapel Roan with glitter on. So that was pretty great.
Yeah, you can see the sun is out here in downtown Flagstaff, Arizona. You're looking at Heritage Square. That Diablo Burger sign in the background, there has been lots and lots of talk about that. Not sure if I'll get a chance to try one or not, but I know it was Connor. I think there was a kind of informal GoFundMe for his 70-mile journey.
I got all the donations in the chat
cam.
to feed him.
And I know...
and again, he's single. Hit him up on Instagram. He'll take you out for a burger now that he got all those donations.
What other Instagram accounts do we have to put in here? You're looking for DMs, is that correct?
I'm looking for DMs about brisket.
Brisket DMs, all right.
Cody Poskin, looking for a serious girlfriend.
Brisket
Connor
DMs
also.
to, what is it? Don't tell me, at Claire with an extra E. Underscore Elizabeth?
Underscore Elizabeth.
Look at me go.
Yeah, for everyone in the chat asking about Andy, he is currently going up Eldon. He might be starting to hit the downhill into Trinity Heights soon. Yeah. So
last seen walking very quickly through the aid station at
walking
Wildcat
with a purpose,
Hill
I would
with a
say.
purpose in his jorts. Or not Trinity Hill, Wildcat Hill.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Trinity Heights is what he's coming up to.
Yes.
Meth lab.
I'm never gonna call it by its real name now. It's the Trinity Heights Meth Lab.
What other highlights do we have from today, just from this morning? The bacon and eggs.
Yes, that was pancakes. A huge highlight for me. The food at the finish, pretty great. Slaps. Well, we got someone in the chat saying that Diablo Burger is great, but don't sleep on Annex Burgers.
What is an
that
Annex
I
burger?
haven't heard of, but you have my attention.
Doing some quick research here on the Annex Burger.
Let's just check that out real quick.
Yeah, because I'm sure. So it's also graduation weekend here in Flagstaff. So it's between, packed. Several hundred runners between different races, plus at least that many crew paces, et cetera, et cetera. The restaurants are going to be descendant. It's not quite tourist season yet. Either. That was quite the experience going into the grocery store on the Wally World and seeing the very clearly defined middle of the store tourist trap.
Update on Flagstaff Crest. Trueheart is now leading. He is the first person to hit Woody Mountain.
Wow. Okay, so that recommendation just came in for the Annex Burger. There are world famous Brussels sprouts.
Oh, are they like a roasted Brussels sprout or something?
Looks like
that
it.
Looks so good. I love roasted Brussels sprouts.
This is the first time in my life I've heard a world famous Brussels sprout. I've been about
maybe I'll skip my run and do that instead.
75 places with the world's greatest burger. Look at this sprint finish. Go.
Wow. That was incredible.
Done.
That's faster than I run in a workout. Jeez.
I wonder if we can get a split on that last section.
I want to drop the Strava for that one.
Wow. And who even was that? Moving fast enough. I couldn't get a bib number. Was that...
I wonder if that was the father-son duo.
Father-son.
Yeah, the son dropping his dad in the chute.
Bye.
I respect it. I get it. I would do that to my parents too, probably.
And where are the runners off screen? Okay, what do we know? We saw a finish from Sarah Simmons. We saw Adrian. Was that Brian?
Yeah, I feel like that may have been Ronnie and Brian Bondi.
Yeah, waiting for some confirmation here. Gates are closing in the background.
Not letting that car in.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, this looks like...
That definitely looks related.
Yep, that was Ronnie sprinting in to beat his dad, Brian. Or maybe his dad let him win, you know?
Hard to say. I don't think we'll ever know.
We could ask. We could find
We could ask, yeah.
There's a standing invite for people to just show up.
Yeah. Yeah, working on getting some brisket for you.
I'm still waiting for someone mid-race to get to that corner and kind of pop over here instead of finishing, sit down on the couch, have a chat, and then mosey on over the finish line.
Okay, who's getting close? Maya. We could try with Maya.
Yeah.
Wait, no, is anybody pushing Maya? Oh, Rachel is not that far back from Maya.
Yeah. I love a chase.
I guess one of us could go out and wave. Oh, speaking of, as I say,
there we
Maya.
Go. There's Maya.
There is Maya.
On the John G. Skycam.
Yeah, Air Viper running athlete Maya Detmer out of Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, I really need to go out to Buffalo Park for my run today, I think.
That's where I'm going to go.
Yeah. I'm going to stay flat, though. I'm feeling I'm feeling very weak.
You could hike Eldon.
Yeah.
Or you could hike some of the other trails up Eldon.
Yeah.
I know there was some talk of going up the Blue Dot Trail, is what I heard, which is kind of on the northeast. But yeah, this looks so different from running it in the dark, in the rain.
Oh, I'm sure.
Does
it feel like that was a long time ago, or does it feel like you just did that?
Yes, it feels like that was a long time ago.
I feel like
even seeing video that was posted with, you know, here's what's happening here, and I'm like, oh, there's me in the background. I've got a camera here, and I'm doing this here.
I don't recognize him.
And I was trying not to smash my face in at the same time.
It's really, I don't think people understand how hard it is to film and run at the same time.
Yeah.
I've done it for a friend of mine quite a bit because she does gear reviews. So sometimes I take video of her running in the shoes she's reviewing. And there have been so many times I have almost run into a tree, broken my ankle stepping into a hole, accidentally kicked the dog. Like, it's so hard because you have to be watching to make sure they're still in the screen, but also watching the road to make sure you don't die.
Yeah. You know, coming down Eldon, it's interesting because I was more aware of foot placement running up and down the pavement with people than I was going down Eldon, which is much more technical.
Yeah. Well, but people probably aren't moving very fast going down it, so you can kind of pay less attention.
It definitely was not running speed, and then trying to run down a hill backwards, holding a camera, and then turn your head just in time to see, oh crap, that is a big light pole.
Yeah, well, because also, you know, when you're running on the pavement, if you eat it, you're going to hit that hard. It's not a forgiving surface.
Not at all. So luckily for everyone involved, no face plants.
It would have been interesting on the live stream for someone to just absolutely eat
camera
it as
down.
they're filming. Just, ooh, what happened there? Cut to something else. Yeah, look at her running again.
running again through
That's
Buffalo
pretty incredible.
Park. I feel like that's within 2 miles of the finish where that section is there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like they're getting pretty close to the exit.
Yeah, we should start seeing, is that supporters? That just, there was, when I was through, there was a fair number of people just out walking the dog. You know,
yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful day.
It's a beautiful park. And I think as this weekend turns on, doesn't turn on, as the weekend develops, you know, there'll be more. You also see that orange flag down there in the bottom for the course marking to let you know you are on track.
I had so much fun on my run yesterday when I was like dipping in and out of the various courses. So much signage being like, hey, you're going the wrong way. I'm like, no, I know. I'm not right. I'm not racing.
Yep. White with blue polka dots, wrong way, and the giant wrong way signs.
Don't yell at me.
The beautiful drone shot. Who's our drone pilot out there right now? Mitch. This is Mitch. Mitch, great work out there. Rebecca's probably out there as well. Great work. And that is, let's drop that link in the chat. Oh, and apparently someone's saying, remember the UTMB cam and the dude broke his arm. Well,
oh my God. I don't remember. What year was that? I don't remember that.
I do not know. Oh, Alicia Judy, $9.99. We're halfway to a Diablo burger.
Yeah. I don't know.
Thank you, Alicia. Oh, yeah. How much? I still got
How long until the race ends?
Look at that picture.
I know. The race ends at 10 a.m. Saturday morning, so about 24 hours from now, 24 and change.
Yeah, and if you'd like to spend your Friday night with me, I will be on again from 11 p.m. until 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Do Greg a favor and come hang out with him in the chat tonight.
Yeah, somebody come hang out. And then Chris Warden and
I think AJW
is on where is he at right now?
Yeah, he better
He's
finish
still
before he has to get on the stream.
Yeah.
Chop,
now,
buddy.
If he doesn't finish, he's just going to take a live stream cam
they're going to go out to him with
and
a
then
gimbal.
walk back up. And
oh, wow. Someone said Maya Dever only has one ACL.
Yes. Yeah, I saw there was a surgery a while back. So then look at this comeback from surgery
this is actually
to
really
Cocodona.
Good for me to know because my friend John, who has also been begging for a shout out the whole time, so hopefully he hears this.
Hi John, you're
just
awesome.
Had ACL surgery last year and has been working on his like whole return to run, trying to build back up because he's looking to
do Cocodona.
Finally. Well, he's looking to run his first marathon, and then I was like, I don't know. What about have you considered longer? So I think I should try to start pressuring him into this. If she can do it, so can he, right?
Totally.
Tug's mom letting us know that if we see him and he is covered with blood, don't worry. He's just been having a few nosebleeds, so.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing to be worried about. Just proceed as normal.
Thank you. And what is Tug's mom's name?
Diane.
Diane. Thank you, Diane, for that update. How are you feeling as mom?
Yeah, I would imagine she's feeling quite proud. But yes, someone talking about peer pressure. Peer pressuring is the best way to get your friends to run fun races with you. I'm a big fan of peer pressure in this way.
I'm unable to get you a Brussels sprouts update. The website is not currently working right now. Online ordering is not open.
Okay, well, maybe that'll be what I do tonight.
Maybe Brussels sprouts will show up here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, well, you're done pretty soon, so you're going to want to go for a run. And then, is this your last live stream?
It is. So I'm free. I'm going to have to go out and cheer on runners myself, not virtually.
Go to Wildcat Hill and get some stuff and come back for Brussels sprouts. You know, maybe someone is out there waiting to meet you for both of those things.
I know I was saying slide into my DMs for brisket, but also Brussels. Anything with a B. Brisket and Brussels, slide into my DMs.
Beer, bubblegum.
Yeah, see? Everything with a B. Blueberries.
Beignets.
I like blueberries. Ooh, beignet. Oh my God. Oh, would kill for a beignet. I think the place in New Orleans that Cafe du Monde, I think they have gluten-free beignet mix now, which I think might change my life. Oh, thank you, Corey. I have had so much fun doing this.
Got a comment from Old Man Doc here. Speaking for dads everywhere, you never let your kid win.
I think if I tried to race my parents, I think my dad would probably let me win. He might not have a choice. I think my mom would give me a run for my money for sure. She's pretty competitive, and she runs. So.
Oh wow.
I'm trying to. I've really been trying for a while to convince her that she should try to do an ultra. She's run a couple marathons. She's run Boston twice.
She can do it.
She's really into like longer distance hikes now. So I'm like, I mean, you can. I mean, you can go hike a 50K. You don't have to run it.
Yeah, just walk from picnic to picnic.
Yeah.
No big deal.
I've tried to explain ultras to some of my friends who are like ultra curious. It's just kind of a long scavenger hunt in the woods for snacks. Like that's really all it is. And I say that in a good way.
All right, we got Maya leaving Buffalo Park.
Yeah, hitting the road. Now she can just zoom right down to the finish.
There we go. Yeah, didn't want to say it, but yeah, that was
a
course correction. Good job.
Figuring out which way to go.
That was a course correction.
Yeah, I feel like one of the hardest parts about maybe not hardest part, but one of the parts about pacing that always makes me nervous the most is like worrying about taking my runner the wrong way.
Yeah. Definitely was aware of that on Wednesday night.
It's stressful. I mean, sometimes I think I love pacing people, but it can almost be harder than running the race itself because you have to make sure you're, having an okay time. You have to make sure you're eating, make sure you feel good to run, but you also have to be taking care of your runner too.
Yes. Yeah, it is it's a big job. Even got to pick up some great tips from other pacers that I've seen out there just from observing and seeing what they're doing. And, it was Jeff that said that as well. Jeff Browning.
Yep.
You never know everything. There's always something you can learn. And
I think it's so rewarding too. I'm hoping to pace at Hilo and Leadville this year. So
wow.
Pretty pumped about those. Both races that I would like to do someday, but am a little intimidated by. So I feel like crewing and pacing is kind of the best way to figure out whether or not you do want to do something. So anyone looking to do Cocodona, not sure about it, I would say maybe try to see if you can crew or pace someone next year. Get a feel for it and then go all in.
Yeah, and if you don't know anyone who's running, I am 99% certain you could show up and be support for somebody.
Absolutely.
At Cocodona.
I mean, we did have people. We
got a finisher coming in here, right? Sedona Canyon's finisher. We got a little course reroute.
Yeah, we had people. I mean, we had people in the chat looking for pacers for this year's race during the race. So, I mean, if you want to experience part of this course and part of this race, you could probably just show up to an aid station and just start asking people if they need a pacer.
Yep.
I think that sounds awesome too. It's a really good way to get to know, make a new friend, spend a ton of quality time together, and create a trauma bond.
Yeah. Well, and there are lots of connections that can develop during those things as well. I've heard more than one story this week of relationships that blossomed in pacing opportunities.
That's definitely one way to really check if you're compatible with someone, Yeah. If you can get through pacing someone for an ultra, I feel like you can probably get through most relationship problems. It's also a good test if you're dating someone and you want to see if you're long-term compatible. Have them pace you, and either you'll still be together at the end forever, or you will break up. So,
go big or go home.
Yeah.
Wow, let's look at that. Wow. John G Skycam going through Buffalo Park there. Thank you, John G.
Someone in the chat said that bib number 537, Erin Sheridan, just supported their 11-year-old daughter who just ran her first 50K at 11 years old. That is, wow. That is incredible. That's pretty wild.
Younger and faster all the time.
So we're having a question about bib 287, what's happening there. And it looks like they are DNFing. I think they may have missed the cutoff at Kelly Canyon. Don't have anything for sure about that, but that is my best guess. Loving the shout out. Thank you, Mike, for the shout out for all the butts people. I have so much love for the Birmingham and the Alabama running community because that's where I started running in general and also where I started running ultras. So big love for them and all the RDs at Southeastern Trail Races because they are the absolute best. They care so much about their runners in the community.
We're back to our Squirrel's Nut Butter cam. Here at the Squirrel's Nut Butter.
I love the nut cam.
Yeah, and we are working our way. Is that Andre?
I don't know. Yeah, we did have people asking for the Tut Hill cam, so we are here to provide that for you.
We're back.
So someone in the chat said they're thinking of volunteering at Cocodona next year. So if their future wife would also like to be there, that would be great.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of people, and even Cocodona Javelina is another one. There's so many people at Javelina.
Javelina is so much fun. I think it's also, my parents will agree with this, it's maybe one of the easiest races to crew ever, just because it's a loop and it's one spot to crew. So your crew doesn't have to go anywhere. They can't get lost. There's so much going on. It's a party. My parents actually have asked me multiple times when I'm doing it again because they want to go crew.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, the hardest part of crewing Javelina is getting your tent reservation and dragging your stuff to your tent.
I'm so lucky that when I ran it, that was before you had to like really fight for a reservation. I was able to just get a tent. That's the problem with when things get popular.
Yeah. But even if you don't get a tent at Javelina, you don't need one. There's the crew, there's the crew community crewing area, and then you meet so many people who are there. I think we had like 12
That's
people
how
in
you
my
meet your
tent this
future
year.
wife at the community crew area.
Yeah, and you never know whose tent's going to be beside you either. And that's also an easy race you can do. No pacers, no crew, no anything.
Yes, absolutely. I did it with no pacer as my first 100-miler, so I would highly recommend that one. I think sometimes I do feel like I've had my best races without a pacer, which might sound wild, but I think it's because I have to. When you don't have a pacer, you're so responsible for yourself. Yeah. It makes me actually like check in with, hey, when's the last time I ate? Because I can't outsource that to someone, so I have to really remember that. And it's a lot harder to lie to yourself than it is to lie to your pacer. I can lie to my pacer and tell them I had a gel 20 minutes ago. I can't lie to myself about that. I know the last time I had a gel.
Yeah. All right, back to our finish line cam. We got someone, an imminent finish here. Check back on our tracker. Looks like we got a few in the 125 that have pinged recently, and we're not going to get we're just going to have them runners at the moment now. We're leaving that, but they will just make a sharp right turn and be directly on the finish line. So. Okay, we are back to Buffalo Park. Mitch in the drone. Thank you, Mitch. Who have we got there?
Caleb.
Yeah, Vancouver, Washington. Hey, all right.
Love the Pacific Northwest. I wonder if the people coming here from the PNW kind of had a little bit of an advantage this year with some of the weather. All that mud, all that rain.
Yeah.
We've also got eyes on Rachel Buzzard from Flagstaff Local in the back.
Yeah. Probably got some friends, co-workers, all that fun stuff out on course.
Nice.
Rachel's behind Caleb.
Is she going to catch him? That's the question.
Good question.
I love the fact that like a race this long, 250 something miles you can still have a little battle in the last couple miles after almost 101 hours. Yeah.
Wow. We've still got 24 hours and 9 minutes.
Incredible.
Doing the countdown. For anybody who is going to tune in, I have an entire 2-liter bottle of Dr. Thunder for tonight.
Oh, wow.
And the amount of heckling I took for getting Dr. Thunder, the price point is less than half of Dr. Pepper, so that was the redeeming factor.
Sure. I love a generic store brand. I think they're fine.
If you're going for the Dr. Pepper one, do you go for Dr. Strikeout or...
Are those the actual names you saw?
Well, it's Dr. K, but in baseball scoring, K is strikeout, so I call it Dr. Strikeout.
Okay.
Dr. Strikeout, Dr. Thunder, and what did I see at Bash's was something Fiesta.
Ooh, I feel like I might have to go Fiesta.
Bash's is the closest to the Airbnb. You just walk down the hill, and then it's that little plaza with Walmart and stuff.
Oh, yeah. I might have to check that out.
And we missed Sushi Wednesday. It was $6 Sushi Wednesday. Where was that Wednesday night?
I got some $6 sushi from Safeway on Wednesday.
Sweet, good for you.
It was good. I was so hungry.
I don't remember what I had for. Did I have what's today?
Friday. I think
Yes.
today's Friday.
Wednesday was the finishers, right? Yeah, Wednesday was Dan and Rachel finishing. Okay, yes. So I did have a finish line burger.
Mm-hmm. Oh, someone said the Dr. Poppy. Are you talking about like the Poppy branded like fake
Oh,
Dr.
yes,
Pepper? Because
yeah.
those, I love a Poppy. I think they're so good.
I have not tried that. If someone
They're
wants
really
to
good.
make a delivery, we need brisket for you.
Yeah.
Dr. Poppy, someone's bringing us squirrels. Chris Thornley, we need squirrels nut butter here.
I will not be participating in the Squirrels Nut Butter taste test.
I'll do it all myself.
Yeah, Safeway sushi is great. I agree. I'm so biased though, because coming from Philadelphia and then I was living in Alabama, both states that have really good seafood access, and then moving to Colorado, where I am in a landlocked state and there's no fresh like seafood. It's been really hard for me to like adjust my sushi habit. But my sister lives in Seattle, so I just go visit her.
Oh, that's perfect.
Wow, someone said they did a 24-hour backyard ultra where they and the leader had a total time 36 seconds apart over the 19 hours they were running. That's pretty well. I will say, my first ultra, I did a 12-hour. And the difference between me and the second place, which, by the way, first and second in that race were both women, me and another woman. The difference between us was maybe
make your
like
turn, runner.
a tenth of a mile.
Turn. You need to turn right there.
There we go.
There we go.
I like the spec. There's people standing there just pointing.
I noticed that we had Chris Warden in the chat. Very sternly encouraging Maya and her pacer to turn to the right.
Yep. Wrong way.
I remember those rocks because I almost ran into one.
Ooh, someone's giving me hot tips for
more pro
seafood
tips?
in Denver. There's a place in Westminster that flies fresh fish in 3 times a week.
All right, looks like we have a wardrobe change in the background here.
Cactus is getting a new outfit.
Does Cactus have a name yet?
Fred.
Okay, so
John
we decided his name
Gio.
is Fred.
Great.
That is the special edition Cali.
It's a pretty cool shirt.
They've got them at the finish line.
I like the
right
bleach
now
dye.
For sale. Limited edition. If you don't go there and buy it.
Okay.
Oh,
hey guys,
can we
just
get a
letting
shot
you
of
know.
this? Yeah, we got breaking news.
There is a limited edition T-shirt that is going to be at the finish, which it's pretty sick. It's really soft. It's one of those John G.
Great Day training team.
It's got a really cool graphic on the back.
Yeah, it looks like the Circa Daily Tee.
This is Callie's limited edition shirt. It's going to be at the finish line as supplies last. So I would say hurry your way down there if you want one of these.
And not just a shirt, the most comfortable performance shirt in your
it really
closet.
is. I think I have a couple of these shirts, and they're so soft. I was really shocked. They felt too soft to run in almost.
Even better for us ultra runners, odor resistant for spontaneous activity, like running up and down the hill
really
with a camera.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, John G, for bringing this in here. Get yourself down to the finish line and have one. Get a Diablo burger.
Yes.
What else is down there? High five the aid station volunteers. Find your drop bags.
Get some bacon and eggs.
See if you can get us an update. Are there still 8 boxes of lasagna left?
Yes. I want the lasagna update. Someone please give us a lasagna update.
Lasagna. Wow.
All right. Someone's asking if there is a
there we go.
Walnut Hill cutoff. There's
Someone
a
out on
Walnut
the course
Canyon
there.
cutoff.
It's a really cool blue color jacket.
For those asking about the cutoffs, the Walnut Canyon cutoff is at 7:45 p.m. tonight. And then after that is Wildcat Hill at 10:45 p.m.
All right. Hey, yeah, somebody saw my hat. That is correct. I was out there. Good recognition.
I saw 4.8, so this might be
4.8?
Claudia. She's 481.
481. Awesome. And
in the 125. Yep, 481. Claudia Cabanas.
Okay.
Finishing up the Sedona Canyon's 125 miler. Yeah, Chris in the chat giving a shout out to Pam Reed, who is doing one of the follow cams. She is an absolute legend in this sport. I was pacing someone at the Bighorn 100 a few years ago, and Pam absolutely crushed him. So,
wow,
she is a legend.
All right, there is the finish. So as you can see, we've got a Little minor detail at the finish line at the moment, so it's going to be that very sharp right turn. Nobody run into that big rock or stanchion or thing.
Oh, that would be so sad. That would be worse than my finish
line
line
what
trip.
I did holding the camera.
Yeah.
Straight over it, right in front of all the photographers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so that was the Pam Cam that we had on Claudia.
Oh, that's a good name for that. We got Patty in the background again. We're approaching hour 101.
I would be so
Cocodona
honored
coverage.
if Pam Reed filmed me. I would probably have to take a moment.
Dude, you could run down there and say hi.
I know. I'd be like, hi, big fan.
Pick somebody to join up with.
Yeah. Someone asking about this different. Yeah, so we had to reroute the finish a little. So they are now coming in from that right-hand side.
Yeah, big thanks to all our volunteers, all the Air Viper staff, everyone who has helped to put this adventure on. It is a lot of logistics behind the scenes. We've also got all of our camera operators, our drone pilots who are out there getting all these shots so that we can bring this live stream coverage to you. Thank you all 1,800 of us, 1,800 of you who are in the chat with us right now, watching or streaming this online. I guess it's Friday and some people are doing a quote, real job working.
Working, quote
or
unquote.
Quote working, yes.
We did have a question in the chat saying, didn't Pam Reed run the inaugural Cocodona? And she did. She was the 10th woman at the sprightly age of 60. So, again, she's a crusher. And then she did go on to finish 7th woman at Hard Rock later that year. So, again, if you don't know who Pam Reed is, you should look her up because she's pretty legendary. She has 256 ultra sign-up finishes. So,
Ariana.
NBD.
Yeah. Ariana says, your mama's at Fort Tuthill, bib 210. Who is bib 210? Dayan Sena.
Oh my God.
I remember seeing that name a few times now.
I see a buddy of mine in the chat. Hey, Nate. He's saying he's also, quote unquote, working right now.
Nice work.
More questions about the location of Andy Glaze. He is still coming down Eldon, I believe, working his way to Trinity Heights.
Approaching Trinity Heights.
Again, not a fast downhill for pretty much anyone. So at this point in the race,
I would imagine it's not going to go that fast right now. It didn't go that fast for the leaders, so no. And then there was a Jim Walmsley sighting on Eldon yesterday.
I did see
I
that.
can
Yes,
confirm
I saw.
that.
Did you see the picture of him and Sarah O?
No, I did not see the picture. I just heard
they
Zach's
stopped
story.
and took a picture of them two together. They were like, I think it was maybe Kyle Curtin who posted it. It was either him or Maggie posting about, oh yeah, I ran into this guy on Eldon. He made a stop for a pic. He's a big fan of Sarah O, and it was Jim. Oh, wow. Someone said it's 5 a.m. Saturday morning in New Zealand. They're watching.
Wow. Hello from New Zealand.
Hello
from Arizona to New Zealand.
I was about to say I thought that we were further apart because I was like, oh, that's only a 5-hour time difference. And then I realized they said Saturday, and it is Friday here.
It is the next day. So
that's a bit more than a 5-hour difference. Someone asking if Andy finished. Not yet. He is working his way to the last aid station, and then he will be heading to the finish.
Yeah, and if you're in the chat, there is a link to that live tracking option right at the top of the chat, so you can pop on there and check the placing of your runner, check the top 5, check the top everything.
It does look also like I'm pretty sure my old boss is running the Flagstaff Crest.
Really?
She might be in 3rd female place right now.
Because
I know she lives here and she runs trails, and I know her name.
The names are similar?
Yeah, I might have to slide into her Strava DMs later. Asking what the cutoff was at Walnut. The cutoff at Walnut Canyon is 7:45 p.m. tonight, so we have not hit that yet. We still have a while. The next cutoff that is coming up is Fort Tuthill, which will be at 12:45, so in about 2 hours and 45 minutes is the next cutoff. And that is mile marker. Let me see. Tuthill. If I can read.
Where did it go? I just had that up. 2:14?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep, and then that's the no pacer section. So Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon, there is no pacer for the Mexican spotted owl nesting sites. And we had our Mexican spotted owl costumes coming to the finish line
those were
last
so
night.
great.
Nice little play on everything happening there. And wow, I just opened that up. And if you go to the Air Viper running in Cocodona, oh, that's from 3 days ago.
You can still find it.
But yeah,
Got a good picture of the cow and Rachel.
The world famous cow now is Tara Cower.
Live, laugh, love cow. Oh, we just got an update on Tug. He just got to Tut Hill.
Just got to Fort Tut. All right. Do we have
Maybe we'll catch him on camera here.
That is David Carta in the background with the flashy yellow hat.
The shirtless one.
The shirtless one, yes.
The one with the abs.
Yes, the one with the abs. David and Hannah absolutely crushed across the years. Hannah Carta, fantastic athlete. So that perhaps Hannah is out here, and that does look like Andre Lee to the left, local fixture at Air Viper races here in Arizona. So we might have a Hannah Carta sighting on course somewhere.
Keep your eyes out, people.
Keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, I dare to venture to guess in something bright and neon.
I feel like
would be my take.
Yeah.
Because it
to match the hat.
To match that, well, and it looks to me like it's one of those traffic flagger hats.
It does.
So, David, if you want to come and let us know or not, we have bantered back and forth quite a bit.
We have someone asking their son wants to meet his wife on the way in, and where can they go see them? I believe that you can have as many people as you want past the exit for like Buffalo Park. I think that I would check the runner guide, but that is, or at least when they hit the road, we've definitely seen a lot of people at that point. Yes. Shout out the medics. Amen. The medics at these races are so, so important. The work that they do to make sure everyone is safe.
Yeah. Tons and tons of work. Here we got Chris Haas coming in to Trinity Heights aid station. Bib number 261.
Mm-hmm.
And who we got there? There is Maya. Maya coming in. You can see people are starting to line the streets of Flag. It is 10:05 local time.
Perfect weather to go spectate, cheer people on.
Yeah, sit out there.
Local.
We had that informal water stop at the Beaver Street Liquors that I got a photo of this morning. Maybe people have got some more Trail Magic peanut butter cups out there, but they might be melted.
Just a little.
Just a touch. Looks like a smile on Maya's face.
Yeah.
Yes, watch. Make sure you get the red light.
All right, I see the big skeleton and the skeleton dog, so they're definitely getting really close to that finish line.
Yeah,
these are the landmarks.
Just made the left-hand turn there. And if my counting brain is correct, it looks like Maya is going to be the 12th female.
Nice work. I think she might be 11th.
11th?
I think Alexa was 10th, so that Maya would be 11th.
Repping the run steep, get high. And we are going through downtown Flag, so you can see we've got the chicken or the egg game going on.
So
and
there, you did have a question.
Lost a foot to that Prius.
Had a question in the chat. Don't you have to stop at the lights? Yes. Cars will win that fight, I believe, between car and human.
And lights don't mean much in some parts of this town.
Yeah.
Or stop signs. Right, and as Maya comes into that finish line, we do have the limited edition. John G has the limited edition gear for sale down there, so go check that out. If you are in Flag, get yourself a T-shirt.
I might have to make a pit stop there because this is a pretty sick shirt. Nice. Look how happy. That's a good finish. I love the comment. Well, yes, you have to follow traffic laws about the crossing the streets. Yeah, most of the time. It's a good idea.
Yes. We got Josh Fruin coming through here. Moving really well in that Buffalo Park section, which I am getting more and more excited to run. Looks like it's getting nice and toasty out there. Josh has 2 girls. Played college. He was a kicker punter at Greenville University. Elephant Mountain 50 miler was his first ultra. Wow, that is a rough course. Yeah. I did the training run and was pretty over kicking rocks on that course.
Gnarly. Oh, we got a question in the chat asking if they changed the finish or if she took a shortcut. Yes, they did have to reroute the finish a bit there, so she did not take a shortcut. Everyone is doing that now.
And looks like Josh is another one who volunteered at Cocodona. He's volunteered every one of the last 4 years. Dead Horse Ranch. And then multiple days as a live stream volunteer following runners with the runner cam. So he's done runner cam through
that's good training,
Cottonwood, Sedona, and the finish line.
Yeah.
This is his furthest distance by 1.5 times, as it is for many of our runners who went from 100 to 250.
Got more questions about when they would like an update on if Cody has a girlfriend yet. We're all anxiously awaiting that.
Cody, are you in the
update.
chat?
Yeah.
Do you have a girlfriend yet? I mean,
I doubt he's in the chat. He's probably still recovering from his race.
Got some pretty good taste in shirts. I mean, we had his shirt, the shirt Tara wore.
There was some good fashion out there. We love the Hawaiian shirt. And then we got some questions if Liz Russ made the Kelly Canyon cutoff. Yes, Liz and Robbie both made it out of Kelly Canyon. They are at about mile 210 now. So the next cutoff for everyone will be at Fort Tuthill at 12:45, which is, I believe, around mile 214-ish, I think we looked up. So yes. They have a little bit over 4 miles to go probably in the next 2 hours and 45 minutes. So
seems doable.
Yeah, they're getting it done.
Yeah, temperatures are warming up. What have we got going on for flag right now? The high was 70 degrees.
Someone said if Cody gets a girlfriend from this, they will be at the race next year.
Wow.
So no pressure, Cody, but we are counting on you to get Cody, Kylan into this race next year.
Yeah, currently got a feels like of 66. Forecast to be much warmer than yesterday.
Yes, for sure. The sun is out. It is heating up.
It is heating up. Looks like there are some wind gusts.
That'll help.
Yeah, I can see all those leaves out the window there are doing their thing.
Peeking out of the window from our little studio dungeon.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see the sun.
Yeah. Oh, I can see the sun in that white pickup truck. And look, I didn't even realize there's cows. We've got car hinge psychedelic car hinge behind us, and cows in the corner.
We all kind of manifested the cow this year from the cow wall art in the studio.
Yeah. Crazy stuff. You can see how beautiful of a day it is, and lots of people. That orange flag waving there, that is of course marking through the Buffalo Park section. Thank you all for joining us. What have we got in the live chat? We were up to almost 600 likes, 1,800 people. Thank you for being here.
Smash that like button, subscribe, etc. All those things that YouTubers say. Oh good, we got some cow emojis. I was worried.
Moo.
There we go. We got eyes on Caleb.
Vancouver, Washington. Looking great going into the finish line there. Caleb bye on. He loves anime.
Hell yeah.
And what else we got? Furthest he's gone is a 500K. Wow.
Oh, wow. I don't even, how many miles is 500? I can't do math.
Just under 300?
500K.
I think just under 300.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense because 5K is 3.11. So 500K would be, what, 311? That sounds like, isn't Vol State a 500K? I should know these things.
310.69 miles, according to the internet.
Yeah, I think Vol State.
All right, got the finish there. Big hug, sunshine. You see t-shirts in the background. Big smiles.
Yeah, Vol State is a 500K race, if anyone's interested in that distance.
I presume in Tennessee?
Goes all the way across Tennessee. Yeah.
Wow.
One end to the other. You know, it's a very long state.
Yes,
Wide.
I remember the, oh gosh, what was it? The virtual race across Tennessee when the world was closed. We were following several people in that. Tonight, I am sleeping in a ditch on the side of the highway. Hooray.
I love how that race, you can be crude or you can be screwed. That's how they do it. People in the chat wondering if Callie found a runner to pace. I'm not sure. She has been at the finish line pretty consistently for the past couple of days, so I think she might be out there cheering. I did also love the comment in the chat of the year of the cow, and I don't know if that was a reference to the year of the boy, but which one is better? I think year of the cow. A lot of big congrats in the chat for Caleb. He really finished strong there, which again, after 250 odd miles, I am so impressed by people's ability to kind of dig in and find that last little gear. Chris, I think if you're going to keep going with Year of the Cow, you should go comment that on the Boulder Boys Instagram. Tell them it's the Year of the Cow. Yeah, Cocodona. I like Year of the Cow, though. I think it's better than Year of the Boy, which is what they're doing over at the Boulder Boys. I want to start a fight. Everything is. Someone asking, did they get off course? No, we had to. The finish kind of reroutes a little while they transport prisoners.
Prisoners, yes.
Yeah, so
jail transfer.
They are not taking the wrong way. They're not taking a shortcut. This is by design.
Wow, yeah, looks like more people in the chat looking for pacers over the Eldon section.
Yeah.
You never know if you're in flag and want something to do.
If you got to get some miles in, we have a way for you to do that.
Yes, we do.
So we had a question who bibs 39 and 261 are. That would be Allison Powell and Chris Haas, who we saw go through Trinity Heights pretty recently. So they are on their way to the finish.
Wow, and if you're looking for something riveting to do tonight, you can join me by myself on live stream from 11 p.m. Arizona time until 5 a.m.
I might tune in for my bunk bed.
Oh, yeah, do that, yeah. Chris Warden and AJW, presuming he finishes, will be here.
I think he's supposed to be here starting at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
So that means he's got to
he better kick it into gear.
Up and over the mountain, and then I figure he'll probably get a ride back up here or walk his butt back up here, up Beaver Street, and sit here in the...
Well, you got to cool down, right? Yeah. After you race?
Yeah, that's a perfect cool down.
You got to ask, we have any interviews coming up? I have no idea.
We're trying to get Squirrels Nut Butter Chris Thornley to bring some lube for taste test.
Does that count as an interview? Okay, we got Rachel Buzzard coming into the finish, the 250 finisher.
Look at that entourage.
I believe she will be our 12th female finisher. 13th female finisher. I can do math.
Yeah, waving at the camera. Thank you to our camera operators out there. I know I saw Matt with Aravipa out there jogging earlier. Wow, this is a whole herd of kids.
Yeah, this is her first Cocodona. She tore her Achilles in 2021 and was told she would never run distance again. So I feel like she may have proved them wrong, considering she is finishing up a 250-mile run. So again, don't let your injuries stop you.
No, don't let one person's opinion stop you.
Yeah.
You know, you can find a way.
Oh, she also was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis in 2023. So it looks like she has really gotten through a lot of struggles on the way to this finish, and that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, and for those of you who are wondering, there are actual, there's markers on the streets for this. There's the big Cocodona logo, turn left here, turn right, and then wrong way.
The wrong way one is my favorite, I think. Yeah, we got a shout out in the stream. Thank you to all of our bosses for letting us watch the live stream during work.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, thank you for being here with us. Thank you, anyone I might know who's out there lurking or commenting, or I know several people, some people don't have their own YouTube account, so might not have that option. But thanks everyone for being here as we watch Rachel finish.
Look at that.
1:01:18:03.
That's incredible. After hearing about everything that she's been through in the past couple of years to get to this finish line.
Fantastic achievement. Flagstaff Tim, watching Cocodona during work is required this week. It sounds like a pretty good place to work.
I heard over at Ultimate Direction they had the live stream pulled up in the office all week.
Wow. Is that David in the background there holding the camera?
I think it is.
That is David Usling sighting. Thank you for all the work he's done.
David Clayton on Instagram.
Clayton with K.
Yeah. Oh, we've got word in the chat that Callie is out at Walnut Canyon looking to pace someone. So if anyone in the chat has a runner looking for a pacer going through Walnut Canyon anytime soon, we've got the gal for you.
Yeah. If anyone out there needs some new John G stuff, that's down at the finish line, so go check that out.
Get her to pace you and then get her shirt.
Like happy birthday something on one of those signs, but I'm not sure what it is. Big thank you to Jubilee Page, our Viper race director, if she's still doing the announcing of the names as runners come in. And we've got another runner coming in here. Lots more activity down there in the background.
Oh, yeah. I feel like Heritage Square right now is kind of the place to be.
Yeah,
or Buffalo Park.
With all the stuff going on, yeah. Yeah, and what's your run plan for today?
I don't know. Maybe I'll go down to the finish and then run over to Buffalo Park and run around Buffalo Park and then run back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I just realized this. I was just looking at the schedule. We could, if you want to go for a run.
Yeah.
Apparently I can't really do math in my head right now either.
It's hard. I actually, one of my friends literally just texted me that he was proud that I was able to do the conversion from 500K to miles without using a calculator.
That's awesome.
Because I tell him all the time about how bad I am at math.
Yeah. Well, hey, maybe once you get out of that actual mental space and you're a little disoriented, math actually really is easy.
I think I can only do like 5K or 10K variations into miles because I know that 5K is 3.1. And 10K is 6.2. Yeah. So I can just do variations on that.
And I don't track, despite living in Canada, I don't track in kilometers because all the stuff I do is in miles. I'm like, what good does it do me? I'm at kilometer 47.2.
Okay,
great.
Cool. That means nothing.
I'm not doing the conversion in my head as I'm moving, but got a lot of stairs.
I have friends who, work in miles, but they put their watch into kilometers so that auto lap doesn't tell them what pace they're going because they can't do the conversion. So they'll get the auto lap at every kilometer, but it's I don't know what pace that is. So it keeps them from overly focusing on pace.
Wow. That's a good strategy.
Pro tip.
Oh, wait, you're in Colorado. Do you know Kirsten? With their Vipa? No.
Maybe I will soon.
Maybe you will soon, yeah. Shout out to Kirsten preparing Air Vipa Colorado for that big race happening tomorrow.
Which you can still sign up for.
You can still sign up for. Maybe we should announce where that race is. So yeah, if you need something to do tomorrow, you are in the Metro Denver area, Highlands Ranch, Colorado.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's not even an ultra.
I am very, very familiar.
Yeah.
There's a different race in the summer that's also an Air Viper race called Chase the Moon.
Yes.
Which is a 12-hour that goes overnight. And I've done that race. It's super fun.
Oh, I think I've run part of those trails when I was last in Denver this spring.
Probably. They're nice.
Yeah. Back to our John G Skycam, looking at the trails at the base of Eldon. That looks to be, oh my gosh.
Looks like
that
a
looks
runner.
to me like it's on the, that's flying from Sandy Seep on the approach to climb Eldon. That does, also I did that in the dark, the part close to Trinity Heights. But there we go, got the pan up. Just look at that. Gorgeous clear day here in northern Arizona. Elevation 7,000 feet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, yes, because I went up and then left to make that turn and catch up. And you're looking at around, well, it's 3,300 feet of gain from the aid station to the top of Eldon. Maybe we'll see the radio towers. There we go. Just as I said that, look at that. Zooming into the radio towers and the fire lookout at the top of Eldon. So good luck on that climb, runners we're looking at.
Yeah. That is a vantage point. Just looking at up how high up that is from down there. Woof.
Back to Fort Todd. There is Chris himself. Chris, listen to the live stream. Bring us some squirrel's nut butter, please, sir. And he's gone. But you can see that is a hop and aid station right now. I got a bunch of runners in there fueling up, hiding from the sun for a little while. I'm sure it's nice and cool in that aid station. There is a sleep station there. And we have our cutoff from leaving Fort Tut is at 12:45. So that is a hair over 2 hours for runners in the 250 to be moving forward out of that aid station. Fort Tut Hill is at mile 214.3 of the 250, and it is mile 100 for the 125. So, like I said, we've got multiple things happening. We've also got the Flagstaff Crest 39 is going on right now, and that's on a different tracking system than the Cocodona one is.
Most recent update on that, we still have True Heart in first. He has made it to another aid station. He's about 3.5 minutes ahead of second place.
Wow. And on the women's side, we've got Mary Mickler still on the approach, that FAC aid station, followed by Stephanie Knowlton and Sarah Anderson.
Yes, who I believe is my old boss. So good for her.
Wow.
We did have a question in the chat. Any suggestions for first 100-miler or what to look for? I did, again, as I've said a couple times, Javelina was my first 100-miler. I do think it is a really, really good choice. I think a looped race like that can be really great for a first 100 because you do kind of get used to the terrain, and it just makes logistics really easy. I think Javelina is also a really, really great atmosphere.
Yeah, that's a Hannah Carta sighting, pretty sure, in the background. But yeah, Javelina was a great one. It's the first 100 I finished, but I would agree with that. It's easy to crew. It's a nice time of year. It can be hot. That's one thing that can is the heat.
The heat can definitely get you if you're not
was definitely a story this
it.
year. Even though it's end of October, it was over 100, triple digits in Phoenix. But it's one that's easy to do whether you have a crew and pacers or you're coming in on your own.
Yes. Not everyone agrees with me on this. Oh, there's Callie, I think. No, maybe. I don't know. But I don't know if a lot of people would agree with me on this, but I think these small looped courses for fixed time stuff can be a really great first 100 or first ultra because, you can sign up for like a 48 hour and kind of guarantee that even if you end up having to walk a ton, you can still cover 100 miles. I actually, not last year, but the year before, convinced one of my friends to do a 48-hour race with me as her first ultra, and she did 100 miles.
That's awesome.
So, if you really want to just kind of get that done, I would say a small loop course can be a great choice.
Yeah, the first one I tried is called Dead Man Peaks in northern New Mexico. It is a small race, but super fun. Didn't finish it, but I would love to go back and do it. Kevin Bott, we've got coming in. Dropped our runner cam. Wow.
That's pretty incredible.
Kevin Bott is it. There's Mike. Mike from Aravaipa, logistics man extraordinaire, setup man. Hi, Mike. Wave at the camera. Got the javelina shirt on.
He might be a little busy.
Blocking our view. Mike is an awesome guy. Big shout out to him. He does a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. And there is our finish.
Oh, that is a 620. Sorry, Jeffrey Slater.
620, Jeffrey
Nice work.
Slater. Oh, we got 5. Like we've said multiple times, it has taken a village of people to get all these different race distances, even just Cocodona on its own before including anything set up, taken down, food out, food cooked, food packed, stuff washed, stuff cleaned, us sitting here in the studio, all of that done. So thank you to everyone who is involved in any capacity. And we've got, that looks to be Kevin Bott now.
There we go.
Making
I
his
love the
way
bucket
in.
hat. Bucket hats are so good for warm races because you can really stuff so much ice into them and keep your head cool. And it really helps keep the core temp down. Yeah, we got people in the chat suggesting other races for their first 100. We got Javelina. Someone said their first was High Lonesome because they, it's important to pick a race you're excited about, which I totally agree with. We got another saying Rocky Raccoon.
Yeah.
Got someone suggesting Sedonia Canyons because,
Yeah.
it has it's gorgeous, and you got a really lenient cutoff there with 75 hours for 125
Another
miles.
one I'll throw out is the Coldwater Rumble in January in Phoenix. It is a looped course, much more technical than Javelina, but nice big sort of Javelina style, main aid and then loops around it. Pretty generous cutoff, and it's in January in the desert. So,
And, for some people, technical, that just makes it more fun.
exactly. If you're me, you just kick rocks for another 47 miles.
Ugh.
But it is a thing, and people love it.
I do find it makes you, I feel like, mentally engage a bit more, which I think can be fun.
Yes, you can't really turn your brain off because then your toes hurt.
Yes. Bad things will happen if you turn your brain off too much. Oh, someone said
right.
Kodiak 100 is
There
going to
we
be their
go.
first 100-miler.
Congratulations.
I've heard Kodiak's really good. We've got another suggestion in Idaho, Stanhope. I haven't heard of that. I've heard of IMTOP out in Idaho, but I haven't actually heard of that one.
I did just hear of Stanhope. Why was I looking at it? For some reason, somebody told me about it. This is in the past 2 weeks. I want to say it had you needed to have specific qualifiers. Here we go. Yes, Stanhope. You need to have completed an already tough race before you can do that race.
So maybe not a first 100.
Yeah, you need, for applicants for 2024, need to have done Hurt, Orcas Island, Barkley 100, Cocodona, Hellbender, Bighorn.
Yeah, those aren't easy.
Mesa's
That's like
High-
hard rock qualifier level races.
Yeah.
Oh, someone suggested Daytona or Keys 100. Wow. If you do well in heat, yes. If you do not do well in heat, do not do those races. I have friends who have attempted them, and it gets so incredibly hot because you're out there on the road in Florida. So be warned.
Yeah, pick something that excites you, that seems doable. I mean, 100 is no small task at any time.
Yeah. Oh, wow. The Drinking Horn Meadery said San Juan Softy as a second 100. Wow. That is, you scare me in the most respectful way. That is not going to be an easy one either. Oh, Mountain Lakes 100. I've heard that was it's a really fast and fun course. So Bear 100, also very fun. I have a couple friends who love that race.
Yeah, and here we are back to the John G. Skycam in Buffalo Park. We got Chris Haas rolling through. That is a good pace. 252-ish miles into everything.
Again, I don't usually look that good sometimes at the start of my run, and I'm not going 200 miles. Someone suggesting flat hundreds. Yeah, Tunnel Hill, was that Canal Corridor, Hennepin, all very good choices. I mean, there's a reason the 100-mile world record was set at Tunnel Hill. It is a very flat, fast course.
Wow.
Hennepin also very good for that. And you get a flannel when you finish Hennepin, so that's kind of cool.
That's cool. Yeah, I know Chris Warden just did that recently. Hi, Chris. See you in the chat. Thank you for all of the help you've been this week.
I might be pacing a friend of mine at Hennepin. He wants to run sub 14.
Oh, wow. I thought you were going to say Coke tonight, but no. On that note, we should say congratulations to Deanna Doan on her Florida Trail FKT most recently done. I just listened to Troy's podcast with her when I was out running yesterday and into my walk today. So thanks, Troy, for having that. Troy will be here in a little while to
he'll be back at
be on the live stream.
Oh, shout out to the Yeti 100. Absolutely. I think everything Jason Green does is incredible. He's such a cool dude, and that is a very special race.
Yeah, what's another one? Yeah, another race. This is one that I was signed up for in 2020 and didn't get to do, but the Golden 6 Hour. Gretchen Walla up in Bellingham, Washington puts that on. Very community-focused race and 6 hour event, just loops of a somewhere between 2 and 3 mile trail in a beautiful, unused, like very not popular area of Eastern Washington. You can check that one out.
Absolutely. I love a loop. Fixed time race. Do you all think Softy is tougher than Bear? I don't know. I haven't actually done either of those because I'm just a baby and I'm scared. Yeah, that's a good question. I think you should look into doing the high 500. That's harder than both of those, I think, for sure. So you're saying I need to do more than a 50K before jumping to 100 miles? No, you don't have to. There are plenty of people who do a 100-miler as their first ultra. It really depends on the person. I think it's useful, especially to get some experience running in the dark, running for more than 6 hours or so. But it's definitely not absolutely necessary. Just kind of depends on who you are.
Back to Buffalo Park. Maybe see the grass start to get green soon. Actually, for anybody who's up here in Flag, as you drive, if you're flying out of Phoenix with all that rain, there should be some beautiful greens popping, and all those saguaros were blooming when
I'm actually really excited for my drive back to Phoenix, because when I drove up here, I had to drive at 11 p.m. and I got in at 1 in the morning. So I kind of was like, oh, I bet this is a really pretty drive as I'm in the dark, can't see a single thing. Yes, I absolutely agree with the guy saying you don't have to do a 50K or more than a 50K before 100 miles, but you do need to train for sure.
Yeah, I went from a 6 hour virtual to I'll just try 100 miles and see what happened. And
yeah, I went from half marathon to 60 miles, so definitely possible.
Oh, we got a Let's Go Chris in the chat there.
AJW update from the chat that he's at mile 229. That man needs to speed up if he wants to get here for his commentating shift. I'm just saying.
229 put him almost to Walnut Canyon. Maybe Callie's going to pace.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about this plan. Does he have pacers? Does he not?
I have no idea.
Don't know. I mean, since Chris, is Chris in the chat hanging out? I mean,
yeah.
we know that.
Chris, if you're here, can you let us know?
You know, Pete's Meats is still ahead of where
yeah.
Andy's coming into. So maybe Chris is going to go drive out there, get some Pete's Meats, bring it back to us, drive back out there and say hi to AJW.
It's so kind of him.
We don't know.
We're deciding he's
we'll
doing
see how this goes.
Yeah, I love the person in the chat. Ran my first official marathon after my first 100-miler. I did something similar. I ran my first official marathon after, my distance PR at the time was 60-something miles, and then I ran a marathon. Anyone done the Mohican Monster? I haven't. I really want to. So, if you guys have any intel on that one. Yes, Chris, they would be yapping, I'm sure. You'd have to get some mics on them. That would actually be hilarious, a little mic'd up run with the two of them. You wouldn't need us here anymore. Oh yeah, I love the shout out in the chat for Des Linden, who's going to be pacing String Bean at Western States. I'm super pumped. I don't know if everyone's noticed that she's signed up for Tunnel Hill in the fall. She's signed up for the 50-miler. So I feel like we might see that 50-mile world record go down. I know it was just set there this year, but we might get it again. Okay, so we got Josh Fruin headed into the finish. Looking good, showing his bib. Looks like he's rocking a pair of short knees almost, the Courtney style basketball shorts. We got a shot of Pam on the Pam cam. Who, again, if you have not looked at her Ultra Sign Up, I highly recommend that you look at Pam Reed's Ultra Sign Up if you want to feel inferior. She's a legend. How was it to go from a half marathon to 60 miles? I had a great time. I think there's something to be said for not really knowing the type of pain that is ahead of you. So it was really fun because the whole time you're just kind of hitting PRs. Like the moment I hit like 15 miles, I think it was a distance length PR for me. So I just had to be like, oh, did my first marathon, did my first 50K, did my first 50 miler. It was great. There was like no way to fail. All right, we got him coming in for the finish. Got live footage from the Pam cam.
And back to our finish line. You can see we're 101 hours in.
Almost 102.
Almost, yeah, less than 24 hours of coverage remaining.
Time flies when you're having so much fun, right?
Bonkers.
I'm sure we could ask all the runners how time flew for them.
All right,
oh, yeah.
What a finish.
Incredible. By this time tomorrow, I'm going to figure out what to do with my life post Cocodona chat. Yeah, well, I would say sign up for something.
Yeah. Yeah, go on Ultra Sign Up and see what you can get. I know just from looking around, a lot of the summer stuff is sold out already. Ultra running is definitely getting more popular. So, that can be a good thing and a bad thing because it might give you some more time. There's some fall races.
You could just wait a couple days, sign up for next year, and then start training.
Yeah.
That's what you should do with your free time.
May the 20th, Cocodona 2026 goes live.
Chris. Look, not all of us are going to run our first 100 at states at age 18. That is, not all of us are God's favorite.
Thanks to everyone joining us on the chat, 1,800 plus. We're at 600 likes for
only
our
600?
broadcast today.
More.
Well, I mean, it has been higher, but yeah, mash down on that like button. Give us both a follow on Instagram.
Yeah.
Boost
We
our
got to get
numbers.
Greg to 2,000 followers so that he has
Yeah,
to do
we're
Cocodona.
hovering nowhere near that for Cocodona
We've
next
got time.
year.
We've got, what did you say? A little bit less than 24 hours.
A little bit less than 24 hours. And is it 6 hours I'm on tonight?
Yeah, you've still got some time.
Let's look at that right now.
Shout out to Word Running Cruel Jewel a week from today. And Victoria, you guys are going to have so much fun. I mean, type 2, type 3 fun, probably, but a lot of fun.
Yep, looks like 11 to 5. That will be hours 114 to 120. I will be on the live stream. So come and say hi.
You better hope that
and engage with
AJW
me.
finishes in time so he can relieve you.
Yeah, it's a good thing I haven't made a plan to get back to Phoenix yet. So,
oh, getting asked what our Instagrams are.
Oh.
I'm going to drop mine.
I will drop mine. Okay, yeah, give us both a follow. Your next race coming up is?
The Palmer Lake 24-hour in Palmer Lake, Colorado.
Yeah.
Which is a race I love. It used to be called the Palmer Lake Death Race, but then they changed the name. I liked it as
Death
the Death
Race sounds way better.
Death Race sounds so much cooler. The race motto is like start fast, die early. So it's pretty great.
Oh. Okay.
And like Victoria asking what's the hardest part of Cruel Jewel. I haven't done it 5 times like Ward has, but I would say probably the whole thing. Maybe? Yeah. Good question about whether Max will continue his run streak. Hopefully he will be taking his health into consideration, but I have a feeling he probably will continue it. Oh, thank you, Ryan. Oh, yeah, if you live a mile from Palmer Lake, you should sign up. It's such a fun race. It's so low key. Just a casual environment. Everyone's out there to have fun. This will be the 3rd time I'm doing it. So. All right, we have an interview ready for you guys. Hello.
Hello.
What's going on out there?
Can you hear? Hey there, I'm Brady McDonald.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you?
Can you hear me? I'm doing fantastic. Yeah, so we're I'm Brady McDonald. I live in Florida, so yeah, those hills were pretty gnarly today or yesterday. But yeah, had a great experience doing the 120.
Did we lose? Oh, okay. God. So I think someone was asking about the UltraSpire discount code. There is a code it's a Dan Green Day, all one word. And you can get 20% off of any item in your cart. But I don't know if that's still active, so maybe check that out.
Wow. Big thank you to everyone who's out there joining us for today's live stream, watching these runners come in at hour 1:02 almost of Cocodona.
Got some more questions about Andy Glaze. He has not come in yet. He is still on his way to Trinity Heights, which is the last aid before the finish. And no, we have not interviewed Ryan Sands yet. That will be coming up, so hold tight. I like the comment in the chat that said there's a 6-day live stream and a 359-day intermission. Which is, yeah,
well said.
Accurate.
Checking back in on the Flagstaff crest. Looks like our first 2 males have been through the FAC aid station, and we are waiting for, 3rd to 7th male, and first female is currently Mary Mickler.
Mm-hmm. Oh, very jealous of the runner checking in from the Lake District in the UK, playing their run tomorrow. Man, that is a beautiful, beautiful area of the world. I would love to be going for a run there tomorrow, so I'm very jealous of you.
Chris Haas. I actually just saw Chris Haas.
When you're out, yeah?
Yeah, I just took a quick
He just
run
went
outside,
around the corner?
and I was like, oh, you're at the corner. Hello. So looking good, making that turn.
Oh, we got Ultra Spire in the chat confirming that It's a Dan Green Day is still active as a discount code for 24 more hours. So if you want to pick up a pack or a waist light or something, I would do it now.
Yes.
What is the someone's saying there's a 48-hour loop course in northern Colorado this month. Where? Just asking for those curious who live in Colorado and like loop courses. Me. Who don't need to sign up for any races, but would. Yes, we got a shout out in the chat to Andrea Moore, who is another of the Arizona Monster Cocodona doubles. Man, the idea of doing one of those feels like a lot, much less both.
Yeah, and so close together. Not just both, but like a month separation.
How do you even I guess you train, you run one of them, you recover, and then you taper? I don't know.
Question from Jeff. The cutoff is tomorrow at 10 a.m. Arizona time.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona is currently on Pacific time, so I'll let you all do the math on that.
Yeah, I cannot do that for you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, 10 a.m.
It's in the corner.
Okay.
Oh, the top left corner. So there, 10:33 a.m. here, so 10 a.m. tomorrow. Weld or Meld Ultra in Eaton, Colorado. Windsor, Colorado, May 24th.
Yeah, I'm Googling it already. Oh, I'm very intrigued.
Kind of by the old Kodak factory somewhere.
Yeah.
I used to go get buffalo out there. A friend of mine's brother-in-law ranched out there. Well, thank you for the information, Jessica. And back to our gorgeous views through Buffalo Park on the John G. Skycam.
Well, yeah, Ultra Spire reminding everyone about their big giveaway. I'm pretty sure I am actually entered in that, so feel free to pick me, guys.
How do you enter that? I
believe on I saw it was on their Instagram. I think I also got an email about it.
Oh, I did not get an email. What is Greg's Insta again? At Cactus Moose, Angie. There is 23 hours left to get way more followers, so we'll see how that plays out. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Oh, here we go.
Oh, we got Chris Haas finishing.
All right, Chris,
nice
great
work.
job.
Looks like they got some good video footage of that on that GoPro.
Yes, I think I packed my 360 cam today. I
got to go get some content.
Actually don't know that anymore, looking at my pile of stuff over there, but it was on my mind.
The guy who got blamed online for all that, it's a buddy of mine. So we've got someone in the chat rooting for bib 213.
Elizabeth.
Liz, to get to Tut Hill before that cutoff.
Okay.
So she has a little bit under 2 hours to go about 3 or 4 miles. So I feel like chances are pretty good for her to make it there, but we will be sending her all of our cheers from this chat right now.
Almost at 700, only 1,300
We're
more.
getting there. We're getting there. It's working.
It is working. Once again, Greggy Varigan here with we'll just say we're both hosting.
Yeah.
That's way easier than trying to figure this out. Thank you for being here, by the way.
Of course.
Awesome
I've been
energy.
having a great time. We are having a really good morning.
Our pre-4 a.m. wake-up call
yes,
today.
Real early morning for the both of us.
Downtown Flag. Shout out to our sponsors, John G. The John G. Callie Vinson limited edition shirt is
available at the finish line.
Last that we heard, Callie is at Walnut Canyon looking for someone to pace. Also have seen John G. athlete Scott Trayer around the finish line holding a camera, getting photos for a good chunk. We saw Jeff Garmeyer finish. He was going down the hill as I was going up the hill at some point yesterday.
Again, days have no meaning anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, we got Squirrel's Nut Butter, big sponsor, Fort Tut Hill Aid Station.
Ultra Spire,
which we've been talking about there. Discount, Tailwind. I kind of want to try that, the Watermelon.
I know.
I've never tried it.
I've heard it's really good. I've also intrigued by they have a high carb drink mix now, which, that's the hot new thing. So I've heard really good things about it.
Wow, coming up on 11 a.m. local time here in downtown Flagstaff, Arizona. Approaching hour 102 of the Cocodona 250. Big story, big quick race recap. Records dropping everywhere. Rachel Entricken with the new female course record. Back-to-back Cocodona winner. Was it out? Okay, I remember we went through this early and we made a note of it. What hour was Rachel's interview? I know it was yesterday afternoon.
Someone in the chat said that it was stream 11 and around the 45-minute mark.
Okay.
So I have not confirmed that yet, but that is the rumor that I have been hearing.
Yes, and there's a Dan Green interview, which will be right around. Oh, congratulations to our runner here.
Nice. I believe we were saying this is Jenny finishing the Sedona 125.
Jenny, congratulations. That Dan Green interview was just after 11 a.m. yesterday. I don't know what hour of what feed that would be, but if you can calculate and do math better than I can right now, 11 o'clock yesterday, the 8th of May. Thanks also to our drone operators up there and photographers, camera, live stream volunteers. There's Aravaipa's own Mike in the background there, probably taking care of logistical details. Give him a standing ovation as he goes through. Does a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff. And if you've done Javelina or you're in the Javelina 100 Facebook page, he is very active there with updates on crewing and how the crew tents work, RV spots work.
Everything you possibly need to know.
All of those fun Javelina things. And perhaps you'll even meet him and get to say hello out there. I know my friend Emily and I have a thing where we will text each other a photo of ourselves with Mike at various things.
Love that.
To do some inside fun stories.
I think our next finisher for the 250 will be Allison Powell, probably a mile or less out from the finish line right now.
Yeah, thanks to all 1,888 people who are joining us live. Where are you? Where are you joining us from? Let us know in the chat. We'll see how many nationalities and states and other locations people live are represented.
Bonus points if you're from the East Coast. I don't even live there anymore, but you get bonus points.
Yeah, because it's almost quitting time on Friday on the East Coast.
Summer Fridays, you should be done already. It's not really summer yet, but it's close enough.
May already.
Tell your boss we signed your note and you can leave.
Bozeman, Montana. I was there recently. Howdy. Golden, Colorado. Your neck of the woods.
God, I love Golden.
Severance, Colorado. Nice.
Okay. Loving the Colorado.
South Africa. Yeah. More South Africa. More South Africa.
I like whoever's
more South Africa.
chiming in from geometry class outside of Atlanta, Georgia.
Hey, nice work.
Hey, pay attention. School is important.
Redmond, Oregon. More South Africa. Atlanta, SoCal, Kentucky. More South Africa.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Thank you,
South
everyone
Africa.
who's not
It's
in North
incredible.
America for this.
Yeah.
We appreciate you being here.
South Africa's showing up for Ryan Sands. That's what it is.
Yeah. Ireland. Oh, hi, Jan. Salt Lake City. I just was there on an airplane. I'll be there on an airplane again soon. If you're watching, hello, my new friend Claire that I sat beside on the plane. We hope your medical issues resolve quickly and you're out running your first 100-miler.
Oh, we got some Thornton, Colorado. I work for the city of Thornton, so hello.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Oh, wow.
Fun fact.
Spent a lot of time up there off 136th in Colorado.
Oh,
Navajo Nation, hey, thank you for joining us. Jail in Roseville, California. All right.
Ireland by way of Philly. Absolutely.
More South Africa. Go, go, go. Thank you for being here with us.
I think they heard the rumors that we'll be interviewing Ryan Sands very soon. Yes, love the Eagles chants. Go Birds. Absolutely.
Netherlands, thank you again. Antarctica. Oh, that's intriguing.
Okay. That's new.
Down on the ice wall. Draper, Utah. Yep.
Birmingham, Alabama. Absolutely. What part of Birmingham?
Went to prom with Rachel's cousin. Wow.
Nice. Well, if you want to run, hang out with the Butts people. I'm telling you. If you don't already. But you got Oak Mountain, Red Mountain, Ruffner. So many good spots to run there. Oh, okay. So the geometry class, the teacher is the one watching. So that's okay.
That's all right.
I'm sure you could come up with some geometry problems using these races.
Yeah, we did have rumor that there were several classrooms watching this.
Yes,
so.
Yeah, there were a couple teachers who were running, so their classrooms were watching. I think you could do a fun geometry problem, right? Like doing, percent grade of some of the hills and turning those into triangles and figuring out all of that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, crewing Pinhoti. Andrew, that is one of my dream 100-milers. I want to do really bad as Pinhoti. So have so much fun crewing that.
Yeah, looks like we had a few people within 5 miles of the finish that'll have sometime in the next hour or two.
Well, we got someone from Villanova, PA, which our new pope graduated from Villanova University.
There's a new pope? Oh,
there is. They did pick a new pope very recently.
Clearly it was not me.
Me neither.
Next time.
Yeah. Someone's getting ready for 48 hours of loops at 3 days at the fair as another really fun fixed time race that I would love to do sometime.
Awesome. So we got some finishers getting close here in downtown Flag. On the 125, we got Jamie Kirk, Cinta Trocoli, Kristen Anderson, Danielle Neathery, Laurie Smith, Carrie McFarlane, Arthur Arnold, Holly Wallace. And on the 250 side, no, there's Ellie. Hi, Ellie. Dee Wu, Jose Montellano, Sam Fulbright.
Oh, we've got Allison Powell coming in for the finish.
The whole family holding hands.
Nice.
Crew and everyone.
Incredible work. Yeah, the bucket hat, cutoff tee, and like pink shorts is absolutely a look, and I want it.
Classic.
Like, I might have to rock that. Ooh, someone's doing Tiger Claw 50K. I've heard that one's fun. Oh, looks like Callie found someone to pace. The word in the chat is she is pacing 227. So, Desiree Stevens. So I hope they have some fun out there today. I'm loving all the support in the chat for all the women running. I think we need more women signed up for Cocodona next year. We need that 50-50 split. I think we were at 2/3 men, 1/3 women this time. So let's get some more ladies in here. Ooh, Dirty German tomorrow in Philly. Nice.
What is that?
That's a trail race. Is that in the park that I can't remember the name of that I've been to a million times? Shoot, that's gonna bug me. But I have heard that's really good.
Okay, looks like we have an interview ready. We will cut over to that. The question in the chat, the cutoff for Wildcat Hill is 10:45 p.m. tonight, moments before I come on once again. So Chris Warden and Trail Gangsta will be on at that point.
We got someone in the chat from Huntsville, Alabama, also part of Alabama I'm pretty familiar with. They have some good races there. They had a stage race called Grand Veduta, which I think stopped happening for a few years, but I think it is starting up again sometime soon. So if that is true, I would highly recommend checking that one out.
Good to know.
More questions about Andy. He is not finished yet. He is at about mile 245, 246. So, oh yes, we got a Mountain Mist mentioned. That is definitely a race that is still happening, Mountain Mist 50K. That is a classic. I mean, you can't miss that one. Yeah, oldest 50K in Bama. It's been around for years.
All right, looks like we are ready now for that interview, so we're going to head out for that with Caleb.
Hi.
Hello.
What's up?
How you doing, dude? How you feeling?
Feel pretty good. How are you guys doing?
I mean, we're probably feeling a little bit better than you.
Yeah.
How was the course?
Dude, I feel like we really won the weather lottery out during the race this week. Like the first couple days were really not that hot, and like honestly, the hottest day for me was in like Sonoma, but it just wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
And even as far as cold goes, like I didn't feel like I was dying of hypothermia or anything. So,
do you feel like the cold weather was worth the mud?
Well, I like the mud. So, yeah, I thought it was a bonus.
All right.
Awesome. How did you like the hangover section?
Dude, like I've never ever rock climbed in the middle of an ultra before, so it was like a really special thing.
I can't imagine having the presence of mind to do that in the middle of a race.
I know there was like some people there. They were like, "Dude, this is horse shit. What? Why are we doing this?"
Did you go through that section during the day, or was it dark, Caleb?
Oh, during the day, and we I don't know how we timed it so perfectly, but like we kind of saw these white arrow-looking markers that kind of worked with the course markers, and all we could think was like, man, if the sun goes down, this is going to be real easy to get lost. So me and my pacer, we just booked it out of there, man.
Oh boy, that's motivation, I guess, to keep moving.
Yeah, but no, it was cool. I really liked it over there.
Yeah. How did you feel about the climb up and down Eldon?
So like I paced the race last year and did that section, and I really liked climbing Eldon the way that we climbed down, but I had no idea that there was that whole other side back there, and I actually really liked climbing up it. Climbing down Eldon, it was challenging to say the least, on 200 plus mile legs, but it was engaging. Like I was feeling like my brain really needed some puzzles to stay alive.
Yeah,
and it was kind of fun to see some of the locals jog there. I think some of the people that live over at Eldon, like there's some seriously talented guys. Like I was watching people fly by me, just like mountain goat hopping over those rocks, man.
They were probably a little bit fresher than you were, to be fair.
I don't know, man. Probably. There's a guy doing like hill repeats. Just I live over here. I'm like, wow, that is so
casual. Cool. I did hear there was a Jim Walmsley sighting on Eldon, I think yesterday. So.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
What's he doing over there? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wow. So what's next for you, Caleb?
So what's next for me? I'm gonna start competitive hobby horsing.
Sweet.
This is my partner. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Her name's Shaniqua.
Sure.
We actually worked together during the pasture parts of the race. We were doing some grazing, getting ready to head back to the, the horse house, looking for hay, just doing horse things. So I think that, I'm going to work on my craft, just work on some new tricks with my horse.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see your hobby horsing content on my TikTok feed because I do get quite a lot of that.
Yeah, my pacer, she was actually filming a really sweet hobby horse compilation over there. We even took it over to the Satisfy tent, and
and they loved it, right?
I was really hoping that would actually be like a hobby horse convention, but I mean, we were the only ones there.
Weird.
I know, right?
Well, we got Ultimate Directions in the chat, and they love your vest. So will you be wearing the UD pack when you are doing your hobby horse competition?
Of course. Yeah, this is the Zodis vest. I freaking love it, man. It feels like a kangaroo pouch.
And, hey, if it works, it works.
I actually, outside of ultras and stuff, or really inside of ultras, I do this to train for, I just play a lot of Pokemon Go. And so, the pockets, I can put all my battery packs, a stylus for my phone, and I can play Pokemon for 12 hours.
Get a lot of time on feet that way.
Yeah. And, you can put stuff in the back of the pack. It's a sweet vest.
Ultimate Direction, if you're listening, Caleb's a big fan, just saying.
Zodis, #1.
Awesome. Anybody you'd like to shout out to? I got crew, pacers, friends, family watching this.
I don't know. Well, if we can get a hold of any other hobby horsers out there, this one's for you. I love you guys.
Just shout out to all the hobby horsers.
Yeah, just horsing around,
You've got a lot of fans in the chat right now, Caleb. I just want to let you know.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
All right. Did you have any crazy hallucinations you were out there?
Oh, dude. Oh, I saw a couple samurais, and I was wondering why they were just kind of hanging out with each other, on top of a bridge.
They're just waiting for you.
No way. Because usually they're very.
They heard you were there.
I hope not. Yeah. I bought the Chase trading cards, and I'm definitely going to put them in with my Pokemon card collection.
Yeah. They might even be more valuable than the Pokemon cards.
Yeah, give it about 10 to 12 years. That's usually how long it takes for them to gain value. So I have
Keep them
two
in mint
packs.
condition in a sleeve.
Oh, absolutely.
People want to know as far as Cocodona 250 on a scale 1 to 10, how does it rate for hobby horse?
I would say 69.
Nice.
Right on.
Caleb, how much did you sleep while you were out there?
I took probably 6 1-hour naps.
Okay.
And I think some of those 1 hour naps got cut short because my crew probably lied to me.
Yeah, sure. That's part of their job.
Yeah, and I did do a couple like trail naps like on the dirt. I slept in front of somebody's yard somewhere.
Yeah.
They were short. Like I would just do 6-minute trail naps when I was feeling like I was going to tip over.
Wow, that's a good plan. We got a question. What is your favorite Pokemon card?
So my favorite right now probably has to be the original Pokemon card of Slowpoke, featured in the card set Fossil, which came out shortly after the original base set. I think it came out around 1996, 7 in Japan, and it was later on released in the United States around early 2000s.
How much money is it worth? I'm curious.
Well, you can go to a hobby shop and probably spend around $300 for a pretty minty booster pack. I actually I sold some booster packs of another set, and I was able to buy some really good waist lights and headlamps for races.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you fund your Cocodona with Pokemon cards?
A little bit. I'm not going to say how much.
Yeah.
But yeah, the world of Pokemon cards is a great way to make extra cash for things like this.
Okay, noted. Everyone in the chat who's thinking about doing Cocodona but wonders how to finance it. Pokemon cards.
Yeah. Yes. So train with Pokemon Go, collect the cards, and listen to your heart.
I love that. What a mantra. I'm going to take that as my training advice for my next race.
Yeah.
Joshua, will you be taking Shaniqua with you to your next ultra?
Of course.
Does that count as illegal assistance in a race? Could you get DQ'd if you have a horse with you?
Well, if by DQ you mean Dairy Queen, always.
Yes, of course, obviously.
Yeah, I'll certainly be carrying her around at certain key points when necessary.
Sure. We've got some questions. If you prefer Blitzel or Ponyta, electric horse versus fire horse.
Okay, so Blitzel has a very zebra aesthetic, which looks really cool. Depending on the situation, if you're up against any water types or birds, Blitzel's going to be your pal.
Yeah.
Ponyta, on the other hand, actually comes in different forms, and
that's true.
There's a version of Ponyta, absolutely. Yeah, and the fairy form is a unicorn.
That's
a
cool.
really cool looking unicorn. Yeah. So I'd say to answer that, yeah, probably the fairy form Ponyta.
I respect that choice. I probably would make the same one.
Yeah. No, that's a really good question.
We're asking the hard-hitting questions in this chat.
Oh, no, here's a good one. We had a Bitcoin comment. So would you trade your Pokemons for Bitcoin?
No. I think that, physical items definitely are a lot more precious than non-physical. I like to
I'm
have
definitely a
things
physical
in my hand
media
to
person
look at
too.
them. Yeah.
Also, just to pass on to you, no one else had Hobby Horse on their live stream bingo card, so you have disrupted a number of people in the competition here.
Yeah.
Oopsies.
Yeah. First we had the Meth Lab aid station, and now we've got the Hobby Horse.
We've been having an interesting day down here.
Wow.
We have people in the chat.
Aid station?
What?
I didn't know there was a Meth Lab aid station.
Well, it's the Trinity Heights, that last aid station before the finish. Last night they had the cops called. Yeah, because someone thought they were a meth lab. So.
Holy cow. That's Breaking Bad, man.
Right? So next year that aid station is going to be Breaking Bad themed. They've decided to fully embrace it.
Oh, dude, that's so good, man.
Oh, we have another question from the chat for you. Which
Okay.
do you prefer, ghost type or dragon type?
Ghost type for sure.
Okay. Any reason or?
I would say the
vibes.
versatility. Dragon types tend to be weak against other dragons and ice. They kind of lack a little bit of flexibility when it comes to the strategy of battle in that world. Ghost types, on the other hand, they do come with some sneaky attacks and special abilities that kind of make them awesome. But like, I did catch a shiny ghostly.
Ooh.
Wow, looks like we just
Yeah.
lost the feed there, but yeah. So my bingo card's wrecked. I don't know about you, Claire, but
that may have been my favorite interview we've ever done. I never thought all my Pokemon knowledge would come in handy this way.
I don't have the slightest idea what he was talking about, but it was entertaining.
I spoke the same language as him.
Okay, good. I was like, I got to lean on you for this one because, yeah.
That was fun. I hope everyone enjoyed that because I did.
Yeah, thank you for being here through this.
It's incredible.
All 1,700 of you who are currently with us right now, thank you very much for for joining in a hobby horse and Pokemon.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to cut to a quick commercial, and then we will be right back with you guys.
To have a truly competitive 200-plus mile race that we were able to watch unfold and follow along is something that you could only dream about.
I think this is going to be the most exciting year yet.
At a lot of the 200s, there's been some really good runners, but there hasn't been the depth. Not too often do you really have a solid battle at the front.
These are essentially professional athletes in this obscure space.
To have 4 course record holders and Browning from the start calling out, breaking the course record by 10 hours.
We'll see if we can pull it off.
While on the surface, what confronts these runners is 250 miles. What really confronts them is a look into their soul, a look into why they do this, what they do this for, and how on earth they're going to make it from Phoenix to Flagstaff.
The way that athletes are now approaching these events, we've been waiting for this.
I'm Jeff Browning. Michael McKnight. Joe McConaughey. Some people call me String Bean. My name is Michael Versteeg.
I'm Arlen Glick. I live in Ohio and I run ultra marathons. I had chased all day for something that I wasn't going to get. And it was something I had to just success so many times comes from just like that drive, something that lights that fire.
I don't really feel like I have this need to like prove to people that I am something, but I think everybody has a little bit of ego somewhere deep down inside.
This is definitely the most competitive 200 I've ever been a part of, and it does excite me.
They are competing just as much as 100-meter runners on the track are. It's just spread out over a multi-day experience, and I think it's fascinating.
Cocodona is one of the few races where you're like, you will absolutely have an experience, and it's going to be more than trail running.
It is an eccentric mix and cast of characters, and I think that's part of why I love it so much, and I love this sport so much.
If I just nailed it, I think it just would have fed my ego. That's not always what we need. Sometimes it's what we want. That's not what we need.
I mean, I know this film is like focusing on like the 5 guys at the front or whatever, but like there's 10 other guys that could win this race. It's like you just have no idea.
And welcome back to the Cocodona 250. I am Zach Marion here with a very special guest, the pride of South Africa, your men's second place here at the Cocodona 250, Mr. Ryan Sands.
How's it? Good to be chatting to you guys.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure to have you. You're obviously a legend of the sport. You've been around for a long time. This is not your first long distance race. So we're really excited to hear about your experience out there and kind of how it felt being out there in like such varying conditions that you kind of weren't expecting for. Sounds like it was quite a journey.
Yes, still trying to process it all. But yeah, it was one hell of a journey. But as you mentioned, I've been in the sport for a while now, so done a number of 100-milers and 100K races, but never a 250 miler or a 200 miler. So it was a big step up. But I have done quite a few projects over the last few years, like FKT attempts and running for multi-days. So I really felt that like Cocodona was an amazing blend of kind of combining both an adventure and a race, and that's what like really intrigued me about it. And then also just to see if I could actually go the distance. So yeah, I guess that's a bit of insight into kind of why I kind of wanted to run Cocodona. But then yeah, the race itself, absolutely mind-blowing, just an incredible experience. Some pretty tough conditions. I was expecting it to be a little bit warmer and more sunny. I was pretty stoked with coming out of our South African summer that I'd got the great heat training in. But obviously, yeah, conditions changed. But yeah, I think it just added to the experience, except for the soft mud that really sucked.
Yeah, that's been a common theme, is everyone has been like that. Mud was like the worst part of the entire race. Something you can't really prepare for unless you're wearing ankle weights, I guess, all the time.
Yeah, I was pretty close to that. But yeah, I guess also for like, or at least for me, a race of this distance, you're trying to be as efficient as possible. And just with that mud, you just couldn't move. And then you're trying to get it off your shoes and you're sleep deprived and you feel like you should be moving forward quicker. So yeah, that really kind of tested me physically and mentally.
Well, this is my first question for you, is that you mentioned you've done a multiple day stage events, you've done big projects. How did that experience translate into something so different from your normal 100-mile races into a 2.5 times that? I mean, you're used to being done mostly before the night sets in, and you just went through 2 nights. Like, how did that training help this experience?
Yeah, I mean, I've been competing professionally now for like 18 years, so it's been a while, and I think all those different experiences, whether it's kind of running a 50K trail race or a 100-mile trail race, or doing like projects like running across the Himalayas for 24 days, I think kind of just little snippets of all of that definitely helped going into Cocodona, and also just, I guess, gave me the confidence out there when you're having to make those decisions. So yeah, I think that kind of summarizes that.
Yeah, lots of sustained efforts. Claire?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was wondering if you could maybe talk to us a bit about how your training for this has been different than it was for maybe like 100 mile or something. Also, how your training has changed as you've been in the sport, as you said, for 18 years. So.
Yeah, so I'm currently coached by Jason Coop. So yeah, geez, he had me doing a ton of running. I think I was moaning for a lot of the time at him that it was too much, but he just said for Cocodona, like, you need to be able to cover a lot of distance and do lots of running training. So I mean, I think from like January basically until like 2-3 weeks out from the race, did some really big blocks of training. But also, like, having said that, I also really started to like dial down my pace, just to try and get into that kind of Cocodona groove and really try and be as race specific as possible. And I live in Cape Town, South Africa, so we've just come out of summer, so yeah, we had quite a hot summer, so that was perfect training. And even a lot of our terrain and areas I could train were pretty similar to the Cocodona course. So I mean, I felt that was really cool. I mean, often when I go and do races in Europe or other places, you'd like trying to find places to train, or you have to like travel there like well in advance, where I felt like my training was pretty on point. And then like looking back at my training, I definitely feel like there was a phase maybe earlier on in my career where it was just like get as much volume as possible. And then I think it was about 2012 where I started to be probably a little bit more smart. And I mean, I think the sport's just evolved so much now. I mean, when I first started running, I was just like, the guys would just run for like 2 hours a day and then line up at a 100-mile race. Where I think from about like 2012 onwards, like guys would actually start doing specific sessions and tempo runs and like start actually being specific for races. So my training has definitely changed a lot. And then also I do quite a lot of like strength and mobility work now, which I find has really helped and given me a bit of longevity.
Yeah, I mean, longevity is kind of to say the least, with that many years in the sport and that much success. I mean, continued success. One thing that you've mentioned previously that I'd love to hear you expand on a little bit is you were excited about Cocodona because it was like the first race in a long time that gave you this new like reanimation towards training and excitement to the race. And, I myself have been in the sport for a long time, and I know that like once you sign up for so many 100-milers, you're like, do I really have to go there again? Like, can I really get that out of myself? And, legends like Scott Jurek have said the same thing of like, I just don't have it in me to go to the well that deep again and continue to do it. But this reinvigorated something in you. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. I think like definitely like what you said, I felt like last year that maybe I'd burnt all my matches, and I just really didn't, as you say, like have that fire to go to the well. I mean, you can finish a race, but if you want to do well, and just with how the sport's evolved now and how competitive it is, you really need to go to the well. And I felt like I'd lost that, but it was just really cool from like the moment I entered Cocodona, or actually followed last year's race. It just like really intrigued me and got me excited and amped again. And I mean, I felt like my training for Cocodona over the last 4 or 5 months has probably been some of the hardest training I've done, but just really enjoyed the process. It's been really cool, and just like really kind of lit that flame again and got me excited. And I mean, I think that's what's so cool about our sport, that there's so many like different things you can do. And I think throughout my career I've tried a lot of different events, projects, FKTs, and I mean, I think that's a big reason why I'm still in the sport, that keep finding new and exciting things to do. And also, I mean, it keeps forcing me to evolve and hopefully improve. So yeah, really grateful to Jamil and Cocodona.
Do you ever, I mean, I know you just finished this one, but do you see yourself doing more 200 plus milers, like tour or something?
I've spoken about tour, but I like going back to what I mentioned about training. I mean, having a family now, it's really, I do prefer training at home, and obviously tour is big mountains. We don't have anything like that in Cape Town or the surrounding areas, so I'd need to spend a lot of time in Europe. So yeah, I think if I gave another 200 miler a crack, it'd probably be potentially back here again, or something a bit flatter and runnable. But yeah, I mean, I haven't even thought about the future. I mean, I just pretty content with how things went during the race, and just soaking it up and just enjoying the moment. I think for me, like looking back on my career, I think like early on in my career, often like you'd do well at a race, where you'd be happy, and then it's like, cool, what's next? And you move on to the next thing, and you kind of don't really enjoy the moment. So kind of being a bit older and wiser now, trying to just enjoy the moments.
You spoke to this about like, you have a history in the sport for a long time, and you were kind of like in the moment at the race. One thing we noticed at each aid station, you and Dan would get there roughly similar times, and there were times where Dan would come in and just be like so excited and jovial, and kind of, it looked like he was more aloof with what he was doing at the aid station, versus as a true professional, you came into the aid station and it was like your team had it dialed. You knew exactly what you needed to do. You took exactly what you had planned, you executed, and you moved forward. Did you feel like this race was a very well executed race in terms of like how your game plan that you came into it with went?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you think I looked switched on and focused in the aid stations. It didn't.
Maybe it was the 200-mile stare. I mistook that for you being like a field
that's what it
general.
looked like to me. Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm really happy with how the race panned out. And yeah, I mean, had like one or two low moments where I kind of got borderline hypothermia. So that was like a bit concerning, but otherwise, like overall strategy, I was happy. I mean, if anything, I almost felt like I spent too much time in the aid stations. I think pre-strategy was to try get in and out as quick as possible, and rather just eat and do what you got to do on the move. But geez, like 250 miles is such a long way. Like I just really looked forward to seeing my crew there, and like it's so nice that just for like those few minutes you can actually just switch off from kind of putting one foot in front of the other, and like crack a few jokes and have a bit of fun. So I mean, I really enjoyed the aid stations. I mean, having my crew out there definitely kept me going.
You had a pretty A-class crew out there. You spent quite a few miles with Lucy Bartholomew, which we'll have her in later today to chat with her. So we'll get the real details of what happened. So you can say whatever you want now. We'll know the truth soon enough. And we all know Lucy has no problems telling us exactly how it went. Yeah, it seems like you had a great crew out there, and like how beneficial is it to have people like Lucy and the rest of your crew who are so dialed and they know this so well? Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very lucky with my crew. I mean, the crew chief, Rainer Kressel, most of my projects I've done with him. So I mean, we've been through some extreme highs and lows and kind of near-death experiences, so he knows me really well. So I mean, I trust him with my life. So to have someone like him, and then as you mentioned, Lucy, Christian, Matt, and the Salomon team there was really cool. And like I said, I think for me, like when I look back on this experience, it's gonna be like, I don't feel it was just about me getting to the finish line. I think it was about the whole team working together and pulling this off. There's that African proverb, like if you wanna go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And I mean, that definitely resonates with me, and it was just so cool to have the guys out there, and just I mean, it's just an incredible experience.
This race epitomizes that to a T, right? Like it is about going far and using your crew. And Dan said the same thing of like he couldn't have done it without his crew. Rachel Intrican said the same thing, where it's just like having that crew is everything. And those few moments in between battles out there on the course of just a little reprieve to just rest your mind for a second and to check out, to check back in, seemed invaluable. I have one more question for you, and then I can turn over to Claire. I might have another one after this, but one more question is, what was your favorite part of the course? I mean, I'm sure you don't remember most of it at this point. You might take a few more days to gather. But was there anything that stuck out to you of like, wow, this is Cocodona right here?
Yeah, I guess the first part of the course was quite cool. Maybe it was just because I was fresher and running a bit quicker, but I mean, that was cool. And then also the Sedona area, so where you kind of climb just before you drop down into Sedona Campground Aid Station. I'm trying to think of the exact area, but it was just insane, like the views you get of like the red rocks, and that was really cool. I mean, I think those are probably two of the highlights. Obviously Eldon Mountain is pretty epic, but I think at that point in the race,
you're a little tired at that point.
I was a bit over it. Lucy was cracking the whip, so I was just like head down and just hang on for dear life.
Yeah, Jamil said that he took you guys up the more runnable portion and got you guys down the more technical portion. Which is,
that's pretty cruel. Like coming that descent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we talked to Jeff Browning and we were like, yeah, it's apparently the section's runnable, and he laughed and he's like, yeah, I ran it, but I didn't run it with 240 miles on my legs. He's like, I just ran it the other day, but not that tired. And that section, so you guys were well ahead record splits for quite some time, and it seemed like that finish was. You kind of came back towards the course record with that finish. So it was a longer year, a more technical descent on that. Like, how did you feel your body held up through all of that and like coming to that last bit? And then it's your turn.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think also with the mud really slowed things down. So my body overall felt pretty good, except my right calf. It just kind of swelled up and got super sore and went the back of my hamstring. But that was just from the mud, because the mud would cake up on my shoes so much, and then almost your feet just get stuck in the ground and you keep moving, so you'd have to kind of pull yourself back. So I mean, coming into that last aid station, I actually got a quick massage in my calf. I think also fell asleep with a burrito in my
I was going to actually ask if you saw the picture that has been going around of you lying in the car with the burrito, because it's one of my favorite ones from the race.
I can't say I can remember it happening, but I saw the photo afterwards.
It was a pretty iconic moment, I'm not going to lie.
So I mean, coming out of the last aid station, I was definitely my calf and stuff was hurting, but I think the massage really worked, and Lucy cracking the whip and just her kind of energy managed to get me up Eldon Mountain. But that descent again, kind of could feel things a bit, but I guess it probably did slow things down a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I could imagine that more technical descent, I'm sure you're feeling it today, every step down is terribly painful. I can only imagine coming down on that was feeling pretty similarly.
I was lucky. I mean, I used the poles coming down. I was just worried they were going to snap at one point, because it's
better to snap a pole than your ankle, though.
Yeah, exactly. I snapped one pole during the race, and it was around Fan Ranch or something in the mud as well. Kind of fell back on it.
Yeah, those can be crucial in keeping yourself upright that late into a race. We saw a lot of runners were just kind of putting them down and putting them right into the shoulder, just leaning on those like a little tripod to take a rest. You weren't able to take any naps out on were you able to get any kind of sleep as planned, or did you have to really adjust based on the weather change?
So I tried to sleep three times for 10 to 15 minutes, but it was only actually the final morning where I slept at I'm trying to think now. I remember just now that I have
there's a lot of one of those to remember.
One of those aid stations, or it's a Tuthill. Tuthill. So I slept for I think it was about 5 minutes, and then woke up, and you kind of wake up and it's oh flip, I'm still in this. I still got to keep going, and then it's just
was that all just a bad dream? Nope, we're still in it.
No, exactly. Shoot. But then you realize there's only one way to get to the finish line, and you got to keep moving forward. So, but it's so.
Did you wake up at all when you got to your Airbnb and you tried to fall asleep? Did you wake up in a panic you had to keep going, or were you just I'm done, it's over?
No, luckily not. Shame Lucy I think had a bad dream last night. She was trying to find me a sandwich, and she couldn't find the sandwich that the crew were asking.
Pacer.
That they were asking for, and but
that's amazing.
Yeah.
But so I actually only slept for 5 minutes, which I think is definitely wasn't ideal. I mean, I guess with 200 milers and speaking to Jeff Browning, I guess they become addictive in some ways. You always want to go back, and things you want to improve. So if I did do another 200 mile, I'd definitely work on the sleep strategy, or just trying to figure that out. I mean, I think it's quite hard, because you come into an aid station, you're excited to see your crew, and there's all the hype, and then I just want to sleep for 10-15 minutes, but you just kind of lie there I can't fall asleep. I actually, from projects I've done, I do a lot better just kind of having a trail nap. but obviously this year it would have been a bit wet and cold.
Bit dangerous out there for trail maps. So it kind of throws the strategy out the window a little bit. So you did just mention they get addictive. Have you at least, has it crossed your mind, like maybe 2026 I might come back? Can we see? Will we see you here at 2026? Because I know Jamil will probably give you a free entry. I'm just saying. We'll probably
that helps.
What's we 2025 this year? So maybe I'll skip a year, 2027.
Okay, that's fair. We
pencil
can get
you in.
We'll pencil you in now. We'll expect you here again, Ryan.
No pressure.
Last chance for you to shout out your crew and everyone else. Who would you like to thank? Because I know this is such an important part of this race. I want to give you the moment to just speak to whomever you want to thank out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll get to my crew now, but just like everyone back home in South Africa. I mean, I know a lot of people are following me, so thanks. Yeah, thanks.
You're getting a lot of love in the chat right now from South Africa.
We got a lot of South Africans in the chat.
I really appreciate it. Like, I mean, obviously, running is an individualist sport, but I mean, I felt like I was out there, like, I had a lot of support, and I wasn't just on my own. So yeah, all the people back home in South Africa, like friends and family, and then just the crew out here. Reno, Lucy, Christian, Matt, Emily, Aitor, and the whole Salomon team. They put a lot into Cocodona this year. So just incredibly grateful. And like I said, there's no ways I would have made it back to Flagstaff if it wasn't for them.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you get those swollen ankles up so you can rest and recover a little bit. Start getting prepared for 2027.
Training
Cocodona
starts tomorrow.
Right.
2027.
I'll start the eating training tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. Eating is training.
Exactly.
Where do we get to see you next? Do you have any plans coming up where people can look forward to seeing you?
To be honest, like my main kind of goal of the year was Cocodona, so I just wanted to kind of get through that, respect the distance, and see how I feel. But I'm sure I'll kind of line one or two things up. I mean, I'd love to get out to Hard Rock at some point. So I need a qualifier or I have to do a race to qualify. So I might look at something.
How does Cocodona not count as a qualifier?
I
for
feel
Hard
like
Rock?
it should be.
I
At
gotta
this
talk
point.
to I gotta talk to Dale about
Gotta
that.
work on that.
I think so. I'd be happy.
Getting you a retroactive qualifier.
But otherwise, just kind of take it as it comes. Like I said, just kind of pretty much in the moment. But I'm sure when I get on the plane tomorrow evening, I'll start to dream up some new things.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a lot of time to think. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for taking the time. I know that they've got the finish line up right now, and this is being broadcast there. So thanks for putting on a show for all of us. We're all appreciative. I've heard nothing but people were just so impressed by what you were able to do out there.
Thanks so much, and thanks to you guys. I mean, I've heard I didn't get to watch a lot of the coverage.
You weren't watching while you were running?
You should, next time, get in the chat while you're out there.
Yeah, cool. No, I've heard it's like absolutely phenomenal. So, well done, guys, and thanks for an incredible experience. And big high fives to Jamil, Steve, and the team. Like a really, really epic experience. Can highly recommend Cocodona.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Go rest, and we'll see you down the road.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
friends. Welcome back to the live coverage of the 2025 Cocodona 250. Brought to you, the race is presented by Aravaipa. The live stream is brought to you by Mountain Outpost. My name is Troy Meadows. I'm the host of the Midpacker Pod, and you've got this voice in your ears for the next 6 hours as we keep bringing in the middle and the back of the pack of this epic week of running in central and northern Arizona. Lots of fun things. I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around what's going on out there with our runners. I know we've got D. Wu and Jose Montillano all within about a mile of Heritage Square. This looks like, who is 421? Christine Anderson. This is one of our 125 finishers. She's just making that last little push. She's like, oh man, 500 yards away. That's got to be a really, really awesome feeling. Minnesota Tom, I do feel like I live here in the studio. I've had a couple really awesome shifts in the last, 26 hours, and I've really been enjoying myself getting to hang out with everyone in the chat, as well as watching these runners do excellent, exceptional work out there on the Cocodona course. Mr. Andrew Watson, yes sir, putting in the work this week and loving every minute of it. Also been getting my runs in because I've got a race in 5 weeks, so you got to work hard, play hard. Hey, Mr. Dan Meadows, where are you calling in from? Aliza, thank you for the welcome. Mr. Dan Green right there. And then here we have, this looks like Jose Montillano making his way to the finish. Yeah, big shout outs to AJW. He is grinding this one out. Excited to see him finish. Nothing left to do but roll up Eldon and back down and make his way to Heritage Square. Yeah, Jose's coming in. Right now they're making the early turn and coming in the side. What do they call those? Alleys. That's right. Bear with me, friends. My brain is only working on a couple cylinders right now. But yeah, they'll come down the side alley. I think they're doing a prisoner transport right now. So. Shad runner, keep putting one foot in front of the other, buddy. You got this. Mr. Jose Montillano from Riverside, California, making the turn, and you can see he can taste the finish line, man. It's right there. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. You always have a little bit of leg for the finish line stretch. Looks like Jose was running so fast that our gimbal cam operator couldn't keep up. And there's Jose, big smiles and profiles. Bring it in the team. This is what it's all about, friends. Let's go, Jose. Oh, Man, someone give Pete bib number 165 Monday off, please. Pete's at mile 153, which means he's close. He's got maybe an hour to go, and he'll be finished. The next runner we're waiting on coming down the finishing chute is D Woo. Mr. Warden, thanks for the shout out for Shad Runner in the chat. The guy puts in work here at Mountain Outpost. Stoked to see him running Coke and Donuts 250. Bob, thank you so much for your service. And yeah, if you're just tuning in, we're here at the finish line of the Cocodona 250. We got a handful of runners still making their way to Heritage Square. We got one runner on the streets of Flagstaff. We got 2 or 3 other runners making moves out of Buffalo Park and heading our way. Yeah, Kelly Harris, the blue line represents the 125-mile course, and the red line represents the 250-mile course. It's a Dan Green day. Yeah, just waiting to get eyes on our runner, on our runner D Woo. He should be coming in soon. I love this. I love when the crew gets together for the family picture op, the crew picture op. This is Mr. Jose Montellano. Just made that finish. Just crossed the finish line a couple minutes ago. All right, looks like here he is. Oh, I believe that may have been a 125 runner. Yes, that's Carrie McFarlane coming across. Yes, Mr. Meadows, I agree. They need to figure out what they're doing with that van. Yesterday it sat there for 2 or 3 hours, so we'll see how long it takes them to get their work done today. Claire, Hannah-Lynn, I definitely appreciate you saying that. We all appreciate that. So, yeah, Dan, waiting for D Woo to make their way looks like they're past the hospital, so they're really close. And then I believe Danielle Nethery is another 125 runner coming in. This is the finish line. If you're not seeing the finish line, you're in the wrong stream. In a couple minutes after we get a handful of these runners through, I can do some recaps. I'm excited to go look at the back of the pack, see how everyone's moving. I was very stoked to look at the tracker today and see that everyone is on the home stretch. Awesome. We're going to talk to Wyatt. I'm excited. I was just talking with Wyatt a minute ago down at the finish line. We met at packet pickup. Super impressed with his ability to get the job done. Adam Glendy, I'm not sure if they're still an active John G code. I know they were putting some in the Hey, can you guys hear me now? Oh, cool. Yeah. My bad, friends. I thought I was muted for some reason, but I think that was just me being sleep deprived and hearing things. As far as the John G code goes, I'm not sure if they have one active yet. I know that they were, I know that they had a few that they were putting out there with limited use. You can use mid-packer at checkout and get 10% off your order, Adam. Yes, ABS, always be selling. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate you, man. No sleep till glaze. Let's go. Still waiting on D Woo to make it to the finish line. He should be really close. J-Lore, I'm not actually sure if Dan and I are related. I'm from my family heritage is from Southern Virginia, Northern North Carolina, but the Meadows side is from Southern Virginia. So, all right, looks like Carrie McFarlane should be coming in. Oh, here's D right here. My bad, friends. D Woo getting that family op. Oh, I love seeing the family pics. Troy is still here. Troy did take had a 6-hour break, so I got about 4 hours of sleep, went to the finish line, hung out with some runners, ate some breakfast, and here ready to do it again. I think we're going on 2.5 liters of coffee in the last 30 hours, so no big deal. And then I guess I need to refresh my tracker because all right, next couple runners coming in the chute. We have Danielle Netherly from the 125 and Sam Fulbright, our next 250 finisher. Andrew Chelpin, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for hanging out last night with on Air Vipe After Dark with Troy Meadows. I had such a blast last night hanging out with all you, and I'm excited to be here to welcome in the middle and the back of the pack for the next couple hours. Monica Fred, yes ma'am. I'm a standard 1 liter a day guy, but sometimes you have to go you have to put in close to getting close on a gallon of coffee to get the job done. Speaking of coffee, super stoked to have Cooperative Coffee Roaster Beans here in the studio for the live stream crew to keep us heavily caffeinated. Big ups to my friends at Cooperative out of Asheville, where I'm from, for hooking me up with lots of beans so I could bring you, help bring the coverage, at least help keep us awake while we bring you the coverage. So, and that's a good time. Now is probably a good time to shout out all of our sponsors that help bring the live stream together. Speedland, big shout out to Speedland. Campaigns finishing yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a runner coming in. This is likely our 125 runner. Danielle Netherly. Back to the sponsor. Oh, we're going to Wyatt. Hey, Wyatt, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me, Troy?
I'm good, man. How are you doing? I know we were just talking a minute ago. How you feeling? Was the ice cream good?
It was delicious. It's just what I needed. Yes.
I can only imagine. Let's talk about your journey, man. I know it was nothing but good times out there, right?
I wouldn't quite say that, but there was a lot of good times for sure. I was actually pretty amazed at how even the bad times could turn into good times when you got to see your crew or maybe come across some other runners. I was pretty impressed at the way other fellow runners can turn it around for you.
Yeah, we wanted to add, did you do that section from Tut Hill without pacers through the night?
No, that was during the day. Okay. But I was alone for it. And it was really hot, so that was actually one of my low points.
And you didn't eat or drink.
Yeah. Did you find that, did you have a pacer did you have pacers for a lot of your journey? And were you thinking having a pacer would be nice to that section?
I had pacers for most of my journey, except for, I think, one of the sections that was not a solo section. I didn't have a pacer, and they definitely made it a lot better when I did have them.
Yeah, that's what's up. And I know that you had. I see your crew captain sitting there next to you. I was enjoying it. We had a little interview with her yesterday. How are you feeling right now?
How are you feeling, Kim?
I feel really stoked that you finished. That was I was just really excited to see you come through and be able to rest finally. And I feel great. It was an awesome experience. It was totally not what I expected.
Yeah, was it it's like you're out there watching your partner do something really hard, suffering for days, and it's like you want to be a part of supporting them while you're doing it, but I imagine the whole time you're like, I cannot wait for him to be done with this. Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's definitely true, because it's really tiring, especially with a small crew. But I mean, the hardest part really is seeing you struggling and having to push you anyways. It was very challenging, but it was cool.
Part of our whole plan was spending as little time as possible in aid. So Keegan did a really good job of telling me to leave, even when I could tell maybe she didn't want to.
That is the sign of an amazing crew and crew captain, Keegan. Way to kick him out of the chair. What were some of the high points for you, Wyatt, out there on your journey from the spines to the pines?
The spines to the pines. I love that.
Yeah, I really liked. Well, the first pacer section was actually Keegan pacing me, and that was a real high point because I had just had a really low point descending from Camp Kippa, and managed to turn it around, and then got into Whiskey Row feeling good, and then got to pick up Keegan. I've never had a pacer before because I've never done anything like this, so it was a really awesome feeling to be like, I get to run with my partner now, and the sun's coming up, and that was a real high point, and it felt really good to go into day 2 feeling that way.
Did you make it to did you make it through Sedona in the daytime?
I did, yes. I got there in the afternoon and did the hangover trail climb in the mid-afternoon.
Was it raining while you were on the hangover, or had it dried up by then?
It sprinkled briefly, but it was mostly sunny. Yeah.
Oh, there's a birthday going on, Wyatt.
Whose birthday is it?
I don't know.
Someone on the John G team.
Travis.
Well, happy birthday, Travis. Yeah. I wanted to ask you about just conditions underfoot on the hangover trail. When I was finally able to get eyes on it, it was after everything had dried up, and it was really some epic drone shots. But what was it like to do that section with a little bit of moisture on the trail?
It was nice. That was actually one of my low points of the race. I couldn't tell you why, but I was just having some stomach problems. So unfortunately, I didn't get to enjoy it as much as I wanted to. But I know my pacer, Andrew, was really stoked because I was kind of sitting down a lot, and he was like, I was just taking pictures, telling you to
so beautiful.
Take your time because it's so beautiful, you know. But it was really beautiful. When I felt better on the higher end of the climb, I got to enjoy it a little more.
Yeah, well, Sedona is definitely a magical place, like the Red Rocks there, and the fact that you and the rest of the runners got a chance to do that hangover section. Yeah, it's pretty epic.
Yeah, it was awesome to get to see it during the day for sure.
Let's talk about the Eldon climb and descent. How were you feeling during that? I got a chance to climb 3/4 of the way up Eldon and come back down it with Dan Green when he was on his way to his finish. But I was thinking to myself, that is a spicy section to have runners come down with 250 miles in their legs.
Yeah, well, I can say I for sure probably wasn't feeling as good as Dan Green was on that section. We did, or moving nearly as fast. We did that last night. I started the Eldon climb around like 10 p.m. and we did the whole thing through the night. So I honestly couldn't tell you what it looked like. I was just looking at my feet, trying not to trip over rocks like the entire time. And my pacer, Andrew, was like, just stick right on me and look at my heels and don't look at anything else, and we're going to make it up to the top of the climb. So I just had my headlamp trained down there. So that was definitely very challenging, though.
Yeah, man. And I know you train in the Yosemite Valley area. Do you feel like the terrain out there gave you what you needed to get the job done here? Do you feel like there's anything else you would have liked to have done in your training to make you a little bit more prepared for the journey?
Yeah, I certainly think living in Yosemite helps a lot because all the trails there are either flat or you're climbing out of the valley at like 1,000 feet per mile. So a lot of the climbs on the course are like forest roads or dirt roads that are pretty runnable, or you can hike really fast on them. So I feel like training on those steeper trails helped me a lot on those lower angle trails. They just didn't feel as bad. And then I'm used to hiking on the steeper stuff as well. So I think it was definitely an advantage.
Yeah, I know you're a PCT through hiker too, so I know you're. Yeah, you're no stranger to hiking it out. I guess the only other thing I want to ask you is, what is it like to know you have to hike something that on any given Sunday you would be running up? Is it kind of demoralizing when you're out there and you can tell the grade is something you should be running, but the legs are kind of like, and the mind is like, yeah, we're just gonna walk this?
You know, I kind of thought maybe it would feel that way, but in the moment I was stoked to just be walking. I wasn't feeling that good. And again, our plan wasn't, you know, I'm not going to outrun anybody here because I come from a hiking background. So I kind of made our plan around that. So even when I felt like I could be running, it was reassuring to be like, well, you know, like even sticking to the plan involves a lot of walking. So it's okay to take some time to walk.
Yeah, man, definitely all about taking your time, especially on a journey of 250 miles. Well, Wyatt, man, it was so good to meet you at Packet Pickup, do a little shakeout run with you, and then to get to interview you here after completing the journey. Anyone else that you want to give shout outs to, or anything else, any topics you'd like to talk about before we let you go?
Yeah, well, it was great meeting you too. That was really fun to hang out with you and Lindsay that first day and come full circle and talk to you now. That was a really fun experience. I'd like to shout out my coach, Brianna. She actually took second at the Canyons 125, sorry. And she got to watch me cross the finish line, which was really cool. So shout out to Brianna at CTS Coaching.
Awesome, dude. That's amazing. Wyatt,
Oh,
put the legs
and
up, brother.
I would also like to shout out.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Can I make one more shout out?
Of course.
I'd like to shout out my, obviously Keegan. You've already heard from Keegan. This is Drew, who comes from the PCT, and they absolutely knocked the park without any crewing experience. So that was really awesome.
Yeah, I love that. It takes a village, right, Keegan?
Yes, I was so happy to have them.
Awesome. Well, Wyatt, put the feet up, take a load off, rest and relax, man. Well deserved, man. Way to get it done.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of Epsom salt soaks in my future for the next few days.
Yeah, man. I feel like I needed Epsom salt soak, so I can only imagine how you feel right now.
Yeah, we're gonna go buy it right now. And thanks for this, Troy. It was awesome to talk to you.
Yeah, man. You too, Wyatt. Yeah, have a recover, man. Enjoy the finish line feels, and we'll talk soon.
All right, sounds good.
All right, friends, we're back here to the finish line cam. We've never left the finish line cam. We're here to help bring in all of the middle and the back of the pack runners as they make their going on 5-day journey to the finish line at Heritage Square of the Cocodona 250. I was in the middle of doing shouting out our sponsors, and I'm going to kind of get back to that right now. Speedland, big ups to John G, Ultraspire, Tailwind, Catula, Squirrel Nuts Butter, and Satisfy. Thank you to all our brands for bringing this live coverage, uninterrupted 125 hours of live coverage of the Cocodona 250. All right, I'm refreshing the tracker. I believe we're going to have another 250 mile runner coming in shortly. Looks like Dinah Clark is getting really close. This is a 125 runner. She's getting really close to the finish line. Let's make sure we don't miss Dinah. We got Sam Fulbright, our next 250 mile runner. He is half a mile from Heritage Square or less. here we are with the finish line feels. Old man Doc, man. Hold it together, buddy. We got you. Where's everyone texting in from in the chat? Would love to know where everyone is. And yeah, shout outs to all my friends in the chat. We've got 1,625 of you hanging out with me right now, watching the finish of the Cocodona 250. If you could take a second and give a thumbs up to the stream in YouTube, that would also be amazing. Big shout out to all my East Coast friends. Abby in Scotland. It's definitely not early in Scotland anymore. Jen Gardner in Laurel Highlands, Pennsylvania. I'll be running that race in 5 weeks. Super excited to go back. Ryan Kennedy in San Mateo. What's up, my man? Good to see you in the chat, buddy. Mr. Who is this Steve Meadows in Oriental, North Carolina? Hey, Dad, how you doing? Love you. We got Norway in the house. We got Wales in the house. Wisconsin. Even got some locals. Anastasia Plum, you know you can get on down to Heritage Square and watch this in real time. If you're working right now, just tell your boss you got something better to do. Looks like this is, I believe this is Dinah Clark. Awesome finish. Oh, yeah, Anastasia. I know, no one's really working right now. Thank you for tuning in. Big Sky, Montana in the house. San Diego. Claire Hanlon from South Africa. We just had second place male winner Ryan Sands. Did a little interview with him about maybe an hour ago. And we're still waiting on Mr. Sam Fulbright to make his way, our next Cocodona 250-mile winner. Dan Meadows, dude. Yes, Trish is a legend. All right. After we get Sam in, we'll get a little bit of a break. Not much, but I definitely want to spend a little bit of time and go see where the back of the pack is, see how they're all doing. Shout outs to Katie O'Connor. She's 6 miles out. We'll see her in a couple hours. Andy Glaze is hours from the finish, friends. We're all good. Here we got a drone shot from Buffalo Park. Got a runner coming. Looks like hard to tell if that's a runner or just someone out for a morning stroll. A big shout out to all the camera ops and all the camera and drone operators out there. Bring in the heat. We definitely couldn't do it without them. Man, did Sam finish already? All right, friends, we're going to take a quick ad break, and we'll be right back with more live coverage of the 2025 Cocodona 250.
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides through red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together, every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play. Music drifts into the evening sky, and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve, and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushioned trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Run speedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
All right, friends, welcome back to this nonstop coverage of the Cocodona 250, brought to you by Mountain Outpost and Air Vipa Running. I want to give a big shout out to our official apparel sponsor, John G. They are really bringing some amazing apparel to not just your everyday runner, but amazing stuff for the 200 plus mile distance. They've got 6 runners towing the line at Cocodona this year. Kyla Mayer, Harry Suberthus, Mika Thews, Jeff Garmeyer, Callie Vincent, and Corey Walteren, and also the legend Ricky Gates is crewing and pacing Kyla. Been super excited to see their runners out on the course, and just love what John G's doing for the running community. So yeah, big shout outs to John G. And it looks like we've got, I believe it's 2 minutes to the Fort Tuthill cutoff. Maybe we can go to that camera. Jan Rice says, 4 minutes. Last runner is out. Tuthill is wrapped. Awesome. Yeah, way to get him out. Well, I guess maybe we go back to the finish line cam there. Okay, and I think I don't know if we're still expecting. Oh no, it looks like he's close. Looks like Sam Fulbright should be coming around the corner any minute. He's going to be our next finisher of the Cocodona 250. We definitely have a handful of 125 runners making their way to the finish line. Laurie Smith, Arthur Arnold, and Abby Rinholt are all pretty close together and making moves toward the finish line, I'd say around half a mile out. Lori Leverington, me and last names don't mix right now, but the crest route is similar to the blue line, which is the 125 route. They run on basically 49 miles of that route, not the red line, which is the 250 miler. The last cutoff just happened at Fort Tuttle. Looks like we have a runner that just came in. 4:23. That is Lori Smith from the 125 race. She looks very happy to be in Heritage Square. I think this should be Sam. hard to tell because I know we had these 125 runners pretty close to the finish line too. Nope, that's a 125 runner. That is... Arthur Arnold. Getting it done. Western, Cocodona 250, Barkley, you have to race one, crew one, and commentate for one. What you got? Love that. This is gonna be Sam Fulbright. To answer your question, Bob, I have commentated Cocodona 250. I am eagerly waiting for my name to get drawn for the lottery at Western States. And then maybe I'll have to reach out to John Kelly, who's a little kind of a neighbor of mine. I'm in Asheville, he's in Boone. Maybe he'll let me be a part of his crewing team for next year's Barkley, because there's no way I'm ever running that race. Oh, friends, and Andy is slowly but surely making his way to the finish line. It looks like this is our 125 runner. I believe it's either Abby Renault. I think it's Abby Renault. Looks like we've got another 250 runner, about a mile out. Yep, I got 1.5 on the tracker, so moving at 2.7 miles per hour, so maybe half an hour we'll get Pete in. We'll see. Usually what happens, they get out of Buffalo Park. He's making this decent downhill down the fire road, and then once they hit the street, it definitely gets a little bit easier to put one foot in front of the other. Susan Abelli. I don't know if there's any active John G codes right now, but if you use Midpacker at checkout, you can get 10% off. And for any of you that don't know, my name is Troy Meadows, and I am the host of the Midpacker Pod, and I am stoked to have John G as a partner on the podcast. I do know that they were dropping like limited codes in the chat yesterday and the day before, but yeah, you're gonna have to stay on top of the live stream if you want those, because I believe they were only letting like the first 10 to 20 people use those codes. Looks like we've got the Andy Glaze drinking game in full effect. Play responsibly, friends. There's a great shot that they set up on the balcony above Diablo Burgers, looking down on the finish line vibes. This is a great shot. Love this. Danielle Cohen, yes. Everyone finishes in the same spot. Jan Rice is saying that they have a set of Toyota car keys left at the Tut Hill aid station. That's no bueno, friends. Yeah, Diana, Jose finished, oh gosh, it had to have been 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, Bob, I appreciate you, man. I as far as running to Cocodona 250, I don't think that'll ever happen. I cannot wait to run Western States. So, and yeah, Barkley is just, I wouldn't even know how to apply to get into the Barclays Marathon. So, Sav, thanks for the follow on Strava. I'll check you out. If you're in Nashville, North Carolina, maybe we can share some miles in the not too distant future. Shout outs to all my Western North Carolina peeps in the chat and listening to the live stream. Nothing like Asheville. Oh, here we go. Bib number 20, Ryan Bailey. This is Trinity Heights. He's got 3.9 miles to go. Just a easy little jog in the woods. And it's actually relatively runnable. There's a little bit of a bump to get up to Buffalo Park. Bob, I appreciate you, sir. Looks like we have a couple other runners in here too. This is a great aid station. I was hanging out with the aid station captains like 2 nights ago, I guess it was. Oh, Angie Kemp coming in hot. It looks like she's a 125 runner. Yep, she's getting close. We'll bring it back to the finish line. And for everyone asking about Kyla Mayer, last night I got confirmation. I was talking to Mike, one of the founders at Janji, earlier today, and he said that she took a extended sleep break. That's why her tracker was sitting at Tut Hill for so long, and she's back out on the course. She's about maybe a half a mile from Walnut Canyon, and so she's gonna get it done. She's making it happen. Courtney's 9-inch inseam. Let's see what's going on with Mr. Glaze. I mean, the Eldon descent is pretty treacherous, and if you're moving really slow, it could seem like you're not moving at all. So I definitely want to put that out there. No, Andy's started the descent down Eldon, and so if you're gonna follow that tracker and watch it, it's gonna be like watching a kettle boil, as Eldon is a very, very it's gonna be a very slow descent, I believe, for Andy, based on how he's been feeling over the last couple hours. looks like Pete Griggs is probably a half a mile out. Next 125 runner we have is Aaron Miller. They should be finishing really soon. And then Simon Ward and Angie Kemp all making their way making their way to Heritage Square. Here we have that sweet view from the balconies above Diavolo Burger, looking down on the finish line. Another Meadows in the chat. April Meadows, how you doing? My name is Troy Meadows. We've got Dan, Troy, April, Steve, 4 Meadows in one chat. My mind is blown. Bob. Yeah, Zachary. I guess it depends on how much you like to suffer. It's definitely, the cutoffs are generous at Cocodona, so technically, if you're walking with purpose, you can walk every step, but you still got to be able to walk every step. So I would personally suggest some training to get fit and have a really solid engine if you're going to do something like a 250-mile event. Man, such a cool way to finish an ultra. And the fact that Cocodona kind of goes through... Oh, we got a runner coming through. I believe that's one of our 125 runners. Maybe Aaron Miller. And Pete Griggs is still making the journey to Heritage Square. He's on the roads of Flagstaff. He's getting close, friends. Stoked to see Pete finish. I know there's a lot of love for Pete in the chat right now. About a half a mile to go. Zach, do you know when the flag crest, excuse me, do you know when that race started?
7 a.m.
Okay, 7 a.m. Got it. Yeah, so we'll probably start seeing our first flag crest runners in the next maybe hour or two, maybe hour and a half. Superstitions, Bob. I probably should start doing some because maybe that'll actually help me not have to sad walk so much when I do these ultra marathons. I do have like I have a couple like pairs of shorts and shirts that I like to always have either wearing or in my drop bag. I know a lot of people like fresh socks for their ultras. I'm not, I don't like kind of subscribe to that. But I'm trying to think any superstitions. No, nothing that's as neurotic as having to bring my lucky rabbit's foot with me. But maybe I should kind of get myself a totem that I can carry with me. I did bring my first 100-miler. I did bring my son's first cap, like the little tiny little beanie that they give you at the hospital to put on their heads after they're born. I did carry that with me in my pack in my first 100-miler. Yes, Trish, we sad walk the hills. Angela Towns, looks like they moved the van. That's awesome. Good to know. Well, the cutoff is 10 a.m. tomorrow for the runners, so they probably start breaking down the finish line, sometime after that. They'll start playing what's the song that they play at the bar at 1:50 when they tell you, you got to go, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Imagine they put that on the PA speakers. Nick starting a 30-day goo cleanse. Not recommended. Thank you, Laura. Yep, closing time. And Jason. Oh, and Leah Jones coming in hot. Don't yell at me, girl. Oh, Sweet Caroline's a good one, too. Yes, Trish, because it's not if, it's when the zombie apocalypse is going to be upon us. Big ups to Steven. Ooh. Zilker? Gosh, I butchered that. But we appreciate that you love the coverage. I agree. I believe it's world class too. And thank you so much for the donation. And I apologize in advance for butchering anyone's last name. Oh, Scott Dolby. No, you just got to make it. You just got to sign up before everyone else does. The race definitely sells out sooner than later. And I don't even think Cocodona has like a prerequisite. Like some races you'll have to have a finish in a certain distance in order to register. If you think you can do it, just show up and get it done. Yeah, let's go, Pete. Pete should be coming in soon. Dan from North Carolina. Christy Lockhart, what's Dan's bib number? Oh, we have an interview at the finish.
We're going. Yeah, you're on.
Oh, we're on. Wait. Yay!
Hello, friends.
This is for you.
Troy.
Hello. This is for you on the live stream. There's been so much support for everyone in the race, and you guys have been tirelessly typing away in the comments, and you guys need some pump and cheer. We love you. Thank you for supporting us. It's been fantastic and super helpful. I called my sister once during the race. I was really sleepy, and I was like, I need to stay awake, talk about anything. So she just pulled up some Instagram comments and just read them out loud to me, and it really helped all these people out there. Just know you were heard. She read like 200 comments. So thank you. And in case you're wondering, this white note, that was me. Failed attempt. I don't know if we can see it again, but it just says thank you for everyone on the live stream in the comments. You guys are awesome. And I know you've been watching it like during the workday and like in the morning and at night, and like maybe haven't had the most productive week, but you've really helped us. So that's all we wanted to say. I guess since I'm on the mic, thanks to the the SFRC team and community. Thank you for the support. Troy, we all love you. Oh, my biggest fan. Thank you, Audrey. Always, 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 always. She told me I could call her at any time, any like middle of the night. She always was there to pick up. So it's just great having this endless support from all you guys. And then I ran with a bunch of women back home, and I thought about you guys a lot. So just want to give a quick shout out, and one last shout out, sorry, since I'm here. Jizen Wellness, you guys really helped give me the confidence to stay strong with all the support and help you've given me to prep for this race. So anything else you'd like to say? Matt, who did Cocodona last year with no crew and no support.
Your crew, so Charles, Jamie, David, Riley from CDUS, go CDUS.
Yeah.
And then also my parents showed up, so we all love Lindsay.
Team, what a team.
We're coconuts for Lindsay.
Woo!
And so that's all that I had. Go Troy, wear your jersey on stream.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, sure.
All right, here, hold that, Lindsay.
Lindsay and Matt, some of my favorite people on the planet. Thank you so much for
We love
giving
you,
some love
Troy.
back to us.
Yeah, Troy! And live stream people, you guys are endlessly working all night long. Very little sleep. It's like a marathon out here for everybody involved.
Caffeine, it helps.
Yeah, we might suggest some caffeine. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, I think that's what we got.
All right.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
Kill us.
Yeah.
Awesome. So for anyone that doesn't know, that's Lindsay Dwyer, second place female, and in my opinion, the gutsiest, grittiest performance of Cocodona 250. Nothing but love for Lindsay. Thank you so much for coming in there and showing us all a little bit of love and giving it back to the fans and the people in the chat. I believe this is Pete making it. Oh, yes, that feeling. Nothing like those finish line feels after 257 miles crossing Arizona. Go, Pete. Oh, looks like we have another runner coming in. Oh, we got a posse coming in. I believe that's Aaron Miller. Hard to tell, honestly. Shout out to Deb Hamberlin right there in front of the screen in the blue trucker hat volunteering. Deb's going to be running Western States this year. Stoked to follow along her race. All right. So I believe Angie Kemp crossed the finish line. I think that's her. Don't quote me, friends. And then our next 250 finisher. Yeah, that's 5:10. Yeah, that is Angie Kemp. And then our next Cocodona 250-mile finisher is going to be Bryce Birchie. They are making their way across Buffalo Park right now. Steve Daly. Let's see if we can't find Ann Daly and Adam Tremblay. In the 125. Yep, Adam Tremblay looks like he's about 4.5 miles out. Moving about 1.4 miles an hour, but I know right around there is a little bit of a bump as far as a climb goes. So here we have another, I believe, 150 runner. That may have been Kevin Doy. They're just coming in hot, friends. I'm having a hard time keeping up. Any delay. Oh yeah, she's coming in soon. She's a couple miles away from the finish. Looks like she's going to be coming in before Adam. Oh, no, sorry. After Adam. She's about 5.5 miles out. Looks like Ginny Combs is going to be coming into the finish line shortly. There's a couple bibs stacked on top of each other here. We got Angie Kemp, yep, and then Ginny Combs. Angie just finished. Ginny Combs should be next. Both of them are 125 runners. Gene and Mari, yeah, Angie was dropping codes yesterday. I believe I saw them going in. If you're really thirsty for a Janji code, you can use Bidpacker at checkout. That'll get you 10% off. After Bryce, as far as 250-mile finishers, we have Ryan Bailey. Here we have a runner coming in hot. This has got to be a 125 finisher. I did not catch a bib. Yep, up next on our 250 finishers, Bryce Birchie is making his way down that Fire Road descent to the streets of Flagstaff. He's about 1.8 miles out from the finish. Approaching Buffalo Park is Ryan Bailey, about 3.8 miles out, just leaving Trinity Heights. And then Bob Espinel is about a half a mile outside of Trinity Heights. For all of you in the chat playing the Andy Glaze drinking game, let's just sip accordingly, please. It's going to be a long day. My man Murray, we were talking to him yesterday at Munns. Good to see that he's making his way, on his way up and over Eldon right now. Yeah, big shout out. Good to see Murray still grinding this one out. Looks like our next female finisher just got down off of Eldon. Deb Huntsinger. She's about 2.5 miles from Trinity Heights. Probably 2 hours, maybe 2 hours from finishing. I know we're trying to get a runner cam on AJW. Looks like he's approaching Wildcat. So we'll see how this goes. Craig Dozer. Yeah, man, you don't have to be a runner to respect the grind, my man. Welcome to the ultra running community, the trail running community. Cocodona is definitely a vibe. And shout out to Melody Dell. She's at mile 230, making her way to Heritage Square. Yes, the Bionic Man, AJW. Lindsay Dwyer's #1 fan. Wasn't that amazing? It was really cool to have Lindsay come in and give us all a little bit of shine and give back a little bit of that love that we were pouring her way yesterday and throughout the week. Big ups to Miss Lindsay Dwyer, our second place female. It's a truly inspirational finish. Annie McDonald, if we get a chance to talk with Mr. AJW, we'll definitely let him know that we are cracking brews for him and excited to have him finish this race. Hopefully he gets a chance to eat some brisket at Wildcat and settle in for a nice long slog up Eldon. And for those of you that don't know, Andy definitely needs to make sure he stays on top of his finishing time, because he has a shift on the live stream. He will be joining Chris Warden for the Golden Hour finishes starting Saturday at around 5 a.m. AJW is expected to be in the studio. I will say that'll be a lot of fun to tune into. April Meadows, that's a really good question. I think all local flagstaff should petition the city council to change, not to change, but to make this little alley into Heritage Square, Cocodona Alley. I am here for that. Looks like we have another 125 finisher coming in. He was moving good. I want to move that good after 125 miles. Maybe that's Kevin. No, not Kevin Dwyer. That beard game was way too strong. Joe Hall, I do not believe that there is a qualifier for Cocodona. You just have to sign up before it sells out. And that's a good call out. I believe they're going to open registration to the Cocodona 2026 on the 20th of this month. Looks like we're going to head to a finish line interview with legacy runner, 5-time finisher, Jose Sosa. Hey, my man, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
How you doing?
Hello?
Yeah, we're
yeah,
here.
I'm
How you
good.
doing, man?
I've got a good 6 hours of sleep. Pretty good, yeah. Kind of sore throat, a little bit of the once the last day the weather got a little better and it was more dusty, so kind of just a little part of the race of flag. Yeah.
Well, you had a strong finish last night. I was actually on the mics in the middle of the night when you came across the finish line, Jose, and such an inspiration. 5-time finisher at this event. What's it feel like to just keep coming back and experiencing the vibes here year in and year out?
Well, I always since the first year, I've always kind of been really it's like oh man, this is like a Super Bowl for trail running, and that's why kind of I keep coming back because I feel like this is like my ultimate challenge. That's kind of my take that every year, and it keeps getting different. It's never been the same race, so that's also a different. It's always a little change and the environment, the weather, and all that, and it's a fun race, very fun race. It's beautiful out there. I love this area of Arizona.
Yeah, that's a really good call out, as the course has just historically changed year in and year out. Based on the previous years, what did you like that was in addition to the course, and what did you not like so much as far as some of the course changes?
I don't think I could say I didn't like anything, like something. There was a few things where they messed with us, that we, instead of crossing the street, they made us in Sedona go half a mile more and go under a bridge and back to the other side, and then we ended up on the same other side of the sidewalk. So there was a few funny ones that were they're messing with us. But the one I really liked was that I think it's called Hangover Trail in Sedona. Oh my God, when I hit that, it was perfect too, because it was 3 p.m. and the views were just world class. You feel like you're in a different world, But that was the change I loved right there. And kind of, I guess Eldon, it makes it a little more gradual to climb up through the back. It's kind of, it was fun.
Not the descent, though. Yeah, that's what I was gonna get at, and that's kind of what I was trying to tease you into is, the gradual ascent up, Eldon, but then that descent is spicy.
Yeah, it's a different. I guess it's different when if you're going up, you go up, and you're okay. Fast when you my take was like, all right, I'm gonna go down and take it easy, be positive, because I know I'm almost done, and that's how I was feeling. Like, all right, I'm gonna get done already and enjoy it. Just be safe, because it's dangerous. You know, like the rock, you slip, you could hit your head, and
Yeah, and especially with almost 250 miles on your legs, you know, you have to every step counts when you're descending Eldon with 4 days of running behind you. So, well, Jose, I gotta ask you, are you gonna keep coming back? I know that they're talking about doing some fun things for the 10th anniversary of the race. Are you planning to keep coming back year in and year out? Oh, I think we might have lost Jose. We'll see if we can't get Jose back, but what a legend. One of the legacy runners, has finished the race 5 times. What a solid dude. I know he's also a Speedland runner and was running in the new CCD shoe by Speedland. All right, for all of you just tuning in, my name is Troy Meadows. Oh, Jose, how you doing, man? You back with us? Oh, I guess not. Bear with us, friends. This is definitely not an exact science, and sometimes you have to, bang on the side of the TV, so to speak, to get these things to work properly. Yeah, big shout outs to Kyla making her way toward Wildcat, or right outside of, oh man, hold on a second, friends, I'll get us there. She was right outside of Walnut Canyon. Last we checked on her about an hour ago, so. Nice default name. Yes, Jose does put the legs in Legacy. He had a solid finish last night. And looks like Miss Randy Zuckerberg is at mile 237. So she's left Walnut Canyon and she's heading toward Wildcat. Oh, nice. If anyone is in Flag, there's a lemonade stand on the corner of Beaver and Fine, and it's free to runners of any of the Cocodona distances. Oh yeah, Delphine, Paige, Addie, and Abby are hosting it and having a blast. So we're going to go hang out with some Flagstaff legends, giving out free lemonade. I believe it was on the corner of Beaver and Fine. Go and get you some free lemonade, runners. Looks like we've got a... Is this a Cocodona finisher? Is this a 250 finisher? It does look like a blue bib. Was that Bryce? Was that Bryce Birchie? Yep, that was Bryce from Phoenix, Arizona. Way to get it done, Bryce. Looking good. Strong finish. Yes, Gina. Marie, that was Bryce that just came through. If you scroll back just a little bit, He just had his finish. Thank you, Ryan Castre. So hard to see the bib number sometimes. Here we have Joe Cosione. Looks like this is one of his athletes. I believe this was a 125 finisher. Joe from the Everyday Ultra podcast. Maybe this was Christine Austin. Yes, Ryan Bailey is going to be our next 250-mile finisher. Looks like he's just making he's just about to make that last little climb that gets you up on top of Buffalo Park. He's about 2.6, 2.7 miles away. Oh, thank you, Chris Warden. Yeah, that was Joe's wife, Lexi, finishing the race. That's awesome. I remember talking to him at Packet Pickup about it, and that his wife was going to be running the 125. Julian, we actually had Dan on yesterday, and he left the interview and went to go run a mile at Buffalo Park. So I imagine he got his mile in today too. So here we have another runner coming in. This is likely one of our 125 runners, maybe Kevin Dew. Yes. Yeah, shout out Kevin. Way to get it done, buddy. Is that another runner? Oh, we have another runner, 5:12. Yeah, so that would be Adrian Vellicino. And I believe we still have Kristen Austin waiting to get to the finish line. A few of the next runners we're looking to see in the 125. Definitely waiting on 5:04 Kristen Austin. I do not believe she has made it to the finish line yet. And I know we have Michael Fisher and Ryan Kleckner still out there, about 2 miles out from the finish line. And then our next 250 runner is going to be Ryan Bailey. The last cutoff that we had was at Fort Tuttle. Looks like they got all the runners out. And Elizabeth Russ is still sitting in that DFL position. We are rooting for you, Elizabeth. Keep grinding. And then Robbie Cheney is right in front of him. And I can look up the next cutoff times for runners. This is a shot looking up from Trinity Heights to the towers on Eldon. Thanks, Jan Rice, for the update. Looks like Elizabeth was looking good leaving Tut Hill. We have a finish line interview coming up soon with Tanya Carmona, Bib 302. Looks like our next hard cutoff is at 7:45 tonight at Walnut Canyon. Runners have 16 miles to cover from Tut Hill. Hey Tanya, how you doing? Can you hear me? Hey Tanya, can you hear me? Hello, Tanya, can you hear me? Hello, Tanya, are you there? We'll try to get that audio back for you. I know Tanya has a good story to tell, so I'm excited to hear all about it. Oh, Tanya's saying that she can hear me. She could hear me, so cool. The Walnut Canyon cutoff is at 7:45 p.m. Oh, thank you, said Esther's 10. Oh, if you're just tuning in, this is a cam looking above the finish line, pointing toward the finish line. Runners will be finishing, coming right underneath the camera, basically. We have another camera angle as well. But love the vibes down at the finish chute of the Cocodona 250. Brought to you by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running. My name is Troy Meadows. I am the host of the Midpacker Pod, and I'm here with you for the next 4 hours or so as we welcome in our middle of the pack runners. Super stoked. Oh, looks like we have a runner coming in now. This is likely a 125 runner. Dan, I'll probably sleep after I run and eat dinner tonight. Definitely got to get my training in after this shift. Is this the winner of... I think this might be the winner of the flag crest. Is that too early? No, this is probably our flag crest winner.
We gotta wait for this runner.
Yeah.
Hey, Tanya, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hey, how you doing?
Who's this?
Oh, sorry. My name
Who's
is
this?
Troy Meadows. I'm on the mics today.
Oh, hi, Troy.
In the studio.
Sorry. Cool. I was like, who's this? Cool. Yeah, I can hear you clear, loud and clear.
Awesome. Well, they say you have a really fun story to tell. I'd love to hear all about it.
I do have a funny story to tell. Should I start? Or
Yes, please.
all right. So I was running the 250, Cocodona 250, the distance. I DNF very sadly just right after Sedona, between that and Foxborough, just a little bit before the water station. And this is like the funniest DNF story. So as you know, it was like the wettest, coldest Cocodona ever. So in Deer Pass, Dead Horse, I was going through the midnight, really late at night, and I got soaked. That one was like the monsoon rain started. It was so heavy. So we got to that aid station. I was so cold, and the rain actually stopped. So they ran out, the guys there, and they put a fire pit. So I would just run over, so they tried to dry my clothes. So I put all my clothes, next to the fire pit. And I thought, oh, you know what? I'm going to dry my shoes. I'm going to put dry socks. So here's where the funny story starts. I put my shoes too close to the fire pit. So yeah, I never thought that they could melt down.
So
my shoes got melted.
Is that what caused your DNF? Is you melted your shoes?
So all the heel got melted. So I was like, you know what? I'll just keep running like that. I tried it and it didn't feel that bad. So I thought, yes, why not? I'll just keep pushing. And I really didn't have another shoe of that size because I start growing sizes as I go with the distance. So this was like the biggest size I had. Like I didn't have another one. So yeah, that was the whole story. And I kept going until Sedona, until my calf gave up. I guess because of I was running with no heel. So I guess, obviously got injured there. And yeah, that's the funny story.
Oh man!
But,
lessons learned.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know. I guess it would be like the question if that didn't happen, if I had finished. I think I would, because overall I felt all right. Like like everything else was okay. So, but yeah, that's a funny story. People don't put your shoes too close to a fire pit next time.
Oh wow! Well,
I know.
Yeah, lessons learned, right? Are you gonna be back next year for Redemption at Cocodona?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I hope we get better weather next year, because definitely that messed up a lot of my, not that I had a pacing plan, but you know what I mean? Like just made it really, really slow. And I ended up in parts of the course and at times that I didn't really want to be. And yeah, it was just, everything was so slow. Just the mud pits, everything was just so slow. So yeah, I'm definitely coming back, and I hope you guys get better weather next time, please, for us. Like that would be great. But yeah, it was fun. It was definitely fun. It was my first over 100-mile distance. So it was fun memories for sure.
Yeah, congratulations. make sure you bring extra shoes next time.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what? Extra poles, which I learned that lesson in another race,
Yes.
and I did, and I'm so glad I did because I broke my poles as well. But I had a spare, and I was able to change the poles. So yeah, next time now is like a shoes. Just bring everything that you've got, pretty much. So yeah, that's another lesson learned.
Yeah, it's important to have almost a double kit when you're doing a 5 mile race, right?
Yeah, definitely something I've learned in this. And more shoe, I really never thought about the shoe. Like what, like I never thought I would melt a shoe. Like, and more so that I wasn't even expecting this weather. So it was funny just how everything, just how it happened.
Well, rest up and enjoy the finish line vibes, and excited for you to have redemption at Cocodona 2026.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll be back, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you so
have
much.
A great afternoon. Yeah, you're very welcome. Ciao.
Bye.
Well, that's crazy. I could only imagine. I could only imagine melting your shoes around a fire in the middle of Cocodona 250. And obviously, she has a really good spirits about the whole thing. But how unfortunate. Looks like Ryan Bailey is making his way across Buffalo Park. He will be our next 250-mile finisher. And I think we're still waiting on Ryan Kleckler and Michael Fisher. Really cool to see the first flag crest finisher come in. Tony can, yeah. She was moving so fast that her shoe melted. We'll get a little drone shot here. This is above Trinity Heights. Yeah, the runners come in from the bottom right of the screen and then run into the aid station and then exit to the top right. And then from Trinity Heights, it's just a 3.9 mile short little jaunt over to Heritage Square, down the streets of Flagstaff. Yeah, Andy Glaze is still 2.5 miles from Trinity Heights, plus 3.9. I'll do public math, so 6.4 miles from the finish. He's moving about 2 miles per hour, so yeah, I imagine we have another 2 hours before Andy makes it to the finish line. Andy Carson, the cutoff for the 250 and the 125 is tomorrow at 10 a.m. The next hard cutoff is back at Walnut Canyon at 6:45. The the trading photographer, yeah, your crew. I mean, your crew can bring you anything you want. That's not specifically forbidden from the race. But yeah, they could have gone and get her new. Sorry, I'm laughing. D Higgs. I'm gonna have to come up with a call sign for AG, Mr. AG. That way, I'm not making the live stream audience drink too much. No, your crew could bring you new shoes, and you know, I probably should have asked her if she had a crew. Didn't really know how close she was to cutoffs. Sounded like she put her shoes back on, was willing to kind of carry on, thought that she'd be okay, and then ended up giving herself a bit of an injury that kind of made her tap out. So Catherine, that's a good question. I'm not sure how many people are still out on the 250-mile course. From just the looks of it, going back to Elizabeth Russ, who's sitting in the DFL position, to now Ryan Bailey, who were expected at Heritage Square shortly. I mean, I would have to like Rain Man all these dots that are on the map right now, but it looks like maybe 80. And it's definitely a nice long Congo line from right outside of Fort Tut all the way to right outside of Trinity Heights, as the middle of the pack is grinding and has been for we're going on 5 days now to make that journey from the spines to the pines here in Flagstaff, Arizona. Yeah, shout out to Erin Lehan. Stoked to get her to finish. Oh, here we go. We're going to have a little interview with Mr. Joe Corsione here in just a minute or two. Here we have a runner coming in. This looks like one of our 125 runners. 1015. Maybe that's actually one of the Mingus Traverse runners. I don't know. Not Mingus Traverse, excuse me. Flag Crest. Tony Khan, I appreciate you, sir. And if NPR is looking for an announcer, I am here for it. Last night during my Air Viper after dark shift from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., people were commenting that I should read stories for the comm app. So I think I'll be submitting my voiceover resume to them as well. Oh, Ebez, thank you for actually counting all the runners on course. Looks like we have over 100, close to 129, plus or minus a few dots, still out on course for the 2025, for the 250 mile distance. Hey, Joe, can you hear me, buddy?
I can hear you loud and clear. How you doing, Troy?
Oh, dude, I'm good. It's nice to hear your voice. This is my third shift in 24 hours, so yeah. I'm doing good. I'm on like 4 hours of sleep and 3 liters of coffee. So,
dude, it's an ultra in its own right, man. Mad respect.
Yes, sir. Well, we saw you at the finish line. Talk about. We saw you taking a picture with an athlete. Talk about that moment.
Yeah, it's so awesome. So
this is a really special year for me. Last year I did Cocodona and I raced, and then this year it's cool because I'm on the other side of the action, crew and pacing and support. On our Everyday Ultra coaching team, we had about 9 athletes do Sedona Canes, which is awesome. And so being out there to support that, and one of the most important athletes is out there is also my wife, who's currently, I think, about 6 miles away from the finish of Sedona Canes 125, her first 100+ mile race. So I've been crewing, pacing out here and supporting. And, I think it's just so cool to have a sport where, you can get help from other people, whether it's from crew or pacers, or maybe that one person on the trail who gives you that salt pill when, you're a little low on electrolytes or anything. But it always just feels, I think, just as good to get the belt buckle as it is to also be on the other side and help someone else achieve their goal, right? Whether you do coach someone in the capacity that I do, or you're crewing someone, or maybe you pace someone through that really, really challenging section. Like, I love in this sport how being a team player in such a sport that can seem very individualized is such a rewarding thing. And to be on the other side and getting to see my athlete Jenny finish, and she went through her challenges through the race and had her highs and had her lows, and I got to see her at aid stations and seeing her overcome all those obstacles to get that finish is truly an amazing moment. And I always say, like, I think it's so much cooler when you can see, like, your friends and the people you care about win more than yourself. And so even though I'm not racing this year, I feel like I've got like that fulfillment that can be matched with just as much with just getting to finish. So it's been awesome.
Yeah, I will tell you, at the crewing, the volunteering, like, you can runneth over the cup just by giving back and being a part of the vibes that get created at these races. And it's really cool that your wife is finishing her first 125+ mile race. What were some of the challenges that she faced? What's one of the lows that she went through that you were able to kind of help her through as she's made the journey from Sedona up here to Flag?
Yeah, 100%. And I'm so proud of her and just so stoked for her. And so I paced her coming out of Fort Tuthill up till FAC. So I paced her in that section. I paced her a section earlier. But before that, when she was in Fort Tuthill, we were looking at her feet, and she actually ended up getting a pretty nasty blister, not popped yet, on the bottom of her foot. So we ended up taping that up, and we start going out there. We're going at a pretty good pace ahead of the splits. And then all of a sudden, she just starts screaming out there. And I was like, what happened? And she's like, that blister popped. And you can tell every step she was taking was hurting and aching, and it was just agonizing pain. And, the splits went down. We were putting like 30-minute miles. It was just super, super painful. And so for us to be in the moment where we were just like, first and foremost, I think anytime that you have a situation like with the runner, or if you're in a situation that's tough, I think one of the best things to do is just talk it through, right? Like, let it out, because you can be so in your head in these races. And she talks it through, makes it happen. And so we talked it through for a bit. We assessed what we can do, and she had it already taped up, but I told her if we take the tape off, it's going to be hurting. So I said, listen, we got to go one foot in front of the other, and let's just ease into this new feeling with the blister and the pain. So we ease into it. She had painful steps all the way through, and we let her warm it up for a little bit. And I remember turning towards her, I was like, do you think you can run? And she's like, I don't know. Let me give it a try. And she gave it a try, and she started running. And I was like, how does that feel? She's like, let's keep it going. So we started running, splits picking up. And I remember out there, literally, I start like bawling my eyes out because like I saw, she was so broken 5 minutes before that. And she's like, I don't know how I can run. And literally she just started to run right after that. And I think like the question that was posed to her is something that I always suggest people when they're in a situation where they feel like they can't do something, instead of just saying, oh, like I need to do this, ask the question, well, let's find out, or can we do this? And that was the thing. I was like, can you run? And she said, let's find out. And it's a curiosity sometimes that almost eases the pressure off and allows you to be open to the experience. And once you get the experience, that's when you get the proof that it's like, oh, I can do this even though I'm feeling this pain. And I remember we came to the last aid station, I'm rubbing the tears away from my eyes, and she looks at me, she's like, we're going to get this belt buckle. And I was like, great, because now I'm going to cry even harder at the finish line. So I'll see you in a bit. So that was a rewarding moment for sure.
Yeah, man, I love that, Joe. And it's really about having that problem-solving mindset, that can-do attitude, and trying to keep yourself in that upward spiral, right, as opposed to getting in your head and kind of moving into a downward spiral. Definitely love that, man. Well, man, I really appreciate getting to see you at Packet Pickup and you being all over the course and supporting so many runners out here. Any shout outs you want to give or anything else you want to talk about before we let you get back to feeling the finish line vibes?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, I want to say shout out to you and everybody on the live stream team and the commentary, like what y'all doing to make this sport like accessible to everybody, at the people at home or all across the country and the world is amazing. So first shout out to that. Second shout out to Aravaipa. I mean, to put on what I consider, like I've done, over 20 plus races, and this is my favorite one. So by the way, if you're looking at this and you're thinking about May 20th, do I sign up or not? Like I say, go for it, man. It's amazing. And thirdly, I just want to shout out to every single person watching, running, racing, volunteering. The reason why ultra running is so amazing is the people. So if you're watching this or you know someone out there too, I want to shout out everybody in this amazing community. And so it's been incredible. So that was my parting words for sure.
Yeah, man. Well, Joe, I appreciate you, brother, and I'm excited for you to get to finish. Excuse me, for you to get to share that finish line experience with your wife. Yeah, way to go, man.
Thank you so much, and I'll be racing next year. So I'll see y'all in Flagstaff in 2026, baby.
Oh, you heard it here first, friends. Mr. Cocodona towing the line in 2026. Ciao, brother. Awesome. Yeah, that's Joe Cocodona of the Everyday Ultra podcast. He also coaches a bunch of athletes, and he's just an amazing dude. I had him on the Midpacker pod early on when I started the podcast, and it was a great conversation. Here we have the man, the myth, the legend himself, AJW, hanging out at Wildcat, collecting himself and getting ready for that final push up and over Eldon. He looks pretty good, all things considered. I definitely know I wouldn't look that good if I had 230 something, 40 something miles under my legs. This is AJW. And for those of you that don't know, nice, Chris. Yes, someone needs to tell AJ to get out of the chair. AJ has had 2 hip replacement surgeries in the last 4 years, and he is a legend of the sport. 10-time Western States finisher. 2-time Hard Rock finisher. Just a legend of the game. And he always has a smile on his face, always willing to dig deep, stoked to be able to be a small part of his journey to Flagstaff. Looks like he's getting some of that famous barbecue from Pete's Meats at the Wildcat Aid Station. And yeah, hopefully, to Chris's point, he doesn't spend too much time in the chair. The chair is not your friend, friends. Looks like he's cracking jokes. People are laughing, and they're doing their best to take good care of AJ while he's making his journey to Flagstaff.
I don't know how to get the weather station on top. So, I mean, what would you guess? 10 degrees max? That'll be nice. And it's only going to be. And you might get to the top of it, right? You get 6 hours. So you might be able to press before sunrise.
We moved. The
9 hours, 8 hours that we've been working from is from your training room. That's from Walmart. We didn't realize that. So what's your, given where you are and what you've done, what do you think that
I don't know.
That's okay. I think that we're going to just anticipate a little bit faster.
Désolé. Je pensais qu'à un endroit c'était quoi,
And that includes, right, that whole loop.
So we got 20 miles. No, less.
19.
19. Hey, can I come over when I'm done?
Are you going to be stinky or anything? If you're stinky now.
I can just leave. I can just be on the back. I can just be on the back porch.
Of course you can. We got a bed already. We have a bed.
I tend to invite myself.
What kind of beer do you have ready? What kind of beer? I don't know. What does he want?
We usually have parties at our house. Western States.
Oh, nice.
Memorial weekend. We provide all the food, all the party, the house, and everything. They got to bring the beer.
Right.
I am
We don't drink beer.
like the Tour de France guys. Just
Bet I'll ask you.
keep it in
I'll have
cruise
beer.
control until the big
You're in the
climb.
peloton.
Yeah, but I'm just like, I'm 110 beats a minute.
Yeah. That's
You know, so
Do you
have a pushing you? What's that? You have a pushing you? I do. Well, that's what I want.
He's saving it for it, right?
Yeah.
Main thing is just, again, having your focus on that down. Because when you get tired, you lose your balance easily. People do, you've done, and I just want you to.
That elbow is. I've got a little lean going on.
So I just want you to do whatever you need to do to make sure you are sharp.
And I think we've got light. We've got plenty of light, which is great. And I've done it before.
You know.
The risks of it is like slipping, like leaning back and slipping and sitting on your butt. Not like I'm going so slow. I'm not going to clip a toe and go forward. Right? Yeah.
Why is Jamil such an asshole? You guys run 7 extra miles zigzagging up the Cocodona Plateau and go up that hill. You could choose one.
And then we just run straight into flagstaff.
Okay, I was taking a chair.
Maybe,
Pardon me?
maybe you could put some just regular.
It's a great video you're doing.
I can't really see it very well.
Wish I could see that. I got you, Jerry. Sorry.
Okay. All right. There.
Should I put some stuff?
Here's how. My spray. I'm not the cream. Very good.
Anything.
I'm just. Some people protect.
I don't think I need my face, but I'd like to. I'd like both arms and my back of my neck. My back of my neck's getting nailed. And Boney, you're going to be at the finish, right?
Yeah. David and Boney are going to be.
Have you met Karen?
Yeah.
Okay.
They actually met at Hard Rock. We met at Hard
You met,
Rock.
oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. That year we went out.
When Logan was doing all that hard rock.
Yeah, when he was doing the video.
Yeah. I know a place you can. Right.
Yeah.
When is the last?
I should do it literally walking up there because I wanted to.
Because they don't like the version.
Oh, okay, wait.
Do you want?
Do energy.
You can take that twice in half an hour to each other.
You got a pretty big one.
I'm 80 miles into pacing. 87.
Take one, take another one.
You'll have to go an extra mile to get 100.
But real gangsters are good keeping it at 99. The good news is, dude, just
Well, you could take one at the bottom.
it's going to come out to be more than 100.
And then take it whenever you take the deposit.
It was like 74.
Are you going to come over and take a shower?
If that's okay, man.
We got rid of the little head. All right. Yeah.
You get some left.
That's not so bad.
That's not so bad.
Yeah.
It's heavier and
sorry.
it's made for different segments.
Yeah.
But
Just water. We need it.
but you're going to.
I gotta fix the paper, the closed. How far out do you need it? 5 minutes. I'm gonna have another comment. I thought this one's off. All right, let's see.
Okay, sweetie.
Yeah. Oh, let me. I wanted to see how many. Yeah, it's going to be. So I have. I need more. I look. There's a lot of white in here, but it's all trail milk.
Yeah,
There's only one S.
I'm not sure you've been taking the trail milk.
Yes.
I got it right there.
Yeah. Let me give me 4 more.
Yeah, this is the time to stay on top. Because
Don't get behind the start.
That's right.
Yeah. And you know when we have a tail, it's really warm. Like my face gets warm.
Yeah. Okay, buddy. Hey, time to move. You want to use all the daylight you can.
Okay, so.
All right, so I think you're all set. You got all the water. You got your warm, your cold stuff, cold clothing stuff.
I've got.
You've got 6. You got 3 on this side, 3 on that side gels. You got a bag of 6.
And the bag of 6 is in with like all the clothes.
It's on
this side pocket. And
or on the side. Actually, Brian packed it.
my runners didn't have.
Right here.
That's what.
Get out of here.
That's not all we need to use.
That's right.
Brian, you don't need to rush.
Yeah, Brian, you take care of yourself. Oh, one question. Do you that they offered? Do you want an avocado wrap to take with you? I didn't think so.
No, this is it for this. I'm gonna go
You don't
all
need
gels.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, don't worry about that. All right, and we have watch still being
Burrito. Very nice. Brian's got the watch.
Yeah.
Just bring it down. What? Grab that. Oh, trash.
Oh, yeah, we can take care of it.
These new John G shorts, they're pretty cool.
I think you must have had 11. So that means you have.
I have 7.
You have 7.
Yeah. So then total I have 13.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm good.
Yeah, you don't need any more solid food. You just need to
Let's
take
go,
the best
AJW.
every one of those is raw, except one of them.
Yeah.
So you're getting good sauce.
That's good.
All right, there you go. Get out of here. I want you getting as much done with daylight as possible.
Obviously, 1, 2.
Make sure your bladder works. I didn't know.
Kept it. Same spot. Right here.
No rushing now.
Right.
Deliberate.
And if my legs are shaky and my
Just
fat
pause.
You guys
Just
got
take
all the time in the world.
The Diamondbacks going to beat the Dodgers. Hey, look at the bright side.
Finish before.
Look at Logan.
Time cut off. Everything's good.
They're not going to get swept. We're taking it one game at a time. Then after today, the worst it can be is a split.
Martin got his first home run.
And Gabby got a granny. A Gabby granny.
Okay.
You're there. I know you are. I know.
It's good.
And we'll celebrate in Oregon.
That's right.
We got a whole week to relax.
Okay.
All right, we're out.
Get it. See ya. See it finished.
All right, go get him.
Let's do it.
Good.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, man.
All right. Cheers.
Andy, enjoy. I'll let you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, everybody.
Ring that bell!
Wow, just wow. There goes AJW. Heading out to Eldon to make that last push.
Push it down right here.
It was so cool to get to listen to him like a fly on the wall for a little bit. Just amazing.
Yeah. How's it going? Hey. Getting on all right? Yeah. Hey. Are they doing all right?
Hey, now. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. All right, good to see you. Thank you.
So are you thinking about a beer yet?
I am. Brian, my pacer up here, who will have logged 95 miles by the time he's done, is going to surprise me. So
Awesome.
he has told me that there are choices, but I haven't had a beer in a while.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it, and I'll look forward to Brian's surprise.
Awesome. You're doing so good. So well.
Got this. Yeah, I totally done the math wrong before. I'd forgotten the section kind of some math error. It's going to be 100 plus.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Bonus 300 miler.
How's the live stream going?
It's going great. Everyone's been enjoying you today.
Who's on right now?
Oh,
Is Corinne on?
I can't
No,
even
Troy
read.
Meadows here in the
Troy.
studio.
Troy Meadows.
Yeah.
This is your third shift today, right? In 24 hours,
Yeah,
Troy?
that's correct.
Yeah.
Hey, Troy, good to see you, buddy.
Oh, AJW, I'm going to crack a brew for you, bud.
There you go, bud. Well, I'm going to come on tomorrow morning from 6 to 10 for the golden hours.
Looking forward to it.
All right.
Keep it up, AJ. Lots of love in the
All
chat
right,
for you,
man.
man. All right, friends, that's AJW, the man, the myth, the legend. So it was so cool to get to be a fly on the wall for him, engaging with his crew and hanging out at Wildcat. We're gonna looks like John G's doing some fun picture stuff. But we're gonna cut to a quick commercial break, and I'll be right back with you all in just a little bit. Let's go.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners.
Wilderness Volunteers is the official nonprofit partner of Cocodona. The mission of Wilderness Volunteers is to engage people in meaningful service that conserves and protects America's wildlands. Spend a week in the great outdoors on one of their 30-plus annual projects in wilderness areas across the country. Give back to the wild places you love by removing invasive plants, building and maintaining trails, rehabilitating wildlife habitats, and much more. Learn more at wildernessvolunteers.org.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Big race coming up? And finding a hotel feels like a job. Halo makes it easy for event organizers to level up their out-of-town attendees' travel experience. Book vetted hotels close to your event, enjoy special perks, and stay with other like-minded athletes. Tailored for athletes and supporters, with discounted room rates, donations to local nonprofits, and on property activations.
It's a whole nother level.
Stay where the action is. Celebrate like you trained for it. Learn more at poweredbyhalo.com.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushion trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
All right, friends, welcome back to your coverage of the 2025 Cocodona 250, brought to you by Mountain Outpost and Aerovipa Running. My name is Troy Meadows. I am the host of the Midpacker Pod, and I'll be with you for the next, I'll say 3.5 hours as we welcome in the middle of the pack in the 125 and the 250 distance. Man, wasn't that great to get to be a fly on the wall for AJW as he grinds out the last 18 miles of the course. Yeah, what an inspiration. If you're just tuning in, we've got several 125 runners coming in, and a couple. We'll go through our next 250 finishers here in just a minute. Rob Espinel. He is about a mile from Heritage Square. We also that's on the 250 side. On the 125 distance, we have Tommy Silva en route, Adam Tremblay, and Annie Dallé. Also, for our 225. For our 250 runners, we have Deb Huntzinger just leaving the Trinity Heights aid station, so she has about 3.8 miles to go. Probably see her in around an hour. And then Carmen Kramer is just outside entering the Trinity Heights aid station and moving in a group of about 4 runners, all pretty close together. We have Brian Schwartz, Matthew Markowicz, Logan Moses, and Mr. Andrew Glaze. Looks like we have a finish line interview with Candace Gale, bib 304. We're going to be going to that soon. They're still getting ready for that. Thomas Holcomb, thank you so much for the donation. We appreciate you providing a couple Sixers for us over here and the live stream coverage. Thank you, sir. if you're just tuning in, this is the finish line shot at Heritage Square, and all three distances will be finishing here. So the 250, the 125, and the 39 flag crest will all finish right here in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. All right. Candace, is that you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Awesome. Hey, welcome to the live stream. How are you doing right now?
I am actually feeling really good. It's just my feet is a little bit swollen, my ankles, but I'm really feeling really good with my accomplishment. So I'm really happy today.
Awesome. Yeah, Candace Gale, looks like you finished the 125. Is that the longest distance that you've ran?
Well, actually, I did the Cocodona 250, but I had the DNF at 133.
I see. My bad.
Miles.
Apologies. I just saw that. Yeah, I didn't realize that you were in the 250. We just pulled up a graphic. It said you ran 125 miles. I just made an assumption. Well, how did your day go? What led to your DNF then?
Well, I initially got into this race by Cutoff, by Native Women Running. Verna, the founder, encouraged me to try it because I did the Moab 240, and I missed the cutoff time on that one. My highest was 114, so I was like, okay, I'll give this a try. So I got myself into it. This is my second 200-mile race, and it was just the mud. I think it was just the mud that flared up my ankle, and I think that just led my ankle to swell up. It could be a hydration issue, but it's all a good learning experience for me. So I'm hoping I'll do another 200. But this time, I think with all what I have learned from Moab and Cocodona, I think it's possible.
Oh, that's so awesome. And that's the one thing about ultra, and especially in the multi-day stuff, is there's such a big learning curve, and you can feel like you're super prepared, and then come in and within a couple days just realize that it's just not going to be your day or your week. Way to push through. Do you think you're going to come back for the 2026 edition of the race?
Yes, I am. I'm looking forward to the registration. I had it on my calendar, May 20th. I'm already making plans to register, so I won't be on the waiting list like I did last year. But yes, I'm all up for it for 2026 on Cocodona.
Yeah, that's awesome. What was one of the high points for you on the course? I know you managed to cover about half the distance.
I think the high course was the first part of the course was just a grueling elevation climb. Everybody I talked to, the other runners, said this was like 30% of the climb, the starting of the race, where the conditions was very terrible. I was very proud of myself when I was climbing. I mean, it was just that strength I had inside me. I just kept climbing. As I passed the runners up, they were just looking at me with all this despair on their face, saying, is this going to end? Is it going to stop? And I just said, well, we just got to keep going up, and eventually we'll get there. I think that was my high point, and I really loved the climb. I think I felt really confident in that part of the race.
You got to get her in Hard Rock.
Oh, I love hearing that. It's I love that you're like, the worst part is the part that I like the best. That's amazing.
Yeah, I really did like the climb. It's a lot easier for me to climb than going down.
Yeah, did you end up hitting any of the horrendous mud that a lot of the runners have been saying was probably the worst part of the race for them?
Yes, it was Farron Ranch. Farron Ranch was oh my gosh, it was all that mud. I mean, it would have been okay if there was a trail, but since there was no trail there and we just cut right through the property, it was just puddles and puddles. And especially at night, you can't really see. It just made it very challenging to cross over. And at that point where I crossed over, there was a ditch we had to crawl down. And once I looked down to the ditch, the pack was so heavy that it leaned me forward, that I was hanging on to the sagebrush. And I was like thinking, should I just fall down to the ditch? Because I don't know how far it is because it was at night. So what I did is I latched my pack and let it fall to the ground. And I was still holding to the sagebrush. So I was there sitting there for a couple of seconds thinking, what should I do? And it was kind of scary because I was thinking, this is kind of a sticky situation I placed myself into. So finally I got myself climbing up, and got my bearings up, and finally got myself the strength to lift myself back up to the ground. And that threw me a lot. I think that was probably the most scariest moment, was almost falling in that ditch.
Oh, I can only imagine. That sounds scary just listening to you describe it.
And I was wearing my white gear. Gear, so when I came back, I was covered in mud all over the place.
Oh wow! Well, there's so much love in the chat right now for Native women running. Are there any? Did you make any friends while you were out there? Anyone in particular that you got to share a lot of miles with?
Let's see. I think there'll be a gentleman there was a guy named Robbie. He also did the Arizona Monster 300. It was coming down from Iron King. We're going down that hill. And I don't know where he was from, but I only got to speak with him a brief moment, and I saw him limping, and I was like, oh, are you limping too? He's like, yeah, I ran the Arizona 300, and I was like, and you ran this? I was very impressed with him because I volunteered there, and I knew what the runners went through, and with me countering with my shin pain, my feet, I just felt that camaraderie with him. So I think he was the main one that I kind of shared. Just, it wasn't a whole lot of miles, it was just a brief segment, but he was the one who made one point of person, I think, for me on that course.
Wow. Yeah, and it puts things into perspective for you, right? When you see someone else suffering, knowing the distance they've covered, and then really allows you to put compartmentalize, what you're feeling, and continue to kind of push on, right?
Yes, it did.
Well, I so appreciate you giving us some time today, Candace. Is there anything you'd like to shout out? You want to give any more details about Native Women Running, the organization that you were running for, before we let you go?
Yes. Native Women Running. I did not have social media for almost till maybe a year and a half ago. I just got into Marine Corps. Native Women Running by Verna. It's a great opportunity, especially for Native women to get into these type of events, especially in ultra running. There's not too many of us. And I think having us being out here and showing our that we can do hard things and do a lot of miles, hopefully that will inspire more people, more indigenous people to do these events. Having her out there, it just brings great support, especially with the gear, the price of the entry, even the support, getting people to come out and help us. It just means a lot for her organization and Verna to come out here and help us, especially Katua too, helping us, especially being a flagstaff company and giving us that support to helping us get here. So I like to give those two organizations a support to help us.
Oh, well, I definitely, there's a lot of love. Oh, go ahead.
And also the crew that's also accompanying Tish's support, and Missy's too, her mom, her spouse Shane, and even with my partner Murphy, they all help us all get here. And I think also give them a shout out too as well.
Yeah, it truly takes a village, and there's lots of love
Yeah,
in
it
the chat right
does.
now for Native women running, and yeah, so grateful you would take some time to chat with us today, Candace. We'll let you relax, and soak in the finish line vibes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Okay.
Awesome. That's such a great story, and two amazing organizations doing big things for Indigenous people, and really just opening up the world of running and giving people the opportunity to do hard things. It's so important. Okay, here we are at hour 105, 36 minutes and 30 seconds of our nonstop coverage of the Cocodona 250. We'll be bringing you this coverage for the next 24 hours and 24 minutes as we bring in all the runners from the front to the middle and the back. Yeah, what a week. What a week it's been. All right, friends, bear with me as I continue to refresh the tracker and see who's next. Looks like Rob Espedin may be our next 250-mile runner, if he hasn't already finished. Sally O, I believe that there's Cocodona merch for sale at the finish line. Adam Trimley's tracker is not updated in 12 minutes. He's about a mile out, so he may have just finished. Looks like Gary Davidson is up next, as well as Suzanne Roberts and Gary Smith. Ben Mullen and Aaron Sheridan are our next 125 runners coming in. Oh, looks like we have someone coming down the chute now. This should be Rob Espinel. Love the matching shirts for the crew. Solid work. Our next finisher is going to be Deb Huntsinger. She's just making her way up to the top of the plateau at Buffalo Park. She's got about 2.7 miles to go. We'll likely see her in maybe 45 minutes. Getting the photo ops done. What an accomplishment. Zuvwe. There are people that do Cocodona without crew and pacers and just use drop bags. Definitely can do it that way. I'd say it's definitely the harder of the options, but definitely doable. Lance Harp, way to chime in the chat. Solid work getting Cocodona done back in 2023 with just drop bags. Nice work. Oh, looks like we have a camera here. At Trinity Heights, as we have the runners coming in. We also have another runner just finishing.
I can take care of that if you want.
No, this is not quite. Andy should be coming in shortly.
That wasn't easy, I know.
This is Logan Moses. Coming in hot from Durham, North Carolina. Shout out, North Carolina. For those of you just tuning in, we have a camera on the Trinity Heights aid station. This is the last aid station on the course. We're expecting Andy Glaze there imminently. And that's the camera on your right side. On the left side is the finish line, about 3.9 miles from Trinity Heights. Yeah, and big up Deb runs far, Kabuki, Free Trail Femmes, and Free Trail Fam. She will be coming in soon, maybe the next hour or two, sitting at mile 249. Minnesota Tom, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It has been quite the effort, but I have enjoyed every minute of helping to bring this coverage to you for the 2025 Cocodona 250. Thanks a lot for your support. Aid Station Molly B, good to see you back in the chat. I did get some sleep, slept for about 4 hours, went down to the finish line, hung out for an hour, ate some breakfast, talked to some runners, and then got back in the studio. So I'll be here for another, we'll call it 3 hours and 15 minutes as we bring in the middle of the pack and continue to bring you that nonstop live coverage of the Cocodona 250, brought to you by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running. My name is Troy Meadows, host of the Midpacker Pod. Stoked to be here with everyone in the chat. Would love to know where everyone is coming in from. Feel free to drop flags and locations in the chat. And while we're at it, let's not forget about giving the stream a thumbs up over in YouTube. Kelp and Fern. I'm not actually sure where my surname's from. I should look that up. I know my family's originally from, the Meadow side of my family is originally from Southern Virginia. Awesome. Got from the Bay Area to the United Kingdom and all points in between. Welcome to the Cocodona live stream. Let's go, aid station Molly B. It's all about the back of the pack warriors. Shelly Talavera. Man, okay, I'm excited to see this. Hopefully I'm still on the mics when 217 comes in. Junior Fregoso is at mile 249. Big ups to celebrating your wedding anniversary at the Cocodona. Yep. Congratulations to Adam Trimbley and Anna DeLay for getting it done at the Sedona 125. Solid work. And I'm thinking this is Carmen Kramer leaving the aid station. No, that's 38. 36. I mean, it's interesting because I don't have them on the tracker map at all. I mean, obviously they're there. Oh, here we go. Yeah. I just updated. That's Callie Demergen. And Andrew looks like Mr. Glaze is about 0.3 miles out. Should be there momentarily. Oh, that's him right there. You can see him in the distance. We'll pan down camera. Thank you, sir or ma'am. There's the man in the jorts himself. Randy A, you're looking at Andy Glaze right now, screen right, coming into the aid station. Shout out to West Plate. Looks like he's got 18 more miles to go. Solid work. Was there a doubt that Mr. Glaze would make it to the aid station? I think not.
Nice cold Coke in a cup.
Nice job, Andrew. Fuck. That's ridiculously unsafe.
There's a guy brings a bottle of water to you. Do you see him?
He got lost.
Did he?
He did. There's 15 ways to go out there.
I have his phone number.
Well,
I saw a guy. He was running out.
He went the
that
wrong
way.
No, he had
Yeah, he didn't have the route.
I thought to myself, I was like, oh man, I hope I don't have to go up that way.
Bruce, can you call him? Make sure you tell him Andy already here. This is his number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
4 miles?
4 miles, less than 4 miles.
Yeah. What else can I get for you?
Just fluids.
Awesome.
We got plenty.
We have
You can grab
plenty.
some ice before you leave too.
He turned that down. I'm not sure he wants it.
Just keep. Thank you.
Can you fill water?
Yes, please.
Oh yeah, I'll get to that one.
Thank
The
you.
spring water.
Yes, please.
You can do more PB&J
Just
afterwards.
tuning in. We got Andy Glaze in the chair at the Trinity Heights aid station, 3.9 miles away from the finish.
Yeah. That's just, I mean, there's so many places where you could drop off water with an ATV or something. It's just, it's not okay.
You want some help?
No, I got it.
Okay.
It's
Just stubborn. Oh, here he comes. I think if this is him coming, yeah.
You see him? Oh, very good eye.
yeah, that was the guy running out that way.
Watermelon ice bucket?
Not quite yet.
Okay, I do have this stuff here that next to you. You need to soak this down.
So I think the general consensus is they don't like the reroute come down. Everybody was complaining about the climb.
Yeah, it's stupid. Why do they do that?
I don't know.
Is that stupid out?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, the climb wasn't bad, but
The downhill.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. The climb's not too bad, but the downhill is so slow
just,
and technical.
you gotta have water up at the antennas or on that road. You know, just bring up an ATV.
Yeah.
With like a bunch of water. Thanks, man. I saw you. I was stressed out. I thought I had to go that way. I was like, why is that dude running over there? Did you like some ice? No.
Let's save it for the next turn. It'll probably happen again.
Yeah, there's another guy behind me. I'm sure he's in the herd box.
Yeah, I'll take it with
Yeah,
me.
a couple of guys that came
Yeah,
beforehand.
yeah.
Just
I'll
get
tell
into
you,
space
you have you have her number, so if we need
It's
to
so
go
hot,
out and
there's
somebody
no
else's
breeze.
water, we can do
Yeah,
that.
that's what it says, open exposure.
Yeah, if you
No
would, maybe
sun,
just
no
take it with you.
shade. Or I mean, all sun.
Yeah, that's it. You know, after 200.
Oh, that was awful.
So we've probably got about another hour of fairly pretty hot temperatures before it's going to start to come down at all.
Oh, perfect. I have
I
about
wonder
an
if
hour
we
to
should.
run.
Well, he's.
Yeah, so you have to
it's-
experience the cold, rain, snow, and heat.
Yeah, I got it all.
Yeah.
Well, you haven't
And
had
mud.
no fire
Don't
yet.
forget mud.
And mud, yeah, like 3 inches
Yeah,
of
and
mud.
And mud.
Mud was the best part.
You want more Coke?
Ice, yeah.
No, I'm all right.
You
I
want
mean, I
to-
do, but I feel like if I keep drinking it, you have to roll me into the finish line.
Yeah, well, run that your job.
Watermelon for the win.
Well, thanks for saving my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Tried to
can we
save
get anything
you.
else for the road?
I think I'll be all right.
You only got 4 miles. You got this.
Is it all on the road?
Half it's on the road. You got like a mile of the regular trail and then a mile of like dirt path and then 2 miles of road.
Is it how the old one you said?
Half of that. Yeah, there's a little bit of a change going out of here, but then eventually you run into the same old in Buffalo Park. Yeah.
It's going to be
Here, I can do that.
a packed trail, and
Yeah.
You get about a mile of what you were just on.
Okay.
And then after that, it starts getting a lot better.
Oh, there.
Oh, yeah. Nothing goes
Oh,
like
you're back again.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Watermelon and pickle.
Okay.
Oh, I got it.
All right. Okay.
Trade. Thank you.
Yeah, you want halfway stream?
Oh, yeah, you want to douse him a little bit? Want some ice before you head out?
Yeah, I have like this pocket
Does it have ice?
in my shirt.
No, he wants to put
Yeah.
ice in it, yeah.
We'll do that.
Looks like.
Yep.
I don't know if you can see it. Looks like a.
No, is it outside or
Right
in?
here.
Oh, there it is.
Outside. Oh, it's on the outside.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
That goes right in. Sorry, we'll do. Oh, here it is. No, it's a. Can you slip your pat?
No.
Okay, we'll put some in there then.
Yeah.
You get here. You can get right there.
That's probably good.
I got one more hand.
Okay. Till it melts in like 1 mile.
Yeah.
All right.
So you're straight at the camera now. Right that way.
Steve, I'm coming for you. We're gonna have a talk.
This way.
Not that way. Go right.
All right. I don't have any other option at this point.
Yeah, that's Andy Glaze leaving Trinity Heights. About 3.9 miles to the finish. Still in good spirits considering you can tell he's suffering a little bit. Yeah, what a great dude. I had Andy on the Midpacker podcast a couple weeks back and absolutely loved the conversation that we had together. What an inspiration. I believe this is a drone shot of Andy as well, so we'll see. You know, Andy's doing a little bit of sad walking in the woods. No big deal. We've all been there. Cool. We can get a drone on him. Pake Joe. It's the Midpacker podcast. That's the pod that I produce. And this is a nice section. It's relatively flat, kind of winding, single track, and then it's got like one bump and then a decent little bump up to Buffalo Park, and then it's basically flat across a nice flat open space, and then you kind of take a little bit of a descent down to the roads of Flagstaff. So. Oh yeah, just so the listening audience knows, I am a professional sad walker. Here we have, this is going to be Debbie Hunsinger, our next 250 mile finisher. Flagstaff local. This is that fire road descent down to the streets of, or no, I think this is getting right to the end of, this is coming across Buffalo Park. So she's getting close to the park entrance, and then she'll make that fire road descent down to the streets of Asheville. April Bailey, I believe that West Plate is the last legacy runner on the course after Andy Glaze. Flagstaff sits at about 7,000 ish, plus or minus. Yeah, plus actually feet above sea level. And then the runners, when they crest over the top of Eldon, are up at about 90, 95, 96,000 feet. Looks like there's a 71-year-old runner that's going to be finishing. I imagine the 125. Yep, that's number 493. Yes, Flagstaff sits at 7,018 feet above sea level. Gary Smith is coming into the finish line in a little bit. Probably expect him in roughly 10 minutes or so, maybe a little more. I believe we just saw Jerry Davison finishing. I think. It's hard because the trackers aren't updating. So I'm kind of taking a guess. Yes, all these runners are amazing. Whether you're covering 5K or 250 miles, you just got to get out and do it. Yeah, no worries, Gage Fox. The tracker is tricky. It's been fooling me all week. Oh, Caleb Mahone, you just missed the update on Andy. So, I think, is this our man? 71-year-old runner. Is that 493? Is that Gary that just crossed the finish line? I believe that is bib number 493. Hard to tell. He looks a little young to be 71 in my opinion, but you never know these days. Got more 125 runners coming in. Or possibly flag crest runners. Oh, love this. Big hugs with the kiddos at the finish line. Yeah, if anyone's looking for Andy Glaze update, just rewind this stream about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. He was at the Trinity Heights aid station. We got quite a bit of coverage of him drinking Coke and eating donuts. I'm joking. He ate watermelon. Aid station Wally B agreed. Because for me, 45 is the new 25, so I'm hoping that 71 is the new 40. Climbs highway to get out there and get it done. Like I said, 7 miles or 250 miles. It's just all about getting out there and putting one foot in front of the other and doing it. Jeremy Hawes, thank you so much for the donation. Definitely appreciate that you are appreciating the efforts that we're taking to bring this coverage to you here at Mountain Outpost. I'm excited to see the golden hour as well. Austin Jordan coming in with Some fun facts here. Dan Green and Gary Smith are co-workers. Awesome. I believe was that Gary who just finished? Or is Gary yet to finish? Having a hard time figuring out who's crossed the finish line recently. Oh man, here we go. A little bit of a lean going on. I'm guessing that's Gary. Yeah, that's right. Robert's Running Shop. That's where Dan works. Looks like that's where Dan and Gary both work. Awesome. And we're just over 106 hours into our nonstop coverage of the Cocodona 250. My name is Troy Meadows, and I'll be here with you for the next 3 hours-ish as we welcome in the middle of the pack from the 125 and the 250 distance. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, friends. Andrew Perkins, try refreshing the browser window that your YouTube feed is on, and that may clear up the audio for you. Andrew Chelpin, thank you so much for the love. I really enjoyed the graveyard shift with everyone last night. No, this is going to be my last shift here on the Cocodona live stream. I've really enjoyed the last 5 days of putting in work with Mountain Outpost to help bring this amazing live coverage to all of you here in the chat and watching live. All right, friends, we're going to make a quick stream change, so make sure you hop over to the new stream, and I'll see you on the other side.